Chapter 660. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the few scholars all had awkward expressions on their faces. They were actually reprimanding Count Hua and asking him to admit that he was a genius. It was simply comical no matter how one thought about it. Amidst his shock, Bai Macho bowed deeply to Li Wangyu.
I wouldn't dare to disobey a noble's invitation.
Li Wangyu smiled. In that case, please. I know of a Hu tavern in Shi City that's rather peaceful. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He seemed to have said something wrong. Sure enough, the look from his beautiful boss made him feel uneasy. Li Wangyu hurriedly turned to explain to his beautiful boss. Actually, I've only been there once. It was Chung Chumo and the other bastards who insisted on dragging me there. You can ask Afro if you don't believe me. I only went to the Hu tavern that time to save her. As he spoke, he kept shooting glances at Afro, hoping that she would defend him. However, Afro covered her mouth and snickered. Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun did save me from that Hu tavern, but I don't know if he went there again after that. Li Wangyu almost vomited blood and died after hearing Afro's words. This lass was really going to get beaten up. He glared hatefully at Afro's round buttocks. If it weren't for the time and place, Li Wangyu would definitely let her know the consequences of slandering Lang Jun. His beautiful boss cast him aside. All right, I didn't say anything. What are you feeling guilty about? I've never been to a Hu tavern before. You don't mind Afro and I taking a look, do you? Of course not, of course not. Li Wangyu chuckled awkwardly while cursing himself for being such a busybody. Why did he have to bring up some Hu tavern of all places? He really had nothing better to do. Outside the bookstore, Wang Ziqiao and the others were long gone. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with them either. He gestured to Bai Macho and led the way to the Hu tavern not far away. They were headed to the Hu tavern where they had rescued Afro. The Hu tavern owner naturally remembered Li Wangyu, and Afro, who was behind him, was still fresh in his mind. Although the Hu shopkeeper did not know Li Wangyu's true identity, he knew that he was a noble and quickly came out to welcome him. Noble lady, please come in. Are you not traveling with the young duke and the others today? Prepare an elegant room for me. Pick some good wine and dishes and send them up. Also, arrange for a few Hu girls to sing and dance to liven things up. Li Wangyu nodded slightly and instructed the Hu shopkeeper, prepare a table of wine for my subordinates. The Hu shopkeeper acknowledged and personally led Li Wangyu's group of 4 into an elegant room. Then, he immediately went to arrange for a banquet and Hu concubines to serve them. This was the first time Su Chongqing had come to a Hu wine shop. He didn't find this place repulsive, only curious. Aphrodite, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a little dejected. After all, she hadn't had a great time in this Hu wine shop back then. If Li Wangyu hadn't rescued her from the Sea of Fire, she really couldn't imagine what would have happened to her. This was especially so when the Hu girls appeared. Even in such a cold season, they were still wearing revealing clothes and twisting their bodies to the music to entertain the guests. This made Aphrodite even more upset. Su Chongqing, on the other hand, could tell what was on Aphrodite's mind. He instinctively took pity on her and hugged her affectionately, consoling this pitiful girl. She then glared at Li Wangyu as if blaming him for bringing Aphrodite to this Hu wine shop. Li Wangyu only smiled and didn't explain anything. In fact, it wasn't a slip of the tongue when he said that this was a Hu wine shop. Deep down, Li Wangyu also wanted his beautiful boss to know more about Aphrodite's past life, and see how pitiful the Hu girls in this Hu wine shop were. After all, he could tell that even though his beautiful boss was nice to Aphrodite on the surface, she was much more distant and not as close to Perrin as she was to her. Of course, this wasn't Su Chongqing's fault. After all, no woman would be too close to a mistress. It was only because they were now in the Tang Dynasty that his beautiful boss was so tolerant of Li Wangyu and acquiesced to Aphrodite's existence. On the other hand, the scumbag was thinking about how to have 2 women on each side, so he naturally had to put in a lot of effort to build a good relationship with the women in his residence. The reason he brought the 2 girls to the Hu wine shop was naturally to prove to his beautiful boss that he really wanted to save the poor girl Aphrodite from the Sea of Fire, and that he wasn't impulsive when he saw the young version of Angelina Jolie. Li Wangyu didn't care what his beautiful boss was whispering to Aphrodite and Aphrodite. He simply smiled at Bai Macho and said, May I know your name, Lang Jun? My surname is Bai and my name is Bai Macho. You can just call me by my name. Bai Macho hurriedly bowed. Bai. Hee, you're much older than me. Why don't I just call you Old Bai? Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin, but he was thinking about Old Bai Zhantong, who was good at the sunflower acupuncture technique in the TV series Wulin Chronicles. Old Bai. Bai Macho was a little stunned. What kind of address was that? Neither the Tangs nor the Cusis had the habit of addressing people like that. However, since this honorable count was willing to call him Old Bai, then so be it. Bai Macho didn't have any objections. After all, it was just a form of address. Li Wangyu said, Old Bai, as far as I know, the king of your Chotzi kingdom is also surnamed Bai, right? The surname Bai is the national surname in your Chotzi kingdom. Old Bai, are you also a member of the Chotzi kingdom's royal family? He had heard about this by chance when someone talked about the Chotzi kingdom, so he had some impression of it. Bai Macho looked bitter. You're right, Count Huxian. I am a member of the Chotzi kingdom's royal family. However, the Chotzi kingdom's politics are now controlled by Minister Neli. My royal family's lives are also difficult, so I can only go to Chang'an to make a living as a traveling merchant. Li Wangyu was a little stunned. There was such a thing in the Chotzi kingdom? It seemed that the Chotzi king was really a good-for-nothing. He was actually usurped by the minister, and even the royal family's lives were difficult. It was really hard to understand. Old Bai, you speak the Han language so well. Do you come to Chang'an often? Yes. Every year, I lead the caravan on this Silk Road and return from spring to summer. It has been more than 10 years since then, Bai Macho replied respectfully. Li Wangyu picked a topic that interested him and asked Bai Macho about the Chotzi kingdom's customs and people. It was an eye-opener for him. He suddenly thought of something and asked, All right, Old Bai, what kind of goods do your caravan mainly sell from Chang'an back to Chotzi? Mainly silk, brocade, porcelain, and bronzeware. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. I have something good to recommend to you. If you sell it to the western regions, you'll definitely make a lot of money. Old Bai, are you interested? Naturally, Bai Macho nodded repeatedly. Please enlighten me, Count Huxian. Do you have any burning knives in the tavern? Li Wangyu asked Hu Ji, who was serving him in the elegant room. Hu Ji nodded quickly. Of course, we have a distinguished guest. Then bring me a jar. Li Wangyu ordered. Hu Ji immediately trotted to fetch a jar of burning knives wine. What Li Wangyu wanted to introduce to Bai Macho was this highly concentrated liquor. Since the burning knives wine was listed on the market, it had always been in short supply. There was no need to worry about selling it. However, the wineries in the Qinling Mountains were getting bigger and bigger. Li Wangyu thought that with the harvest at the end of autumn this year, the output of the wine would definitely reach a higher level. With so much wine, it was natural that they should export it to the western regions through the Silk Road and earn more gold for the Tang Dynasty. After Hu Ji brought the wine, Bai Macho quickly got up and took the jar. He respectfully poured wine for Li Wangyu and filled a bowl for himself. Count Huxian, what kind of wine is this? I've never smelled such a strong wine aroma. It's good wine. Bai Macho sniffed the wine in the bowl and praised. Old Bai, come, have a taste. Li Wangyu smiled mischievously and looked at Bai Macho expectantly. Chapter 661. It was also one of Li Wangyu's vile interests to see people who had never drunk hard liquor before in their first attempt at drinking hard liquor. And Bai Mohu satisfied his vile interests very well. He habitually raised his head and poured the whole bowl of wine into his mouth. Then, he coughed violently and uncontrollably. Bai Mohu's face turned red and he kept coughing. Apparently, it was his first time tasting such a strong wine. He was caught off guard and almost spat out the wine in his mouth. After a long while, Bai Mohu exhaled a breath that smelled of wine. What a strong wine, good wine. It's my first time tasting such a strong wine. May I ask you, what's the name of this wine? Why haven't I tasted it since I came to Chang'an? Haha, the name of this wine is Burning Knife. It means that when you drink it, it feels like a hot knife scraping through your throat. It's the strongest wine. Old Bai, it's normal that you haven't tasted it. It's only been half a year since this wine was sold in Chang'an. How about it? Do you think it'll be popular if it's sold in the western region? Li Wangyu clapped his hands and laughed. Bai Mohu's eyes lit up. Of course. You don't know that the western region's winter is the coldest. If there's such a strong wine, it'll be crazily fought over. If it's sold to the western region, it'll be at least 100 times more profitable. But where can I buy this wine and how much is it?
Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at himself.
In the whole Tang Dynasty, I'm the only one who has burning knife wine. This is the wine I made. Old Bai, if you want to sell this wine, you'll have to come to me. Ha! In fact, since the burning knife wine was sold in Chang'an, there were already some insightful merchants who started to sell it to the western region. It was just that they didn't sell it in large quantities. If the production of this wine didn't increase, it would be difficult to satisfy the drunkards in Chang'an, let alone export it to the outside world. Li Wangyu was preparing for a rainy day. Considering that the production of burning knife wine would increase greatly, he naturally had to find a market in advance. Moreover, he did not intend to simply sell these drinks to the Hu merchants in Chang'an. That kind of profit would not satisfy Li Wangyu. Today, he met Bai Mohu by chance and invited him to drink. Firstly, he felt that this person was interesting and had an affinity with him. Secondly, he wanted to see if his new idea was feasible. Count Hu, I would like to buy some Shaodao wine and sell it to the western region. Is that possible? Bai Mohu asked. There's no rush. Let me ask you something first. Li Wangyu dipped his finger into the wine and drew a diagram on the table. Lao Bai, look, if this place is Chang'an, then from here to the west, all the way to Dunhuang County, Shizhou of the Tang Dynasty's Longyu Circuit, there are official roads passing through, right? Bai Mohu didn't quite understand what Li Wangyu meant. He just nodded to show his approval. Your caravans from the western regions usually rest and reorganize in Dunhuang County before entering the desert. Then they are divided into 3 directions, the North Road, the Middle Road, and the South Road, respectively, heading to different countries in the western regions. Is that right? Exactly. Bai Mohu continued to nod. Li Wangyu smiled and said, it's a long journey from Chang'an to Dunhuang County. It's about 4,000 miles. Lao Bai, let me ask you. If you can buy enough goods in Dunhuang County, but the price is 5 or 6 times higher than in Chang'an, would you be willing? Of course, you can also sell the goods from the western regions in Dunhuang County. The price will satisfy you.
His words immediately made Bai Mohu so excited that his eyes widened.
Count Hu, how is that possible? Is this true? If so, of course we're willing. Even if the profits will be a little lower if we trade in Dunhuang County, the journey will be shortened by half. If so, we can only go back and forth once a year, but we can go back and forth twice from Dunhuang County. The profit will be increased a lot.
Li Wangyu nodded.
I think so too. I still need to report to the sage to see if this is feasible. But in my opinion, this is beneficial to the imperial court and the merchants. It can also promote trade.
Why not?
Count Hu, if this can be done, we merchants will be very grateful. Bai Mohu stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu respectfully. Li Wangyu just smiled and waved his hand. This was just his idea.
Whether it could be implemented or not depended on how Pai Lupi and the big shots in the imperial court saw it. What he said to Bai Mohu was not on a whim.
He had thought about it for a long time. Now that the Tang Dynasty had the 4-wheeled horse carriage, it was not difficult to transport goods from Chang'an to Dunhuang County. There were official roads all the way. The 4-wheeled horse carriage was after all the camel caravans and horse caravans of the western regions. Its transportation ability was incomparable. The 4-wheeled horse carriage could carry 2,000 pounds and could easily travel 200 miles in a day. A camel could only carry 400 pounds of goods and could travel less than 100 miles in a day. Of course, camels had their uses. From Dunhuang County to the west, it was all desert. The 4-wheeled horse carriage was completely useless. That was why Li Wangyu suggested to transport the goods to Dunhuang County for trade. The benefits of moving the foreign trade centers in Chang'an and Luoyang to Dunhuang County were self-evident. First, the imperial court could make a lot of money. The 4-wheeled horse carriage was cheap to transport goods. Based on the calculation of copper coins per horse carriage, a round trip to Dunhuang County would take 40 to 50 days. That was only 40 to 50 strings of copper coins. Even with the high number of Shadaozi as an example, the price of a bucket of wine in Chang'an was 10 strings of copper coins, which was 10 strings of copper coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of copper coins, which was a difference of 40 strings of copper coins. A 4-wheeled horse carriage could transport close to 100 buckets of wine in a single trip.
The benefits could be imagined. Moreover, the horse carriage could also transport goods on the return trip. There was a lot of profit to be made. As long as the imperial court monopolized the four-wheeled horse carriage, the profits they could make every year were so huge that Li Wangyu could not calculate it clearly. Another benefit was that the foreign trade center would be moved from Chang'an to Dunhuang County. Through the huge benefits, Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials could focus their attention and power on it. Once Dunhuang County prospered because of trade, the Tang dynasty would have to invest a huge amount of military power to control the western regions and continue to expand the development of the Silk Road. Li Wangyu felt that the Tang dynasty should not be as closed off as the Ming and Qing dynasties. They should communicate with the western regions and even the European countries. Only then could the Chinese civilization absorb more nutrients and grow stronger. With the current technology, it was not realistic to trade through the sea. Therefore, the Silk Road on the road had to be used and developed. Li Wangyu did not notice that the longer he stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more his thoughts were subtly changing. Originally, he only wanted to be a small landlord with beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs, and sheep, and servants. Now he began to unconsciously think about how to benefit the Tang dynasty and the people. After asking Bai Mohu's attitude on this matter, Li Wangyu was more confident that he could persuade Pai Lupi. He and Bai Mohu drank and chatted happily until the evening drum sounded. Li Wangyu left Bai Mohu's contact information and then went their separate ways. It was late. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were too lazy to go back to Zhou village. They still stayed in the mansion in Huifeng. However, early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Lai Hot's mansion. The eunuch from the palace came to inform him that the sage summoned the county count to the Taiji palace. He was impeached again. Chapter 662. Li Wangyu was not surprised that he would be impeached. After all, in Shi City yesterday, he had given Zhang Kongbua a good beating, and it had been quite a miserable beating. It would be strange if the Zhang family of Xingyang did not retaliate against him. If the Zhang family of Xingyang wanted to retaliate against him, what else could they do except impeach him in the imperial court and complain to Pai Lupi? Could they let their own troops kill him? As for the censorate to impeach him, it was a reasonable thing. In this regard, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. Since he dared to fight yesterday, he naturally knew what the result would be. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand him and then fine him with copper coins. Spending some copper coins to beat up Zhang Kongbua, Li Wangyu naturally felt that it was quite worth it. Following the eunuch, Li Wangyu entered Taiji Palace and respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. However, the way the officials looked at him in the hall was clearly different. Cheng Yaojin and the other old men all had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they did not think that it was a big deal that Li Wangyu beat up Zhang Kongbua. Instead, they all gloated and looked at him as if they were watching a good show. Feng Xianling and the others also had smiles in their eyes. It seemed that they did not think it was troublesome. Young men were full of youthful vigor. Fighting with others was no big deal. If it were not for the Zhang family of Xingyang and the 5 families, this kind of thing would be very shameful in Taiji Palace. As for the officials from the aristocratic families, they naturally looked at Li Wangyu with extreme displeasure. Especially the Zhang family of Xingyang, they stared at Li Wangyu with eyes that could not wait to immediately crush his bones and scatter his ashes to relieve the hatred in their hearts. It should be known that for the aristocratic families, in Shi City yesterday, Li Wangyu did not beat up Zhang Kongbua, the legitimate son of the Zheng family, but the face of the aristocratic families. It could be said that from the founding of the Great Tang until the 3rd year of Zhenguan, only Li Wangyu had dared to viciously slap the faces of the great clans. Li Wangyu, yesterday in Shi City, did you have a conflict with Zhang Kongbua, the legitimate son of the Zheng family of Xingyang? Pai Lupi directly asked, but his words made Zhang Yuanshou and the others frown. What did he mean by a conflict? Didn't that mean that both sides were responsible? The one who was beaten yesterday was his eldest son, and he was beaten quite miserably. Because of this matter, Zhang Yuanshou's wife, Zhang Lushi, who was from the Lu family of Fanyang, when she saw her son, whose face was covered in blood. Had it not been for Zhang Yuanshou's intervention, Madame Zenglushi, who loved her son dearly, would have led the Zheng estate's troops to fight Li Wangyu to the death. Although Zhang Yuanshou was not as impulsive as his wife, he naturally could not tolerate this. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to impeach Li Wangyu today. Of course, this matter could not be hidden from Pai Lupi. Yesterday, after Li Wangyu beat up Zhang Kongbua in Shi City, A secret agent of the 100 Cavalry Department reported this matter to the palace. Pai Lupi's attitude towards this matter was only to laugh and scold, and then he ignored it. It was not a big deal anyway. Even if he handled it impartially, at most he would be fined a certain amount of copper coins, which was not painful at all. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu only shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday I did not have a conflict with Xianxia. I just saw injustice on the road and pulled out my sword to help." "What happened? Tell me in detail." Pai Lupi seriously played along with him. Li Wangyu narrated what happened in Qi City yesterday, and then he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday I only asked the troops to intervene and stop those people who beat up the peddlers. As for that young Master Zhang, yes, he made the first move and tried to beat me, so I was forced to fight back. I was just defending myself." His words made Cheng Yaojin and the others roll their eyes. Although they did not understand what Li Wangyu was talking about, they roughly understood what he meant. You beat up Zheng Kongbua so miserably, and you still have the nerve to say that you are innocent? Do you have any shame? Moreover, the Tang Dynasty had detailed rules for fighting between two parties. The Tang Dynasty law had a rule. If a fake person beats a person and does not injure him, he will be flogged 40 times. If a person does not offend a person and is beaten innocently, he will be flogged 20 times. In other words, even if Li Wangyu did not make the first move and resisted the beating, according to the Tang Dynasty law, he would still be flogged 20 times. Of course, he had a noble title, so he only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the officials, this matter was over. Li Wangyu only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. As for Zhang Kongbua, according to the Tang Dynasty law, he would be flogged 40 times, but obviously no one would interfere. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing about this matter, so he casually reprimanded Li Wangyu and told him not to be frivolous and impudent in the future. He also punished him with 10 caddies of copper coins as a warning to others. Zhang Yuanshou did not object to this, but his face was ashen and he did not say a word. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the officials all thought that Zhang Yuanshou had tacitly agreed with Pai Lupi's punishment. When the matter was over, someone stood up. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The person who spoke was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. He was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice, and also a member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Pai Lupi looked at the shocked Li Daozong in the hall. Obviously, his cousin did not know why Assistant Minister Wang had stood up. "Report." Pai Lupi's face darkened, and he felt that something was wrong, but he still let Wang Shizhong continue. "Your Majesty, last night, the bad people of the Ministry of Justice arrested a Hu merchant in a hostel in Likenfang. From his luggage, they found a map of Chang'an City, as well as the maps of the defense forces of Dunhuang County, Jiuquan County, Xianxia County, Wuwei County, and other counties. I think that this person must be a spy of the Turks who spied on the military intelligence of the Tang Dynasty in the name of business." The bad people Wang Shizhong mentioned were the officers in charge of investigating and arresting in the Tang Dynasty. Their leader was the bad marshal. Pai Lupi and the officials could not help but frown when they heard Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong's words. If what Wang Shizhong said was true, this Hu merchant must be a spy. But would it be so simple? What did Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong mean by mentioning this at this time? After all, even if they caught a spy who spied for the Turks, it was not worth mentioning in Taiji Palace. Moreover, it was obvious that even Li Daozong, the Minister of Justice, did not know about this. Li Wangyu's brows furrowed. He had a bad feeling about this. Barbarian merchants? His heart skipped a beat. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes could not be so crazy, right? The Assistant Minister of Justice's next words made Li Wangyu's heart sink to the bottom. "Your Majesty, there is no need to trouble Your Majesty with this matter. But after the bad marshal interrogated the Hu merchant, he learned that this matter seems to have something to do with the Count of Huxian. I do not dare to act on my own, so today I report this matter to Your Majesty and ask for Your Majesty's decision." Wang Shizhong's words caused an uproar among the officials. Chapter 663. Even if Li Wangyu used his knees to think, he knew that the spy of the barbarian merchant mentioned by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice must be the merchant from the Cheesy Kingdom who drank and chatted with him yesterday, Lao Bai by Macho. As for Bai Macho being a Turkic spy, Li Wangyu didn't believe it. Although the two met for the first time yesterday, Li Wangyu didn't know why he trusted this person. Moreover, Why would a wealthy merchant of the Chotzi royal clan take such a risk to help the Turks gather intelligence? Also, how could there be such a coincidence? Yesterday, he had beaten Zhang Konghua half to death, and today, he was impeached. When he entered the main hall, he immediately revealed that he had caught a Hu merchant spy last night. Li Wangyu didn't believe that this was a coincidence at all. Moreover, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice said that this matter had something to do with him. This was clearly a conspiracy of the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. May I ask what this matter has to do with me, Assistant Minister Wang? Please speak frankly. Assistant Minister Wang. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, looked at Li Wangyu with a fake smile and said, Don't be anxious, County Count Hu. Perhaps that Hu merchant couldn't endure the punishment and made false accusations. It might not have anything to do with County Count Hu. He then bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, according to the interrogation of that Hu merchant, the map of Chang'an City was given to him by County Count Hu yesterday. There was also a secret letter to the Turkic people that was found by the underlings. According to that Hu merchant, it was also given to him by County Count Hu. Also, according to the investigation of the underlings, County Count Hu and this person drank and talked for a long time in a wine shop in Shi City. The shopkeeper of the wine shop and a group of Hu concubines can testify to this. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong's words made Pai Lupi frown. He definitely didn't believe that his nephew was in cahoots with the Turkic people. As the founding county count of the Tang Dynasty, why would Li Wangyu need to be in cahoots with the Turkic people? What benefits would there be? He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. None of the other officials in the hall believed it either. Chang Yaojin immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be trusted. Although Zio often causes trouble, I definitely do not believe that he is in cahoots with the Turks. This matter must be made up by that barbarian merchant. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others looked at each other and expressed their doubts. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the others also chimed in. Because of the Assistant Minister of Justice's words, the hall became as noisy as a market. Where is the secret letter? Pai Lupi didn't believe it, but he could only ask Wang Shizhong. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, took out a letter from his waist pouch and handed it to Mi Tuo for Pai Lupi to read. Pai Lupi opened the letter, and the content made him frown even more. On the paper was Li Wangyu's unique thin and muscular body. It was undoubtedly his nephew's handwriting. And the content clearly stated that Li Wangyu had expressed his loyalty to Sheli Khan of the Turkic people and asked the barbarian merchant to pass on the message for him. He was a spy of Sheli Khan in the Tang Dynasty and hoped that Sheli Khan would go down south and capture Chang'an as soon as possible. The more Pai Lupi read, the more livid his face became. He read the letter over and over again. It was undoubtedly Li Wangyu's handwriting. Li Wangyu, how do you explain this secret letter? Pai Lupi's voice also became cold. The truth was right in front of him. Although he doubted it, he had to believe it. Your Majesty, I don't know what the secret letter is, and it is impossible for me to be in cahoots with the Turkic people. Of course, Li Wangyu would not admit it. This was clearly a so-called secret letter, forged by the aristocratic families to take revenge on him. Mi Tuo, show this letter to Li Wangyu and the other officials. Let him see if he wrote it himself. Pai Lupi directly threw the letter to Mi Tuo. Mi Tuo also had a bitter face. He bent down to pick up the letter from the ground, trotted down the royal stairs, and handed it to Li Wangyu. Mi Tuo would not believe that Li Wangyu was a spy of the Turkic people even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, there was obviously something fishy about this matter. The barbarian merchant was a spy, and Li Wangyu was colluding with the Turkic people. Even the 100 Cavalry Department did not find any clues about this matter. How could he be caught by the Ministry of Justice? In the hall, Mi Tuo did not dare to say anything. He could only give Li Wangyu a "be careful" look when he handed the letter to him. Mi Tuo was grateful to Li Wangyu. In the Taiji Palace, if Li Wangyu had not discovered the truth and pried open the palace maids' mouths, if something had happened to Prince Li Zhizhen, Mi Tuo, as the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, would not have had enough heads to chop off by Pai Lupi. Moreover, he had known Li Wangyu for a long time. This young noble did not treat him like a eunuch and treat him with special eyes. Therefore, Mi Tuo was naturally willing to get close to Li Wangyu. Just now, he had been serving Pai Lupi. Naturally, Mitua had seen the contents of the letter. He could not help but feel frightened. Even in Mituo's eyes, this letter was undoubtedly written by Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu's thin and muscular body was famous in Chang'an. There were many people who learned from him. However, the handwriting was definitely Li Wangyu's. Taking the letter from Mitua with both hands, Li Wangyu skimmed through it. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that in just one night, Xianxia and the other aristocratic families had prepared so thoroughly? Not only did they capture Bai Macho, the Hu merchant, and force him to confess, they even forged such a flawless secret letter. If Li Wangyu was not sure that he had never written this, he would have thought that the secret letter in front of him was real. This handwriting was as if he had written it himself. Your Majesty, this letter is forged. It is not written by me. Li Wangyu shook his head and denied. Pai Lupi stared at him for a while with a straight face. Then he said, Mitua, pass the letter to everyone to see if it was really written by Li Wangyu. Although Pai Lupi did not believe that Li Wangyu would collude with the Turks, there was a reason written in the letter. It made Pai Lupi wonder if Li Wangyu was really one person in front of others and another behind their backs. The secret letter written to Sheli Khan clearly pointed out the reason why Li Wangyu wanted to seek refuge with Sheli Khan. That was to avenge his father's death. Although Li Zhou had died of illness, the reason was that after the Xuanwu Gate, he had a conflict with Pai Lupi. As a result, he was demoted. This made Li Zhou anxious, angry, ashamed, and annoyed. He fell ill and passed away. In the secret letter, Li Wangyu attributed his father's death to Pai Lupi killing his brother and imprisoning his father. He was rebellious and scolded and chased away loyal people. This led to his father's death. Therefore, he and Pai Lupi were enemies who killed his father. Now, he was willing to serve his enemy in order to take revenge one day. He wanted to lead Sheli Khan into Chang'an City to avenge his father. These words could not help but make Pai Lupi suspicious. He suspected that Li Wangyu was really like what the letter said. Because of Li Zhou's death, he hated him and had bad intentions. After the secret letter was passed to Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and other big shots to read, everyone was silent. They did not know what to say. This letter, this handwriting, it really was Li Wangyu's. Chapter 664. The so-called secret letter was passed around in everyone's hands, and the hall quieted down. Even Chang Yaojin and the other generals and dukes who had always supported Li Wangyu looked at each other after reading the secret letter, not knowing how to defend themselves. Pai Lupi even ordered Mitua to go to the legislative hall and bring out the poems and essays that Li Wangyu had written so that the officials could compare the handwriting. With this comparison, the officials were even more speechless. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Libin had to admit that the handwriting on this so-called secret letter was truly that of their teacher, Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu could only silently shake his head and sigh. It seemed that the great clans had truly gone to great lengths to deal with him. It was clear that only an expert could create a handwriting imitation that not even he could recognize, and it was certainly not something that could be done in a short amount of time. And it had only been half a day since he had beaten up Zhang Konghua in Shi City. It was clear that the great clans could not have prepared such a flawless letter in such a short amount of time. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He had been too careless, believing that with the protection of Pai Lupi, he could look down on the great clans. He had not expected that the other party had already begun to plan how to deal with him. This meticulously prepared secret letter was proof of this. Although the officials from the great clans said nothing, they couldn't help but rejoice. It was clear that these officials from the great clans wanted to see Li Wangyu run out of luck. As for the previously ashen-faced Zhang Yuanshou, who had not said a word, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, regardless of whether or not the secret letter was written by County Count Hu, we should investigate it thoroughly and give the court and County Count Hu an explanation. His words seemed to be speaking from a fair and just standpoint, but they were actually filled with evil intentions. Investigate? How would they investigate? They naturally had to take Li Wangyu to prison and have the 3 bureaus interrogate him. But now, regardless of the witnesses and material evidence, the aristocratic families had already prepared everything. As long as Li Wangyu was imprisoned, they wouldn't need to worry about not getting the results they wanted. Pai Lupi's expression was also very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want and did not believe that his outstanding nephew would hate him for Li Zhou's death and collude with the Turks. But on the other hand, as an emperor, His paranoia made him wonder if Li Wangyu really didn't hate him because of Li Zhou's death. He had asked Li Wangyu this question when they were in the Li family's old mansion. At that time, he was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's answer. But what if it was Li Wangyu acting? For a moment, Pai Lupi was at a loss. In the main hall, Li Wangyu was still quite calm at this moment. After seeing this forged so-called secret letter, he immediately began to think about how he could break out of this situation and clear his name. He could naturally tell that this letter was forged by someone else. But the key was how he could prove to Pai Lupi that the letter was forged. Although there were records in ancient books, as early as the Three Kingdoms period, the governor Gua Yuan used handwriting comparison to find the person who anonymously slandered Cao Cao. But that was only a comparison of similar handwriting, and thus recognized that it was written by the same person, not that the handwriting was forged. And in the water margin, the literature star sacred-handed scholar Xiao Rang even forged the Grand Tutor Kai Jing's handwriting to write a letter to his son Kai Jiao. At that time, even Kai Jing's own son could not tell whether it was real or fake. From the Three Kingdoms to the Qing Dynasty, Wuxia's ancient handwriting investigation and identification basically relied on the hazy senses to judge. In the case of a secret letter like this one, where the fake could be passed off as genuine, and the forger flatly denied it, usually the officials would be helpless and the case would drag on for a long time. Or they could only use torture to force the forger to admit it, thus hastily closing the case. In short, if he wanted to use handwriting identification to prove that he was framed by the aristocratic families, it would be quite difficult. Li Wangyu was pondering how to prove his innocence and escape the death trap set up by the aristocratic families, when he heard Zhang Yuanshou speaking to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I don't really believe it. This letter was personally written by County Count Hu, but as for the handwriting, I really can't tell. Perhaps someone could really imitate County Count Hu's handwriting so perfectly, but there's no telling. Dare I ask Secret Supervisor Yu, Ouyang Gong? The two of you are famous calligraphers in the Tang Dynasty. Dare I ask if the two of you can imitate someone else's handwriting so perfectly?" Zhang Yuanshou continued to criticize Li Wangyu. In response to his question, Yu Shernan and Ouyang Sun glanced at each other. Although they felt extremely helpless in their hearts, they could only helplessly shake their heads. Although the two of them were famous calligraphers and were experts in copying famous calligraphy, they only copied the spirit and not the form. If they wanted to imitate someone else's handwriting, they really couldn't do it. Even if they wanted to protect Li Wangyu, in front of Pai Lupi and the other officials, they couldn't lie. Yu Shernan gave Li Wangyu an apologetic and worried look. In response, Li Wangyu only cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan, indicating that he understood Yu Shernan's intentions. "Haha, Your Majesty, if Secret Supervisor Yu and Ouyang Gong can't imitate someone else's handwriting exactly, then I don't know how to judge. Your Majesty, please make a decision." Zhang Yuanshou lightly stabbed Li Wangyu with a knife and left, leaving the problem to Pai Lupi. On the royal stairs, Pai Lupi hesitated for a while before finally standing up. He prepared to order people to take Li Wangyu to the prison and let Wei Zhang, Li Daozong, and Feng Xianling try this case together. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I want to prove myself." "Report it." "Your Majesty, this so-called secret letter wasn't written by me. It was forged by someone. Of course, the person who forged the letter was very clever. Even I can't tell if this handwriting is real or fake. But..." Li Wangyu paused for a moment and looked at Pai Lupi. "But if I wanted to write a secret letter, why would I use such a childish and ridiculous method? Could it be that I've lost my mind? Why would I write a secret letter so openly and hand it over to a Hu merchant without any disguise?" He looked around at the officials in the hall, glancing at Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others before continuing. "Your Majesty, to put it bluntly, if I wanted to write a secret letter, even if I placed it in front of everyone, they wouldn't be able to tell what I wrote." Li Wangyu's words naturally caused the officials in the hall to begin discussing in low voices. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown as he pondered Li Wangyu's words. If one were to speak of his nephew's talent, then he would naturally be unparalleled. But a secret letter was a secret letter. Even if Li Wangyu wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to tell what was written even if it was placed in front of everyone's eyes. Pai Lupi didn't believe this either. Zhang Yuanshou and Wang Renyu looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. "County Count Hu, do you think this old man and the others are idiots? Ask all the officials in the court. Who would dare to believe you?" At this moment, Li Wangyu had also thought of a countermeasure. He shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, "If your majesty and everyone else doesn't believe me, why don't we conduct an experiment in this hall?"
Chapter 665. Li Wangyou's words made Pai Lupi hesitate for a moment, but he still nodded in agreement. No matter what, Pai Lupi was still suspicious of the secret letter that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice Wang Shizhong had suddenly thrown out.
It was a letter that the so-called bad people had found in the hands of a Hu merchant.
Since Li Wangyu said that if he wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to see through it, then it was better to try. Pai Lupi stood up and stared at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, how are you going to prove this to me and the other officials?" "Your Majesty, it's very simple. Taiji Palace has 2 side halls. I can enter one side and write a secret letter for your Majesty and the other officials to examine. Then, I can send this secret letter to the other side, and your Majesty will appoint someone to receive the letter."
"If I can deceive your Majesty and the other officials and deliver the message to the person in the other side hall, then your Majesty will naturally know whether or not I am lying."
Pai Lupi nodded. "All right, Mito, go to the other side hall and prepare to receive Li Wangyou's secret letter."
Li Er had absolute trust in this imperial chamberlain by his side. After all, Mito was not only responsible for the internal and external communications of the 100 Horsemen Department, but he was also the person closest to Pai Lupi.
"Your Majesty, I need to first explain to Provincial Supervisor Mito how to receive the secret letter. Is that all right?"
Li Wangyu bowed again.
"All right." Pai Lupi nodded again, indicating for Mito to listen to what Li Wangyu had to say. Mito quickly walked to Li Wangyou's side.
Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the other officials, the two of them whispered a few words in each other's ears.
The more Mito listened, the more suspicious he became.
His expression was one of bewilderment.
In the end, he nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. In the main hall, the officials were also whispering to each other, discussing in low voices. Wang Renyu suddenly stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, if Count Hu and Provincial Supervisor Mito are in cahoots and have already agreed on what to write, then wouldn't it be meaningless?" When the officials heard this, they all nodded. "That's right. If Li Wangyu told me Tua what he was going to write, and Mito knew what Li Wangyu was going to write on the letter, it wouldn't prove anything."
Li Wangyu smiled when he heard this. "Your Majesty, this matter is simple.
After Provincial Supervisor Mito and I enter the left and right side halls, I ask your Majesty to write the letter. Then, I will send it to Provincial Supervisor Mito in the other side hall.
If I can deceive your Majesty and the other officials and pass the information to the Provincial Supervisor, it will be enough to prove the truth of what I said just now."
Pai Lupi thought about it for a moment, and it made sense. If Li Wangyu really was a spy, then he naturally had to choose the most secretive way to send the message. If he could really pass the message to me Tua without him and the civil and military officials, then this so-called secret letter was worth discussing. Seeing Li Wangyu so certain, Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou looked at each other. They all saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only wait and see. Moreover, Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others didn't believe Li Wangyou's words at all. To be able to send the message in front of all the officials without anyone knowing, this matter was too legendary. After Li Wangyu and Mito finished talking, they had the eunuchs in the hall prepare some things for the two of them and put them in the side hall. Everything was ready. "Your Majesty, I and Mito are ready. We can start," Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi nodded. "Good. Li Wangyu, you go to the left side hall. Mito, you go to the right side hall." Li Wangyu and Mito immediately nodded and went to the left and right side halls. After the two of them entered, the doors of the 2 side halls were tightly shut. At the same time, there were palace guards arranged by Pai Lupi to guard in front of the hall to prevent someone from secretly sending messages for them. After everything was ready, Pai Lupi picked up a pen and paper. After thinking for a while, he wrote a paragraph. After folding the paper, he signaled the eunuchs to send it to Li Wangyu in the left side hall. After a short while, the door of the left side hall opened. The eunuch sent a letter and handed it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi curiously opened the letter, but couldn't help but be stunned. He was holding a piece of white paper in his hand. There was no writing on it. "Did you take out the wrong letter? Why is it a piece of white paper?"
Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in charge of delivering the letter. In Pai Lupi's opinion, the eunuchs must have made a mistake and accidentally sent out a piece of white paper. The eunuch quickly knelt. In reply to everyone, I definitely did not make a mistake. This letter was personally given to me by County Count, who to be delivered to the Mito provincial supervisor. Hearing this, Pai Lupi became even more curious. He repeatedly read the letter in his hand and carefully examined it against the light. In the end, he could only confirm that it was a normal piece of white paper. Seeing that he couldn't see any problems, he could only signal for the eunuchs to take the secret letter to the officials in the hall. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others rushed to take the secret letter. They also repeatedly read it, but they couldn't see any problems. A piece of white paper without any writing was passed around in the hands of everyone. No one could see anything wrong with it. Haha, Your Majesty, it can't be a piece of white paper, right? That county count whose so-called secret letter is just purposely mystifying. Zhang Yuanshou laughed coldly. Wang Renyu also twirled his beard and smiled. I think that county count who in the Mito provincial supervisor didn't use this piece of white paper to send messages, right? Your Majesty, please search the eunuch just now. I think that the real secret letter should be hidden on him. This piece of white paper is just a smokescreen. Pai Lupi felt that Wang Renyu's words made sense. He immediately waved his hand at the palace guards, indicating for them to search the eunuch in charge of delivering the message. The eunuch didn't dare to argue. With a long face, he was searched from head to toe by the palace guards. Even his hair wasn't spared. However, it was clear that they didn't find anything hidden. Zhang Yuanshou was still worried and said to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, why don't you give this paper to me and let me personally deliver it to the Mito provincial supervisor? Okay. Pai Lupi naturally nodded his head in agreement. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the officials, Zhang Yuanshou took the piece of white paper and walked to the right side hall. He knocked on the tightly shut door and handed the piece of white paper to Mito. The door of the hall closed and opened again very quickly. Mito walked out from the middle and walked to the front of the imperial stairs with a sad face. He knelt down in front of Li Er and said, Everyone, this servant is not a spy. When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up from the throne. Mito, what did you say? What was the content of my handwritten letter? Did Li Wang you really write a secret letter to you? Mito nodded. The secret letter that County Count who wrote to me was, There is a spy in the palace and it has been found to be Mito. Everyone, I'm not a spy. When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. What Mito said was the words that he had casually written on the paper and sent to the left side hall. But how did these words get to Mito? Chapter 666. This result was not only unexpected by Pai Lupi, but also by all the civil and military officials in the hall. Li Wangyu walked out of the side hall and took out the piece of paper that Pai Lupi had personally written. He displayed it for everyone to see, and it was exactly as Mito had said. How is this possible? Could it be that the Count of Huxian really has such supernatural abilities? Yes. This old man looked at the paper that was sent to the side hall very carefully. It was a blank piece of paper. There is no mistake about this. But it was a blank piece of paper. This old man even used light to look at it, but I did not see any trace of it. But how did Provincial Supervisor Me know the contents of Your Majesty's letter? Could it be that someone sent him a secret message? There is definitely something fishy about this. In this old man's view, someone must have done something in secret. If you say that the blank piece of paper was a secret letter, this old man would definitely not believe it. The hundreds of officials discussed among themselves, whispering into each other's ears. The originally solemn and serene Taiji Palace was now buzzing with noise. It was extremely noisy. Li Wangyu bowed once more to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, does Your Majesty believe what this subject said just now? Just as this subject said, if this subject wanted to write some secret letter to that dog fart Shelly Khan, how could it be so childish? This so-called secret letter is just too much of a humiliation to this subject's intelligence. Pai Lupi silently nodded. If this nephew of his really had a way to secretly send a message, he naturally wouldn't have so openly handed over such an important secret letter to Shelly Khan to a Hu merchant. However, Pai Lupi needed to understand whether Li Wangyu really had a way to send a secret letter through a blank piece of paper, or if he had some other trick up his sleeve. Li Wangyu, tell me, how did you send a message to me through a blank piece of paper? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, this matter is extremely simple. This subject, Before he could finish speaking, he heard someone shout, "Wait, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be announced to the public." Everyone looked over and saw that it was Li Jing, the Minister of War. Pai Lupi frowned. "Duke Wei, what do you mean?" "Your Majesty, if County Count who truly has such a method of transmitting secret messages, your subject believes that it should not be announced to the public. Such a method of transmitting secret letters should be taught to the military and used for spies to transmit information," Li Jing immediately replied. With his explanation, Li Er immediately reacted. That was indeed the case. If there was such a secret method of transmitting information, it had to be kept a secret. It couldn't be made public in the main hall so that everyone would know about it. Chang Yaojin and the other generals also nodded their heads in agreement. Li Wangyu laughed. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Duke Wei, what I used just now was just a small trick. If you really want to use it to transmit information, I have other methods." Li Jing glared. "That won't do. This matter has to be kept a secret." "That's right, that should be the case. Zio, it's enough to let us know about this matter." Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes gathered around. Pai Lupi also walked down the royal stairs. "Zio, tell us about the method of writing the secret letter." At this moment, Pai Lupi already believed that there was a problem with the secret letter. He even affectionately called Li Wangyu by his courtesy name. Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly and softly explained the method he used to transmit the secret letter. It was actually very simple. It was just the method that the monk used to trick the elders of the Li clan back in Hu County. He used alkaline water to write on a piece of paper. After drying the paper, it would disappear without a trace. However, after applying some turmeric water, the original writing would appear. Other than alkaline water, you can also use rice vinegar to write a message on a piece of white paper. After drying it, it still won't show a trace. However, if you put it over a fire, the writing will appear, Li Wangyu added. This was just common knowledge of chemistry in the future. It was just a small trick. However, in the ears of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, it was like thunder. It shocked them so much that they all looked at each other in dismay. "Kid, don't joke around. It's so simple, yet you can transmit a secret letter?" Chang Yaojin grinned with an expression of disbelief. "Haha, how could this little nephew dare to deceive you all? If Uncle Cheng doesn't believe me, you can try it yourself," Li Wangyu said with a smile. "Okay, I'll give it a try. Second brother, go to the side hall over there. I'll write a secret letter for you. Let's see if it's as magical as this kid says," Chang Yaojin shouted towards Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong nodded and cooperated with him towards the side hall. Chang Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others went straight to the side hall where Li Wangyu had been. There was alkaline water and other things prepared here. They were all prepared by Li Wangyu before. Chang Yaojin followed Li Wangyu's instructions. He dipped the brush in alkaline water and started to write on the paper. After he finished writing, he dried the paper. The paper was just like before. There was not a single trace on it. It was like a piece of white paper. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others looked at it for a long time before passing the paper to the palace guards and telling them to send it to Qin Qiong. However, at this time, Qin Qiong walked out of the side hall. He pointed at Chang Yaojin and scolded with a smile. "Chang Yaojin, it's fine if you say bad things about me, but you actually drew a face." Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Wasn't what Chang Yaojin wrote on the paper just now a joke about Qin Qiong? Moreover, Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, drew a face on the paper. Pai Lupi no longer had any doubts. He smiled and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He walked back to the throne and slapped the armrest. He shouted at the dumbfounded assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, "Wang Shizhong, tell me honestly. Where did this secret letter come from? What is the matter with the barbarian merchant?" Cold sweat dripped down Wang Shizhong's back. This secret letter to falsely accuse Li Wangyu was naturally prepared by an aristocratic family. To be more precise, it was prepared by the Zhang family of Xingyang. Yesterday, after Zhang Kongbo was beaten up by Li Wangyu, Zhang Yuanshou immediately found the heads of the aristocratic families. After some discussion, they decided on today's matter. The Zheng family of Xingyang had actually prepared the secret letter to slander Li Wangyu for colluding with the Turks for a period of time. They were waiting for the right time to throw it out and sow discord between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. After all, Li Wangyu had made the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs suffer and ruined their plans several times. This included the aristocratic family's careful planning. They spent a lot of energy to create the replacement of the crown prince with a leopard cat. It was also because of Li Wangyu's interference that their plans failed. How could the aristocratic families not be afraid of Li Wangyu? They all wanted to get rid of him quickly. According to the original plan, this secret letter would be brought to the border by someone, and then accidentally discovered it and sent to Li Heir's imperial desk in Chang'an. But yesterday, his eldest son was beaten up so miserably by Li Wangyu. This made Zhang Yuanshou, the old fox, angry and planned to use this secret letter. The person who imitated Li Wangyu's handwriting was a scholar raised by the Zhang family in Xinjiang. This person was especially good at imitating people's handwriting and had the ability to pass off the fake as the real one. The Zhang family of Xinjiang collected all kinds of Li Wangyu's handwriting in Chang'an and sent it to Xinjiang for people to imitate. It took more than a month to create such a secret letter that was almost impossible to distinguish between the real one and the fake one. In the eyes of Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu and other heads of aristocratic families, even if Li Wangyu had a lot of mouths, he would not be able to explain clearly what was going on with this secret letter. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts, he had to believe it in the face of the ironclad facts. Even if Li Wangyu would not be punished, he would at least have to suffer a little. And Pai Lupi would have a thorn in his heart. But neither Zhang Yuanshou nor Wang Renyu had expected Li Wangyu to use this method to clear himself of suspicion. In the face of Pai Lupi's criticism, Wang Shizhong opened his mouth and could only push the blame to the bad person. Your Majesty, I was probably deceived by that bad commander. I was guilty. I was careless and was deceived by that bad commander. I almost hurt County Count Hu. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe Wang Shizhong's explanation. Humph, what a good excuse of being deceived. Men, go and summon that bad marshal to the palace. Today, we want to know who instigated this matter. Who dares to frame a trusted official like County Count Hu? Pai Lupi's words made Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and Assistant Minister of Justice Wang Shizhong's faces turn even paler. Chapter 667. Pai Lupi was furious. Naturally, a palace eunuch trotted out of the hall, ready to summon the bad commander to the hall and face Pai Lupi's interrogation. No one noticed that Zhang Yuanshou's eyes inadvertently looked at a small eunuch standing in the corner of Taiji Palace. After the two of them made eye contact, Zhang Yuanshou's fingers moved silently a few times. The young eunuch nodded his head imperceptibly. Soon, his figure disappeared from the hall. Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou looked at each other again and nodded slightly. Then they stopped talking and waited calmly. Li Wangyu thought of Bai Macho at this time and said to Pai Lupi quickly, Your Majesty, that barbarian merchant did drink with me in the barbarian wine shop in the West Market yesterday, but I believe that he is not a spy of the Turks. His surname is Bai and his name is Macho. He is a member of the royal family of Chotzi country and runs a caravan between Chang'an and Chotzi all year round. Bai Macho just entered Chang'an yesterday and met me in the West Market. I thought he was interesting, so I invited him to the wine shop to drink. I thought that Bai Macho must have been tortured and forced to confess. Your Majesty, please summon him to the hall and interrogate him face to face. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Wang Shizhong, where is that barbarian merchant now? Wang Shizhong hesitated for a moment and answered honestly, Your Majesty, he should be locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Immediately send that barbarian merchant to Taiji Palace. I want to interrogate him personally. Yes. Wang Shizhong naturally did not dare to say no. He could only nod and turn around to send the order. It was already past the usual hour of the morning court, but none of the officials in Taiji Palace was in a hurry. It was rare to see such a lively day. How could these top gossipers of the Tang Dynasty be willing to miss the following exciting events? Many people had already guessed some of the inside story. They looked at Wang Shizhong, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu and the others with a playful look. If one were to say that there was nothing fishy about today's matter and that it was just the doing of some bad person or bad commander, then that would be an insult to the intelligence of the officials. Let's not talk about whether the bad guys had the guts to frame Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. The almost flawless secret letter was not something that a bad guy could come up with. Many of the officials felt that the aristocratic families were going to be in trouble today. At the very least, this assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice would definitely not be able to escape. As long as delinquent Marshal confronted His Highness, the truth would naturally come to light. Even if Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou were spared, it was hard to say what would happen to Wang Shizhong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As a level 4 big shot of Taiyuan Wang clan in the imperial court, if he were to fail like this, then Taiyuan Wang clan would really suffer a great loss. Many of the officials who came from aristocratic families also had worried looks on their faces. They clearly felt that their aristocratic families were going to suffer a great loss after today's matter. While everyone was waiting for the successor of the chamberlain, Li Jing turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "County Magistrate Hu, just now, you said that the previous method was not suitable for delivering a secret letter. Why is that? Does County Magistrate Hu have any other methods?" Li Jing brought up this matter again, attracting the attention of Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others. They all turned to look at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Your Majesty, Duke Wei, it's not certain that no one knows about the two methods just now. They aren't safe. At the very least, this subject has seen a monk use this method to cheat people in Hu County, so it's not suitable for delivering messages in the military." "There's such a thing? Then tell us, what other methods can we use to deliver a secret letter?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. The method is very simple. Why don't this subject demonstrate it to your Majesty and everyone else?" Chang Yaojin laughed loudly and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. "Wahahaha, this elder knows that you have a lot of ideas. Hurry up and give it a try. This elder wants to see if your secret letter can fool this elder's eyes." Uncle Cheng, if you can guess this kind of secret letter, this nephew is willing to give you a share of the great Zhao baseball field. Uncle Cheng, are you willing to make a bet with this nephew? Li Wangyu had just finished speaking when Chang Yaojin slapped him hard on the back of his head. "Bastard brat. You dare to trick this elder? What bet? You motherfastrous cur. Do you think this elder doesn't know that I can only lose in a bet with you? Hurry up and write the secret letter. If the result isn't good, do you believe that this elder won't beat you up?" Facing this unreasonable old man, Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of person was this? Li Wangyu called Mi Tua over and whispered a few words in his ear. Mi Tua nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. After Mi Tua went back to the side chamber, Chang Yaojin pulled Li Wangyu over. "Write in the secret letter, on the 23rd day of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city." Understood? Li Wangyu nodded. He knew that Chang Yaojin wanted to test whether his secret letter could deliver military intelligence. After returning to the side chamber, a secret letter was sent out not long after. This time, it wasn't a wordless heavenly book. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of numbers. Chang Yaojin snatched the secret letter and looked at it carefully. Li Jing, Qin Qiong, and the others also came over. "Motherfastrous cur, what kind of nonsense is this? 37, 5, 14. What do these numbers mean?" Chang Yaojin looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. He looked at Li Jing and the others in confusion. The group of high dukes shook their heads. No one understood what it meant. Pai Lupi also took the secret letter and looked at it for a long time. He also didn't have any clue. "Ziyu, are you going to use those two methods again?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head. "No, Your Majesty. The contents of the secret letter are directly written on this paper. It is the content that you see. If you don't believe me, Your Majesty doesn't need to give this letter to the provincial supervisor me. You can just read it to him through the door." "There is such a thing? I don't believe that these inexplicable numbers are the same as what I just said to you. Give me the letter. I will read it to Mi Tua." Chang Yaojin took the secret letter and walked to the side chamber. He loudly read the numbers to Mi Tua. Not long after he finished reading, Michigan Tua opened the door and walked out. He smiled at Chang Yaojin and said, "Lu Guogong, your secret letter almost gave me a fright." The contents of the secret letter said, "On the 23rd of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city." Am I right? Chang Yaojin heard this and looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Mi Tua, how did you know? Could it be that those damned numbers were really the contents of the secret letter?
Tua smiled and nodded. Hi Duke Lu, that is right. Pai Lupi reached out and called Tua to his side. He asked about the secret letter. Tua naturally told him everything he knew. He honestly told Pai Lupi how to decipher the secret letter. Pai Lupi raised his eyebrows. Is it really that simple?
Yes, everyone, that is it.
If Count Huxian doesn't explain it clearly, I won't be able to figure it out even if I crack my head.
Pai Lupi stood up.
I will try it myself. Pai Lupi followed Tua into the side chamber.
Not long after, Tua came out with a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wangyu.
Count Huxian, His Majesty has ordered you to decipher this secret letter. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. He took the secret letter and returned to the side chamber. When he reappeared, Li Wangyu first bowed to Pai Lupi.
This subject thanks His Majesty for the reward.
Haha, this secret letter is indeed very interesting. Not bad. Zio. I am very satisfied. Pai Lupi laughed.
The secret letter he had written to Li Wangyu was deciphered to say, I reward you with 1,000 taels of gold.
Chapter 668. Actually, Li Wangyu's secret letter wasn't worth a single cent if you put it bluntly. It was a set of codes that couldn't be any simpler. He and Mito had agreed to use a certain book as the code. The numbers on the paper represented the number of pages, lines, and words of the book. When deciphering the code, all they had to do was follow the order of the numbers and find the words from the book that they had agreed on. This could be said to be the most basic code, but it was also extremely secretive. If one didn't know which book the two sides agreed on, even if they knew the trick, it would be useless and they wouldn't be able to decipher the contents of the code. It was such a simple code, but in the eyes of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others, it was an incredible invention. This was very normal. In the history of Wuxia, the first set of military communication codes in the true sense only appeared hundreds of years later in the Northern Song Dynasty. Even the military codes that appeared in the Northern Song Dynasty were much simpler and cruder than Li Wangyu's code. The Northern Song Dynasty's military code had a total of 40 phrases that were commonly used in the military. Then, the 40 phrases were numbered. Then, they would agree on a 5-character poem as the key to decipher the code. When it was necessary to use the secret letter, he would write the poem. How many secret words needed to be expressed, and which character in the poem would be stamped with a seal, using that as a mark. The military codes of the Northern Song Dynasty hundreds of years later were still this crude. In comparison, the emperor and officials of the Tang Dynasty, who didn't have the concept of military codes, were shocked after seeing Li Wangyu's code. After Li Jing figured out the meaning of the numbers, he couldn't help but excitedly rub his hands.
Good, good.
Your Majesty, Count Huxian will record this as a great merit. I've been in the military for my entire life, but I've never heard of such a way of dealing with secret letters. This way, there won't be any leakage of information during a war, or any falsification by the enemy.
Good, this is really good.
Li Wangyu was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He rubbed his nose and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, according to this method, we can also make a special code book. In other words, the commonly used Chinese characters were summarized and each character was represented by a number. These numbers could be unrelated. In this way, unless someone has the same code book, no one will be able to decipher the contents of these numbers. His words made the eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others even brighter. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, knew how important it was for the military to be able to transmit information in complete secrecy. Pai Lupi was so excited that he slapped Li Wangyu's head. Zio, you bastard! If it weren't for this matter today, would you still be hiding it and not be willing to hand it over?
Cheng Yaojin also grinned and said, Your Majesty, if I had known earlier, I would have framed this kid a few times earlier. Let's see if he still dares to hide anything.
Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these two people. What the hell was this? Why did it seem like he was the one in the wrong? Hee, uncle, I just didn't think of it for a moment, Li Wangyu said with an embarrassed smile. He was just a white-collar worker in the future. How could he have thought of a code book? If he hadn't been framed by an aristocratic family and wanted to prove his innocence, he really wouldn't have thought of this method. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials, no one believed that the bullshit secret letter was written by Li Wangyu to Shelly Khan. With these various secret methods to transmit information without anyone knowing, who would be stupid enough to write a so-called secret letter? Wouldn't their brains be flooded with water?
Pai Lupi was excitedly discussing with Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the other military leaders how to use the codebook Li Wangyu had taught them today. A chamberlain came to report that the Hu merchant had been sent from the Ministry of Justice's prison to Taiji Palace. Summon him to the palace for questioning. Pai Lupi sat back on the throne. The Hu merchant caught by the hoodlums was indeed by Macho. However, he didn't walk to the palace. Instead, he was carried up by the palace guards. When Li Wangyu saw the appearance of the Chotzi merchant he had met yesterday, his eyes immediately became bloodshot. He turned his head and glared at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. By Macho's appearance could only be described with one word: miserable. It was quite miserable. He didn't know how many punishments Bai Macho had suffered since he was caught by the hoodlums last night. Li Wangyu looked at him. There was almost no intact piece of flesh on this Hu merchant's body. His body was covered with bloody wounds. Many of the wounds were like the lips of a baby. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Not only was Bai Macho covered with bloody wounds, but he had also been unconscious for a long time. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, Li Wangyu would have thought that this Chotzi merchant had been beaten to death. Pai Lupi also frowned and was very dissatisfied. Wang Shizhong, why did you beat him up like this? Wang Shizhong hurriedly stood out to shift the blame. Your Majesty, I didn't intervene in this matter. Everything was handled by the hoodlum. I only received the hoodlum's report this morning. Because I felt that this matter was very important, I went to the palace to report it to Your Majesty. I didn't have time to ask the hoodlum about the specific details. The injuries on this Hu merchant should be caused by the hoodlum's interrogation last night. I'm responsible for my negligence. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He shirked his responsibility completely and pushed all the blame to the hoodlum. At most, he didn't supervise strictly. It wasn't a big deal. Pai Lupi was naturally very dissatisfied with this answer. However, he couldn't blame the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in front of him. After all, as Wang Shizhong explained, as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, he only had the duty of supervising. Arresting and interrogating were not the duties of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As for the hoodlum who was in charge of arresting, Pai Lupi thought that he would know who ordered him to frame his nephew when he was brought to the main hall later. Pai Lupi didn't believe that an insignificant hoodlum would dare to lie in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu's face was anxious. Your Majesty, Bai Macho is now seriously injured. Please summon Lu Fangyu of the Xianxia Bureau to treat him first. With Bai Macho's current condition, I can't ask him anything. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. He signaled the chamberlain to lift the Hu merchant again and send him to the Xianxia Bureau to be treated by Lu Shenwei. After he woke up, he could ask him again. Looking at Bai Macho being carried away by the chamberlain, Li Wangyu gritted his teeth. Based on his judgment, Lao Bai was purely implicated by him. If he didn't beat up Zhang Kongbua yesterday, the aristocratic families wouldn't be so ruthless as to take revenge on him. They directly captured Bai Macho and forced him to confess, accusing him of being a Turkic spy. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be worthy of being a transmigrator. Li Wangyu was already secretly planning how he should take revenge on these aristocratic families. Originally, he thought that the aristocratic families were just like flies. They were annoying but couldn't hurt him. However, today's incident made Li Wangyu realize that the aristocratic families were not only annoying flies, but also vicious dogs that would bite people. Even if a person didn't want to hurt a tiger, the tiger wanted to hurt a person. Although Li Wangyu was just a harmless white-collar worker in his previous life, if he was forced into a corner, he also had the power to fight back. Just as he was thinking about how to take revenge, he saw another chamberlain rushing into the main hall. He whispered a few words into Mi Tuo's ear. When Mi Tuo heard this, his expression changed drastically. Pai Lupi naturally saw it too. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Mi Tuo, what happened? Mi Tuo hesitated for a moment and knelt down to answer. Just now, the chamberlain who went to Chang'an City to inform the hoodlum couldn't find him. Then, he went to his house to deliver the order. But when the chamberlain rushed there, the hoodlum's house was already on fire. Chapter 669. Mi Tuo paused and continued. Everyone, the Wu Marquis of the Vice-Marshal's inner square found 13 corpses in his mansion after putting out the fire. After a rough identification, we can confirm that the Vice-Marshal and his 7 or 8 subordinates were all killed. The rest of the corpses belong to the Vice-Marshal's family. Right now, the Chong and County bailiffs, the Ministry of Justice, and the 100 Cavalry Department have all rushed over and are investigating the murder scene. Mi Tuo's words made Pai Lupi's face turn ugly. Of course he understood what this meant. Not only did Pai Lupi understand, but all the officials including Li Wangyu also understood. Killing to silence. Li Wangyu could not help but look at Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. What a ruthless method. As soon as they saw that things were not going well, they immediately cut off all possible connections with them. As expected, the aristocratic families were quite vicious. But the key point was that it was almost noon. It had not even been 2 hours since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon the vice-marshal. In such a short time, not only did the aristocratic families spread the news from the Taiji Palace, they were also able to kill people in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. These aristocratic families were like icebergs hidden under the surface of the sea. It was unknown how terrifying and huge they were. Li Er, who was sitting on the throne, also thought of this point. That was why his expression became so ugly. Pai Lupi did not care about the death of the vice-marshal and the vice-marshal. What he cared about was the power hidden in the dark by the aristocratic families. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi would never allow such a thing to happen under his watch. After the vice-marshal was killed, today's matter could only come to an end. Even if everyone in the palace knew the whole story, there was no evidence. Pai Lupi could not even arrest the vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. This made the emperor of the Tang Dynasty very angry. As for digging out the mastermind, Pai Lupi did not have any hope at all. Since the aristocratic families dared to kill people, they would definitely clean up the mess. Even in the Taiji Palace, when Prince Li Ji had been replaced, the 100 Cavalry Department had not found any clues that pointed to the aristocratic families, let alone silencing an insignificant and unremarkable vice-marshal. Pai Lupi's face was livid. He snorted coldly. Today's matter ends here. The vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, was negligent in supervision. Li Daozong, Chui, the Ministry of Justice and Chong and County. I want an explanation for this matter. Li Daozong and Chong and County's Chui, but they could only to receive the order. Even Chui knew that tracking down the culprit was a hot potato. Court is dismissed. After Li Er finished speaking, he ignored the courtier's greetings and turned to leave. Wang Li. Hun. Wang, he Li, he's, he. County Count Hu, His Majesty summons you to the Yin and Yang Palace. Inside the Yin and Yang Palace, not only Li Wangyu, but also Pai Lupi's trusted aides, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, were summoned. Pai Lupi fiercely pulled out his sword and slashed the table in front of him in half. Tian Shilang dared to bully His Majesty. I hate that I cannot immediately order people to behead those old dogs with my sword. Li Wangyu and the other big shots exchanged glances. Naturally, they all knew who the old dog Li Er was talking about was. They also understood where Li Er's anger came from. Uncle, calm down. It's not worth it to hurt your body because of these people. Although Li Wangyu also hated the aristocratic families, he could only comfort the furious Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi slashed a good table into pieces and vented his anger. He then ordered me to let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate. I don't believe that so many people were killed in broad daylight without any clues. Also, investigate how the news got out in the Yin and Yang Palace. Yes, His Majesty. Mi Tua didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head and left the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wangyu also felt that the Ministry of Justice, Chong and County, and the 100 Cavalry Department would investigate together. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. After all, the aristocratic families had planned to frame him. They definitely didn't expect to be turned around. If they ordered people to kill the delinquent and the delinquent commander in a hurry, they would definitely be exposed. Now, it was up to the aristocratic families to see if this fire could spread to them. However, even if the aristocratic families hid it well, it didn't matter. Li Wangyu now had a plan in mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss. This time, he was really angry. He was ready to take the initiative to attack and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. General Fang, General Du, Wuji, what do you think? The aristocratic families are so unscrupulous. Is there any way to stop them? Pai Lupi slightly suppressed his anger. He put his sword back into the scabbard and asked his confidants. Feng Xianling and the others were also very angry about this. However, the aristocratic families were now very powerful. It was not easy to stop them. Your Majesty, the aristocratic families can only be dealt with slowly. The foundation of the aristocratic families lies in the scholarly circles. Now in the Tang Dynasty, the engraving printing technology developed by Zio has greatly reduced the price of books. There will be more and more scholars in the world. It will not be so easy for the aristocratic families to continue to control the scholarly circles. In addition, the imperial examinations will select talents for your Majesty. The decline of the aristocratic families is inevitable. However, this will take time. Your Majesty, you don't need to be too anxious. Now the aristocratic families can't make waves. They are just struggling at death's door. Feng Xianling comforted. Feng Xianling was also telling the truth. Li Wangyu knew that in history, the aristocratic families had been getting weaker and weaker since they entered the Tang Dynasty. However, they did not disappear. It was not until the chaos at the end of the Tang Dynasty that the aristocratic families and the Tang Dynasty disappeared in the long river of history. Pai Lupi was naturally aware of this, but he was still dissatisfied. Humph. Now the imperial examinations are popular. In the long run, the imperial examination candidates only know about the emperor and don't know about the court. It will be a big disaster. I want to continue to improve the imperial examinations, but I don't know where to start. Do you have any good suggestions? Pai Lupi was very proud of the imperial examination system of the Tang Dynasty. He even said that, all the heroes in the world are in my hands. However, as time went by, Pai Lupi was surprised to find that the aristocratic families benefited from the imperial examinations. After all, the aristocratic families had an incomparable influence among the scholars and the common people. Even the descendants of Pai Lupi wanted to marry the daughters of the 5 surnames, let alone the nobles and common people. Submitting and recommending the imperial examinations to the aristocratic families was popular for a time. The phenomenon of taking the back door and relying on power to enter the imperial examinations was popular in the Tang Dynasty. This naturally caused Pai Lupi to be very dissatisfied, but he did not know how to change it. In fact, even so, the imperial examination system was quite harmful to the interests of the aristocratic families. The imperial examination system of the Tang Dynasty made a great contribution to breaking the monopoly of the aristocratic families on official career, selecting talents, clarifying politics, easing social contradictions, and so on. The imperial examination system played a crucial role in the extinction of the aristocratic families at the end of the Tang Dynasty. There were 2 opinions about the origin of the imperial examination system. One was that it began in the Sui Dynasty, and the other was that it began in the Tang Dynasty. But in any case, the imperial examination system was really formed in the Tang Dynasty. Until the 31st year of the Qing Dynasty, when the last imperial examination was held, the imperial examination system was the longest continuous method of selecting talents in the world. However, the imperial examination system of the Tang Dynasty was indeed much rougher than that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the imperial examination system was good, the officials in charge of the examination were mostly selfish and many of them practiced favoritism. Therefore, Pai Lupi sighed. How could Feng Xianling and the others not know about Pai Lupi's problem? However, they had no good ideas to improve the imperial examination system. Naturally, they were speechless. Li Wangyu's eyes lit up and he said, "Uncle, what's the problem?" Chapter 670. Uncle, what's so difficult about this? I have a few ideas that can prevent the aristocratic families from interfering with the spring imperial examination. Li Wangyu's words naturally made Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling's spirits rise. Everyone knew that Li Wangyu was intelligent. Since he said he had a way, they naturally had to listen carefully. Ziyu, what good idea do you have? Let's hear it. Li Wangyu smiled and said, You only need to paste the names and transcribe the exam papers so that the judges won't know who wrote a certain paper. Then, there's no need to worry about the aristocratic families interfering. Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling were stunned when they heard his words. After thinking about it, they immediately became happy. Wonderful! Your Majesty, Ziyu's idea is very good. Why didn't I think of it before? Paste the names and transcribe the exam papers. Naturally, the judges and the examinees can be separated. Even if the examinees submit their papers to the aristocratic families, it won't help. Feng Xianling pondered over Li Wangyou's words and immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Du Ruhui also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Ziyu's idea is very good. It won't take much effort. After the spring imperial examination, paste all the examinees' papers and then have the scribes transcribe them. In this way, the judges won't be able to know who the examinees are from handwriting, markings, and so on. Even if the aristocratic families want to interfere, they won't be able to do so. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyou's meaning. He excitedly stood up and paced in the hall. Good, this idea is feasible. There's still a month before this year's spring imperial examination. Master Feng, Master Du, I'll have to trouble you two to perfect Ziyu's idea. This year's spring imperial examination will be done accordingly. Yes. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Pai Lupi turned his head and looked at Li Wangyou. Ziyu, I really want to see how many good things you're hiding in your stomach. Haha, what other suggestions do you have for the spring imperial examination? Don't hide it anymore. Tell me everything. Li Wangyou was a little embarrassed and touched his nose out of habit. Actually, Li Wangyou was just copying someone else's idea. This fake name was actually made by Empress Wu Zetian. In Li Wangyou's opinion, although the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty still had many shortcomings, it was still much better than the Ming and Qing dynasties. The most important thing was the content of the exam. The imperial examinations of the Ming and Qing dynasties mainly focused on the eight-legged essay. Later on, it could be said that the content was empty. It focused on the form and became a word game. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were many people who objected to this. On the other hand, in the Tang dynasty, although the imperial examination system was not perfect, the content of the examination was quite rich. Every year in the spring imperial examinations, there were more than 50 subjects for the Xiaocai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming Calligraphy, Ming Calculation, etc. Those who passed these subjects would be given official positions. Of course, most of them were low-level positions. It could be said that the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was more like the civil service examination of the later generations. Broad and open, begging others for help, and selecting talents. However, in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was artificially altered and changed completely. However, the rigor of the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties was worthy of Li Wangyou bringing it to the Tang dynasty. The combination of the two was not bad. Li Wangyou recalled what he knew about the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties. He picked out the useful content and explained it to Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other big shots. He was getting more and more thick-skinned now. He did not feel guilty at all for copying these. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others applauded and cheered. Li Wangyou was slightly embarrassed. After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Pai Lupi could not help but look at him. Ziyu, you are now 17 years old. Why don't you become an official? Why don't you be in charge of this year's imperial examination? When Li Wangyou heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Had he gone overboard in showing off? Why did he suddenly mention the matter of becoming an official? As a loser who was determined to live a carefree life, Li Wangyou was quite satisfied with his current life. He did not want to become an official even if he was beaten to death. He had a noble title and was extremely wealthy. Who would want to be an official? What's more, he was 17 years old this year. If he really was in charge of the imperial examination, he did not know how much criticism he would cause. For a lazy person like Li Wangyou, how could he jump into such a fire pit? He quickly used the all-purpose excuse to brush off Pai Lupi. Uncle, I am still in mourning. The matter of becoming an official can be delayed for another 2 years. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. You lazy boy, what mourning? I think it's just an excuse. Well, in that case, I'll see what you say next year. Pai Lupi also knew that although Li Wangyou's words were an excuse, it was a very good excuse. Even if he was the emperor, he could not stop his nephew from mourning for his father. Li Wangyou smiled bitterly. This matter was really troublesome. Sigh. Being too outstanding was also a shortcoming. At this time, Mi Tuo walked in from outside the hall. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Everyone, this servant has found out that it was one of the eunuchs on duty in Taiji Palace who spread the news outside the palace. That eunuchs knew that he had committed a grave sin. When he was found out, He ran into the wall and killed himself. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Humph, the claws of these aristocratic families are really long. Me too. Clean up all the palace maids and eunuchs. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Yes. Me too accepted the order. Li Wangyu knew that with Pai Lupi's order, no one knew how many people would die in Taiji Palace in Noda. But he could not stop it. There was an irreconcilable contradiction between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. In fact, strictly speaking, it was not a bad thing for the aristocratic families to restrict the emperor. After all, as a modern person, he knew this truth. Absolute power was equal to absolute corruption. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, there was some mutual restraint between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. Even the emperor could not act wantonly. But Li Wangyu was now one of the members of the imperial family. It was said that the position determined the head. That was the truth. What's more, the aristocratic families had done all kinds of dirty things with him again and again. Today, they even slandered him as a traitor who colluded with the Turks. In this case, Li Wangyu did not care about the aristocratic families or the imperial power. In short, in the eyes of the cynical man, those who offended him should be beaten to death. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi and a group of big shots for a long time. Then he left and prepared to go to the Xianxia bureau to see Bai Mohu's injury. Speaking of which, this time Bai Mohu was implicated by Li Wangyu. For this, Li Wangyu naturally felt very guilty. Everything was going well, but just because he had a drink with her yesterday, he was captured by the bad people of the aristocratic family. He was even tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. He was truly wrong to the extreme. Li Wangyu naturally wanted to visit Bai Mohu. He asked Lu Xinwei to try his best to save this businessman from cheesy country. Otherwise, if something bad happened to Bai Mohu, Li Wangyu would feel uneasy. When he arrived at the Xiangyao bureau, Li Wangyu found Lu Xinwei and asked him about Bai Mohu's injury. However, Lu Xinwei's words almost caused Li Wangyu to go berserk once again. Chapter 671. When Bai Mohu slowly woke up, he did not expect that he could still survive. When he was being tortured by those vicious and evil people, he knew that he would not be able to survive. He never expected that he would suffer such a disaster when he came to Chang'an this time. Those villains broke the door of the hostel in the middle of the night and put him in jail. Bai Mohu thought there must be some misunderstanding, so he kept complaining that he was wronged. But he did not expect that those villains would punish him severely without saying anything. Only when that baddie commander opened his mouth did he realize that these baddies weren't here for him, but to scheme against that very interesting young count they had met by chance during the day. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He knew the Tang dynasty very well. Compared with that earl, those villains, even the bad commander, were just as useless as mud. How dare they do that? The Tang dynasty recruited those who had done evil deeds to be low-ranking officers for investigation and arrest. They were called villains. Those villains did not even have a rank. How dare they frame a earl? Obviously, there was someone behind the scenes. And he, a Chotzi merchant, was just a bait. If he did as the bad commander asked and accused him, he was afraid that no matter whether those people behind the scenes could succeed or not, he would not survive. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu naturally gritted his teeth and refused to admit his guilt, let alone accuse Li Wangyu. But Bai Mohu was a member of the royal family of Chotzi. He had earned a lot of money by doing business for many years. Although he had to travel a long distance every year, he could be considered as a rich family. Being tortured by those villains, of course, he could not bear it. Since he could not bear the torture of those villains, Bai Mohu only wanted to be spared from torture and die. Bai Mohu, who was on the verge of death, followed those bad people's instructions and gave some random instructions, then signed and stamped his name. But even so, those villains did not intend to let him go. They beat him until he fainted. When he woke up again and struggled to open his eyes, he saw Li Wangyu's worried face. At this moment, Bai Mohu almost burst into tears. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only a hissing sound came out of his throat. Li Wangyu saw that Bai Mohu had woken up and was struggling to speak. He quickly stopped him. Lao Bai, don't talk. Have a good rest. This is the Xiangyao Bureau. The saint already knew that you were wrongly accused and specially ordered the Xiangyao Bureau to treat you. If you have anything to say it after you've recovered. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Bai Mohu slowly nodded as he looked at Li Wangyu with gratitude. He knew that it must have been this young count who had saved him. Otherwise, he would have already died in the prison. It was all thanks to the count that he was able to escape from prison, and even be sent to the Xianxia bureau for treatment. Looking at Bai Mohu's grateful eyes, Li Wangyu felt a little sad. Now that this Hu merchant had been implicated by him, he had no idea if he could recover. After Li Wangyu arrived at the Xianxia bureau, Lu Shenwei's words immediately made his eyes turn red. Zio, this Hu merchant's injuries are a small matter. Although he has a few broken ribs, it's not a big deal. He will recover after a few months of rest. However, those unscrupulous people actually fed this Hu merchant medicine and burned his throat, making him mute. Lu Shenwei shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu was furious. He immediately understood why those unscrupulous people wanted to poison Bai Mohu. Naturally, they were afraid that he would retract his confession and cry out his injustice. If they poisoned him until he could not speak, naturally, he would not be able to cry out even if he was wronged. Aristocratic families. What a vicious method. Brother Shenwei, can this Hu merchant's throat be cured? Will he be able to speak in the future? Lu Shenwei shook his head. The probability is not high. My medical skills are not good, so I can't do anything. I can only see if the teacher has a good plan. Li Wangyu said, then I will ask old immortal son to treat this Hu merchant. This person was also implicated by me. If I don't treat him, my conscience will not be at ease. Please, Brother Shenwei, you must treat him. I will do my best. Don't worry, Zio. After arranging Bai Mohu's matter, Li Wangyu returned to Kaihua workshop and found his beautiful superior. After telling her everything that happened today, she was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Those aristocratic families. How dare they? Is there no law in this Tang dynasty? Wangyu, what did Li Shimin say about this? Li Wangyu shook his head. What can Li Shimin do? He can only let me Tua and the Ministry of Justice investigate. Those old bastards are also vicious. They directly ordered people to kill the bad commander. Who knows if they can find any useful clues? It is not realistic to want to overthrow those aristocratic families because of this. At most, they will throw out a few scapegoats. Are we just going to let it go? How can they do this? The beautiful superior had never encountered such a situation in the future. Although she was a business elite, she did not know what to do. Li Wangyu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let it go? Isn't that letting them off easy? Chongqing, I've thought of an idea. Can you give me some advice? Although there were only him and his beautiful superior in the room, Li Wangyu still subconsciously lowered his voice and told his beautiful superior his idea. The beautiful superior's beautiful eyes flashed and she also lowered her voice. The two of them whispered in the room. After a long time, Li Wangyu stretched and said, Hee, I don't believe that those aristocratic families won't jump into the fire pit. This time, we must cut off a layer of their skin. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. It is a good idea, but who do you want to send to do it? Li Wangyu was also stunned. Yes, he and his beautiful superior had been planning for a long time. Who was going to execute it? It seemed that he did not have such a talent under his command. The Niu brothers and the group of troops were good at fighting and killing, but this kind of thing was really impossible. That fatty Cho Kuan could actually do it, but everyone knew his relationship with him. He could not fool the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. He had planned for a long time, but he did not know how to execute it. Wasn't this funny? The beautiful superior sighed and said, Forget it. This matter is not urgent. Let's plan slowly. If you really can't swallow this, then go and discuss it with Li Shimin. I think there should be someone useful among his subordinates. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and could only nod helplessly. Sure enough, whether it was in the Tang Dynasty or the 21st century, talents were extremely scarce and precious. Li Wangyu did not think about revenge for the aristocratic families for the time being. He ran back to Dingzhou village and had a few comfortable days. No one expected that something would happen in Chang'an City, and it involved Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 672. Li Wangyu went back to Dingzhou village to live a carefree life. He didn't even go to the third game of the Royal Batting League. After all, It was too inconvenient for him to live in the small house of Kaihua Square. He had to sneak around like a thief if he wanted to be intimate with his beautiful boss. How could it compare to his carefree life in the manor of Dingzhou village? However, his comfortable life didn't last long before it was interrupted by Cho Kuan, who rushed over from Chang'an City, panting. Lang Jun, hurry. Hurry back to Chang'an City. Something is going to happen. It was still winter, but the fatty was sweating all over from running. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly shouted as soon as he saw Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu asked curiously, Cho Kuan, what happened that made you so anxious? Tell me slowly. The fatty grabbed the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He took a breath and said, the batting field was surrounded by thousands of people. It was very scary. I didn't dare to show up, so I quickly rode a horse to find you. Li Wangyu was also very surprised to hear that the batting field was surrounded by people. Why are they attacking the basketball court all of a sudden? What happened? Did those people cause trouble because they lost the lottery? This was the only reason Li Wangyu could think of. The fatty shook his head. Wrong. It's those people who won the lottery who surrounded the baseball field. Li Wangyu became more and more puzzled. What was going on? Why did they cause trouble when they won the money? The fatty Cho Kuan didn't dare to keep him in suspense. He immediately told the story, but Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell was going on? The story started from 3 days ago, the third round of the Royal Batting League. Pai Lupi, under the alias of Li Tianshou, published comments and predictions on the newspaper. After the results of the second round came out, many spectators regretted that they didn't listen to the analysis of Li Tianshou and lost copper coins for nothing. Therefore, on the third day of the competition, most of the audience bought lottery tickets according to Pai Lupi's analysis, intending to try their luck. It was unknown whether it was Pai Lupi's luck or his analysis, but the results of the 5 matches on the third day were exactly the same as what he had analyzed in the news. He had even predicted 2 draws accurately. Countless people tried to buy lottery tickets according to Li Tianshou's analysis, but they all regretted it. Why didn't they buy more? They had missed a good opportunity to make a fortune. As for those who didn't believe Li Tianshou's analysis and bought the lottery ticket, they were even more upset. Others had already placed the opportunity to win money in front of him, but he actually turned a blind eye to it. It was really annoying. As for the foppish playboys, they were beaten up as expected. For a time, they were cursed by many Chang'an citizens. It was an unexpected disaster. In short, the ball news and Li Tianshou became popular. Those who had bought the lottery immediately put the name Li Tianshou on the altar. To be able to analyze the strength of 10 teams so thoroughly, it was simply amazing. Therefore, on the day that the new issue of the ball news went on the market, countless citizens rushed to the streets as soon as the doors opened, waiting for the public carriages that sold the ball news. Driver, give me a copy of the ball news. I want one too. Don't fight, give me one. Tian Shilang, can you read? Why are you fighting? Driver, give me a copy of the ball news. The ball news on the hundreds of public carriages had just entered Chang'an City, and in less than an hour, they were all snatched up by everyone. Even if most people were illiterate, it didn't stop them from snatching a copy of the ball news, as if they could win money by doing so. The reason why they were scrambling for the ball news was naturally to see Li Tianshou's commentary and analysis. Just like in the future, when the stock market had just started, countless shareholders had the same blind faith in the stock analysts on TV. And Li Tianshou had the results of 2 consecutive matches as proof, so naturally, everyone had to believe in him. Many people were already rubbing their hands and preparing for the next match. They might have to invest a lot of money to buy lottery tickets according to Li Tianshou's analysis. The ball news was priced at 1 coin, which was extremely cheap. Li Wangyu was naturally losing money by selling the ball news at this price. However, his purpose was not to make a profit with the ball news, but to attract more spectators to the stadium to watch the match through the ball news. At such a low price, it was naturally only a thin piece of paper. It mainly recorded the names of the 5 teams in the next match, as well as a few articles of analysis and prediction. The scholar who had snatched the ball news couldn't wait to unfold the paper and read it carefully. What he did was spoiled. Why was there no article by Li Tianshou on the ball news today? The scholar thought that he had missed something, so he carefully read the articles on the ball news from beginning to end. However, he still couldn't find the article by Li Tianshou, that he was looking for. After reading it a few more times, the scholar finally confirmed that there was indeed no article by Li Tianshou in the Ball News today. He couldn't help but curse. Why is there no commentary by Li Tianshou in this Ball News? There was a group of people around him, eagerly waiting for the scholar to read Li Tianshou's article to them. When they heard him shout, they were all dumbfounded. What? There was no article by Li Tianshou? How could this be? Without Li Tianshou's article, how could they buy lottery tickets? Countless people were still counting on Li Tianshou's commentary to make a small fortune. How could he not have it? It wasn't easy for Chang'an to have such an interesting event like the baseball league. Everyone was talking about these matches in their free time. However, they didn't know much about the 22 Imperial Army batting teams. Naturally, they needed a god like Li Tianshou to guide them. The Tangs loved to gamble. This baseball lottery was an interesting gambling event. Although it had only been 3 days, there were already a large number of fans buying lottery tickets. In the hearts of these people, Li Tianshou's name was now shining brightly. Countless people were staring at his article. However, it was gone just like that. How could they endure this? Lang Jun, did you see it clearly? Is there really no article by Li Tianshou? Why is that? Why does the Ball News dare not publish Mr. Li's article? There must be something fishy about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? It must be that Mr. Li's prediction was so accurate that the Ball News didn't dare to publish it. Everyone, think about it. In the second round, Mr. Li predicted 4 matches correctly. In the third round, he predicted all 5 matches correctly. It must be that the Dazhao batting field was afraid of Mr. Li's article. Otherwise, everyone would buy lottery tickets with Mr. Li. The batting field would definitely lose money. Someone analyzed. Everyone nodded. That's right. It must be so. The Ball News is so despicable. They actually used such a despicable method. Suddenly, someone raised his arm and shouted, "No, I'll go to the Dazhao batting field and ask for an explanation. I want to see Li Tianshou's article. Let's go together. Let the Dazhao batting field give us an explanation." Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in Chang'an. The people who had read the latest issue of the Ball News were all furious. They made a fuss and rushed to the Dazhao batting field to ask for an explanation. Chapter 673. Leaving aside how speechless Li Wangyu was after he figured out the whole story, Chang'an County Magistrate Cui Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat after he received the report from the bailiff. Under the feet of the emperor, the world was clear and bright. Thousands of commoners had gathered to cause trouble at the baseball field. Cui Zhuo couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered all the bailiffs to maintain order in the baseball field. Then he hurriedly mounted his horse and rushed to the imperial city to report to Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui. With so many people gathered, what if a fight broke out? Wouldn't it be a big problem? Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui were dumbfounded after receiving Cui Zhuo's report. It was ridiculous that such a thing could happen just because of a small piece of news. Naturally, these 2 big shots were also baseball enthusiasts. They were also very fond of the Royal Baseball League. Thus, the 2 of them were also readers of that newspaper. The 2 big shots were naturally aware of the article signed by Li Tianshou in the newspaper, and they admired this person's commentary and analysis. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui guessed who this Li Tianshou was. To be able to know so much about the 22 Imperial Army baseball teams, he should be an official. However, no one had heard of Li Tianshou. He was very mysterious. Feng Xianling even asked his son, Feng Yai, but he didn't get an answer. This was natural. The playboys had been warned by Pai Lupi and didn't dare to reveal his identity. Of course, Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't think that the mysterious Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi himself. Feng Xianling thought for a while and said to Du Ruhui, "Old Du, let's go see His Majesty. I'm afraid we have to send the Jianghu guards." Thousands of people gathered. We can't be careless. Of course. Let's go to the palace. Du Ruhui nodded. To mobilize the Imperial Army, they needed Pai Lupi's order. The 2 didn't dare to delay and hurried to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was currently in the administrative hall, listening to Mi Tuo's report. Replying to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has been investigating the matter of the vice commander being silenced for several days. That day, there was a department head from the Ministry of Justice who went to the delinquent commander's mansion before the incident. After the incident, The head of the Bai division had disappeared without a trace. As for the vice-marshal's residence, the 100 Horsemen division found traces of climbing on the courtyard walls. Mito looked at Pai Lupi carefully and continued, according to the analysis of the 100 Horsemen division, it should be that head officer Bai, after entering his mansion, gathered the bad guys. Afterwards, the assassins sneaked into the mansion through the courtyard walls, and under the cover of the division head, they ambushed and killed the vice-commander and his subordinates, and then killed all the women and children in the mansion. After that, they poured kerosene and set the scene on fire. Pai Lupi frowned and interrupted. I don't want to hear this. Mito, tell me, what useful clues have you found? Mitua crawled on the floor, not daring to raise his head. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen division is still investigating the whereabouts of division leader Bai. As for those assassins, we have yet to find any clues. Pai Lupi slammed the table. What is the 100 Horsemen division doing? After so many days, we still haven't found any clues. Could it be that those aristocratic families acted in a hurry and cleaned up the mess so cleanly? Mito didn't dare to reply and could only silently endure Pai Lupi's anger. Just as Pai Lupi was getting angry, he heard a servant report that Prime Minister Feng and Prime Minister Du had requested an audience. Prime Minister Feng, Prime Minister Du, is there something wrong? Your Majesty, there are thousands of citizens in Chang, and who have surrounded the Dazhao baseball field. The citizens are agitated and we are afraid of causing trouble. Therefore, we request Your Majesty to send out the left and right golden guards to prevent any accidents. Pai Lupi frowned again. Why would the citizens be agitated and surround the Dazhao baseball field? Thousands of citizens was indeed not a small matter. If someone fanned the flames and caused a civil unrest, it would be difficult to deal with. Prime Minister Feng, Prime Minister Du, why are the citizens surrounding the baseball field? Feng Xianling said, Your Majesty, it is because today's newspaper did not publish an article by a person named Li Tianshou. The citizens think that the baseball field did it on purpose, so they were agitated and went to surround the baseball field, demanding an explanation from the baseball field. Du Ruhui also stroked his beard and sighed. Your Majesty, we still don't know who this Li Tianshou is, but Zio must know. Why don't we summon Zio and ask if we can print another issue of the newspaper to publish this person's article? Otherwise, if the citizens of Chang'an are angry, it will be difficult to deal with. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he received the report from the two prime ministers. F***CK. Just because the newspaper didn't publish his article, thousands of citizens in Chang'an are causing trouble? For a moment, Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why this issue of the newspaper didn't publish Pai Lupi's article was, of course, not because Li Wangyu or Cho Kuan dared not to publish it, but because Pai Lupi didn't write it at all. After the aristocratic family framed Li Wangyu a few days ago, Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and was too lazy to write any commentary. Pai Lupi didn't write, so Li Wangyu didn't dare to ask or urge him. He could only find someone else to write an article and publish it. But he didn't expect that it would cause such a problem. Your Majesty, we should dispatch the left and right golden guards first, lest something unexpected happens. Also, we should find Zio and ask him who this Li Tianshou is. Feng Xianling said again. Pai Lupi also knew that the matter was urgent, so he immediately ordered Mitua to dispatch the left and right golden guards to the Dazhao baseball stadium to maintain order and prevent the citizens from causing trouble. After Mitua left, Pai Lupi smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to explain to Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui that he was Li Tianshou, a chamberlain came to report that Imperial Censor Wei was asking for an audience. Your Majesty, the citizens are surrounding the Dazhao baseball stadium. We can't underestimate them. Your Majesty, please immediately summon the county count to the court and reprimand them. Also, that Li Tianshou should be thoroughly investigated to find out who he is and why he's bewitching people. It's really abominable. Wei Zhang, the sheep-nosed official, spat at Pai Lupi as soon as he entered the legislative hall. Pai Lupi heard this and immediately stopped his plan to confess that he was Li Tianshou. This sheep-nosed official was stubborn and stubborn. If he knew that he was Li Tianshou, he would probably nag him for a long time. After all, Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang. Abandoning Nanshan and Taizonghua Yao, these two matters showed Li Er's complex feelings of respect and fear towards this goat-nosed duke. Eunuch Wei is right. We should teach that bastard Zio a lesson. If nothing happened today, it would be fine. But if there were any accidents, I would definitely imprison him. Pai Lupi immediately replied righteously and unhesitatingly pushed the blame to Li Wangyu. Your Majesty, that Li Tianshou must also be investigated to find out who he is and whether there are any hidden secrets that can't be revealed. Why is he so bewitching? Wei Zhang didn't forget about the culprit who had caused today's incident. Pai Lupi also had the same habit as Li Wangyu. He smiled and rubbed his nose. It should be so, it should be so. At this moment, Li Wangyu, who was galloping towards Chang'an City on horseback, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Achoo! Damn it, who's talking bad about me behind my back? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and mumbled. Naturally, he didn't know that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Chapter 674. After Li Wangyu rode his horse to Chang'an City, he saw the thousands of agitated citizens outside the great Zhao batting field. He frowned and went straight to Taiji Palace. In any case, there were already bailiffs from Chang'an City as well as the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards maintaining order outside the batting field. Whoever started the trouble should end it. The damned Pai Lupi naturally had to solve the problem he created himself. Li Wangyu anxiously rushed to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhang, and the others had not yet left. They were still discussing whether or not to forcibly disperse the citizens. Pai Lupi was naturally unwilling. No matter what, the citizens gathered outside the great Zhao batting field were also Pai Lupi's fans. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel proud that so many citizens were causing trouble because they liked his article. However, he couldn't tell everyone about it. This made him feel uncomfortable. It was like a child who scored 100 points on an exam but couldn't show off. This was inhumane. After Li Wangyu entered the hall, before he could even open his mouth to speak, Wei Zhang, the goat-nosed duke, jumped in front of him and started spitting saliva everywhere. County count who, look at what you've done. Right now, thousands of citizens are gathered in front of your batting field and demanding an explanation. Tell me, what should we do? Also, who exactly is that Li Tianshou? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu was stunned. He unconsciously looked at Pai Lupi. Naturally, he was asking, what's the meaning of this? Pai Lupi sat behind the imperial desk. While no one was paying attention to him, he desperately signaled Li Wangyu with his eyes. Naturally, he was telling him to keep this a secret. Uncle, this isn't very kind of you. Shut up and keep this a secret. You can't let this leak out. Pai Lupi looked at Wei Zhang again. Li Wangyu immediately understood. This guy was afraid of being scolded by Wei Zhang. Damn it, looks like I'll have to take the blame for this. Li Wangyu was speechless. He helplessly cupped his hands towards Wei Zhang and said, Greetings, Duke Wei. I also heard about this matter, so I rushed back to Chang'an from Hu County. The commoners are causing trouble. Actually, it's not really considered trouble. It's just a momentary dissatisfaction. It's not a big deal. Bullshit. Thousands of people have gathered in Chang'an City, right under the emperor's feet. How dare you say it's not a big deal? Wei Zhang's spittle almost sprayed onto Li Wangyu's face. Facing this, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose in embarrassment and remain silent. What could he say? That this was all caused by the unreliable Pai Lupi? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people for being too addicted to gambling. F***ck, the Tang people really are a bunch of gamblers. Li Wangyu thought angrily, but he had completely forgotten who started the lottery to make money and attract the people to bet. Wei Zhang continued to ask, let me ask you, who is this Li Tianshou? What is his motive? To incite the commoners to cause trouble like this? It's really abominable. Li Wangyu was speechless. How the hell was he supposed to answer this question? This Li Tianshou, right? Yes, who is this Li Tianshou? Duke Wei, hee, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't know either. This Li Tianshou's article was sent to my residence anonymously by someone. I saw that this person's article was well written, so I didn't think too much about it and had it published in the newspaper. Yes, I didn't think this through. Please forgive me, Duke Wei. Li Wangyu held back for a long time before finally coming up with an excuse that wasn't really a reason. Of course, Wei Zhang could tell that he was being perfunctory. He was so angry that he wanted to blow his beard and glare at him. Pai Lupi could only cough dryly and help Li Wangyu to smooth things over. All right,
Duke Wei, don't worry about this Li Tianshou. This person doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wrote 2 articles. It's not a big deal. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that this person is bewitching people's hearts. Let's talk about how to deal with today's matter. Feng Xianling seemed to have seen something from Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi's expressions.
He also laughed and said, Your Majesty, I think it's better to let the imperial guards and yamen runners drive the commoners away to prevent more trouble.
Li Wangyu naturally didn't agree. No matter what, the commoners who gathered outside the baseball field were his customers. If the imperial guards and yamen runners drove them away, they would be resentful and not come to watch the game in the future. He would be the one who suffered a loss. He quickly shook his head. No, the commoners didn't do anything bad. It's unreasonable to drive them away forcefully. How about this? Uncle, please call the 2 baseball teams to the baseball field and play a game. I'll let people open the baseball field and let the commoners watch it for free. After watching the game, the commoners' anger will naturally dissipate. What do you think? Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui pondered for a while and nodded. Zio's idea is good. Your Majesty, let's do it this way. Pai Lupi naturally nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for people to do as they were told. Not many hours later, the county magistrate of Chang'an County, Cui Zhua, came to report that the commoners who gathered at the baseball field heard that there was a game to watch and that it was free. They all stopped making a fuss and rushed to the field to watch the game. Everyone was relieved. Wei Zhang still angrily glared at Li Wangyu. County magistrate who? Don't make such a fuss in the future. Otherwise, I'll impeach you. If something like this happens again, I won't forgive you. Yes, Duke Wei, don't worry. Li Wangyu was speechless, but he could only take the blame. At the same time, he looked bitterly at Pai Lupi. He really became the scapegoat today. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Well, all right. Everyone, go do your work. Zio, stay. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhang, and the others got up and left. Li Wangyu looked sadly at Pai Lupi. Uncle, what do you think about this? Okay, I know. In the future, I'll write an article on time for every game report and have Mitua send it to you. Don't act like a little wife. Li Wangyu said. Uncle, these are your words. You can't go back on your words. If something like this happens again, I won't be able to take it. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Zio, how is the Hu merchant who was captured and tortured by the bad guys? Li Wangyu glanced at Li Er, knowing that he had a guilty conscience. However, it wasn't good for him to pursue the matter. He could only reply, he's fine now. Lu Xinwei said that he would recover after a few months of recuperation. It's just that his throat was filled with medicine. Whether or not he can speak in the future is unknown. Speaking of Bai Mafo, Li Wangyu remembered that he and Bai Mafo drank in the tavern that day, and mentioned the establishment of a trade center in Dunhuang County. He immediately said, Uncle, when I drank with the Chotzi merchant Bai Mafo in the Hu Tavern, I had an idea. Li Wangyu told Pai Lupi about his idea of moving the trade center of the Tang Dynasty to the western region from Chang'an to Dunhuang County. He also analyzed the benefits for the Pai Lupi. The more Pai Lupi listened, the brighter his eyes became. There were almost stars in his eyes. The wine sold in Chang'an for 10 strings of coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of coins. Pai Lupi naturally knew the profit. Chapter 675. Before Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui left the palace, they were invited back to the Hall of Governance by the eunuchs. Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was also summoned. Pai Lupi invited everyone to take a seat and smiled. Everyone, Zio has a new idea. I would like to hear your opinions. Li Wangyu repeated what he said to Pai Lupi, and the eyes of the elders lit up. However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads. Feng Xianling said, Your Majesty, Zio's idea is good. However, Dunhuang Prefecture is far away, and it will not be easy to transport all the goods there. Does Your Majesty know how many caravans come and go in Chang'an every day? Zio's idea is equivalent to moving the entire Shi city to Dunhuang Prefecture. How can this be done? Du Ruhui also said slowly, Zio's idea is good, but how to operate it is a problem. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui are right.
If we want to make Dunhuang Prefecture the center of trade with the western regions, we can make a lot of profits, but we will need to invest a lot of money. This is not a small amount. Daizhou shook his head and sighed. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Daizhou were right. There were many caravans coming and going in Chang, and every day. This was the starting point of the Silk Road. If they wanted to move all the goods between the merchants of the western regions and the merchants of the Tang Dynasty to Dunhuang Prefecture, it would be like moving the entire Shi city. If so many goods were bought by the imperial court and then transported to Dunhuang Prefecture to be sold to the merchants, the amount of money needed would be too large, and it would be very difficult to operate. Li Wangyu smiled. Uncle, everyone, you're wrong. Actually, there's no need to invest too much into it. We only need the imperial court to issue a decree to open a trade center in Dunhuang Prefecture. Then, we will arrange for soldiers to clear out the bandits along the way, and the imperial court will cooperate with the merchants. They will still do the business, but the imperial court will help them transport the goods. The extra profits will be split between the imperial court and the merchants. In this way, the merchants will be able to earn even more profits, and the imperial court will not need to invest a large amount of money to reap rich returns. Why not? When Pai Lupi heard this, he was quite surprised. How many carriages and horses are needed to transport so many goods between Dunhuang and Chang'an? Uncle, the imperial court can make use of this chance to expand the army. This was the best of both worlds. Normally, the military would transport goods for the merchants and earn rich returns for the imperial court. But once there is a change in the western regions, Uncle, think about it, what can those supply troops do? With hundreds of thousands of soldiers and supplies arriving in the blink of an eye, wouldn't the western region be firmly under the control of our Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu continued, I think that apart from the 22 imperial guards, we can set up another group of troops to be used to transport supplies. They can be called transport troops. Uncle, everyone think about it. If our Tang dynasty had tens of thousands of transport troops, driving those four-wheeled carriages every day to transport goods all over the Tang dynasty, how majestic would that be? Li Wangyu continued to explain. His plan was to use the four-wheeled carriages to greatly expand the Tang army's logistics and transport troops. The Tang dynasty's territory was extremely vast, but due to the lack of transportation, most of the territory was not developed and used effectively. This was especially so for the western regions, which was beyond their reach. Since ancient times, when China fought wars, it was actually a matter of logistics. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Transporting provisions from the rear to the front lines was easily hundreds or even thousands of li. One could imagine how difficult it was. Li Wangyu remembered that before he transmigrated, he had seen a China UnionPay advertisement. It was called The Last Transfer of Funds in the North of the Tang Dynasty. Although it was just an advertisement, it made countless people cry. Li Wangyu was also very moved at that time. The background of the advertisement was that after the Lushan Rebellion, the Tang dynasty soldiers stationed in the Anqi Protectorate were cut off from Chang'an. In history, in 790 AD, the Anqi Biting Protectorate was attacked by the Tibetans. Protector General Li Yuanzhong fought to the death, but he was killed. The 7,000 Tang soldiers of the Protectorate were all killed. From then on, only the Anqi Protectorate was left in the western regions. They sent out messengers time and time again, but there was no news. 808 AD, the last base of the Anqi Protectorate, Chotzi Shizhou City. Outside the city was a sky full of yellow sand and endless Hu cavalry. This advertisement was called The Last Transfer of Funds in the North of the Tang Dynasty. It described the story of countless people sacrificing their lives to send supplies to the Tang army stationed in Shizhou City. From this, one could see how important logistics and supplies were to the Tang army. At the end of the advertisement was the song, The Bright Moon of the Qin Dynasty at the border of the Han Dynasty. The 10,000 li long march has not returned. But the messenger Long Qingfei is still there. He will not let the Hu cavalry pass the Yin Mountains. The clouds of the Qinghai Mountains are dark and snowy. The lonely city looks at the Jade Gate Pass. The yellow sand wears the golden armor after 100 battles. The Lulan will not return until it is broken. What a desolate sad song of the setting sun. The reason why Li Wangyu proposed to open a trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and set up transport troops was because he hoped that the scene of a lone army with no help in history would never happen again on the land of the Tang Dynasty. After hearing Li Wangyu's analysis, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui all looked at one another and nodded their heads in approval. Ziyu's idea is worth discussing. Your Majesty, the transport troops that Ziyu mentioned, if they help merchants transport goods during normal times and can quickly transport troops and supplies during wartime, it is indeed a good idea. Feng Xianling nodded his head in approval. Du Ruhui and Dai Zhou both nodded their heads in agreement. However, as for how it should be done, they needed to gather all the officials and discuss it. Li Wangyu was a lazy person and would not participate in such matters. He only cared about lighting the fire. As for how the fire was lit, that was not his problem. In short, as long as the trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and the transport troops were set up, it would only be beneficial to the Tang Dynasty. Of course, Li Wangyu was not without benefits. At least, the goods sold by his family's businesses could be sold in Dunhuang Prefecture and increase their profits by several times. This was not a small amount of money. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. At least the officials in the imperial court had to discuss it in detail and come up with a specific plan before it could be implemented. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Li Wangyu said goodbye to Pai Lupi and left the palace. He then went to the Xiangyao bureau in the imperial city to visit Bai Mohu. Seeing that he was doing well, he felt much better. After comforting Bai Mohu, Li Wangyu left the imperial city and prepared to return home. He had wasted a lot of time in the palace. At this time, the sun was already in the west. Li Wangyu was too lazy to go back to Dingzhou village. He planned to stay in Kaihua Square for one night and return to Hu County tomorrow. His house in Kaihua Square was next door to Jianfu Temple. Jianfu Temple was also a big temple in Chang'an. There were more than 200 monks and they offered incense every day. Li Wangyu naturally did not believe in gods or Buddhas. Although he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he still did not think that it was because of gods or Buddhas. In his and his beautiful superior's speculation, they were more willing to believe in space-time tunnels than gods or Buddhas. Therefore, although his house was next to Jianfu Temple, Li Wangyu had never entered this famous temple in Chang'an. Today, when Li Wangyu went back home, he rode on a horse and slowly passed by the gate of Jianfu Temple. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure and could not help but be stunned. Chapter 676. Li Wangyu suddenly pulled on the reins in front of the Jianfu Temple, causing Niu Wu to ask curiously, "Lang Jun, is something the matter?" Haha, I saw an interesting person. Niu Wu, let's go to the Jianfu Temple. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Jianfu Temple before. Li Wangyu said as he jumped off the horse and walked into the temple. Niu Wu didn't understand why his Lang Jun suddenly changed his mind and wanted to go to the Jianfu Temple. But he didn't ask too much and hurriedly called for the troops to follow. The reception monk in front of the Jianfu Temple saw Li Wangyu and the others and quickly came forward to welcome them. Amitba. This little monk greets County Earl Hu. Does County Earl Hu want to enter the temple to pay respects to Buddha? The reception monk respectfully bowed. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Oh, you know me?" He immediately realized that he had asked a useless question. In any case, he was the founding county earl of the dynasty and his house was next to the Jianfu Temple. Even if he had never been to the temple, how could these reception monks, who specialized in receiving pilgrims, be so blind that they didn't know who he was? Since you know me, that's great. I'm not here to pay respects to Buddha, I'm here to find someone. Li Wangyu smiled. The reception monk curiously asked, "Who is County Earl Hu looking for?" "This little monk can help you." Li Wangyu nodded. "It's the monk who just entered the temple. Little master, do you know who he is?" "The one just now?" The reception monk revealed a puzzled expression and thought for a while before replying, "County Earl Hu, that is a wandering monk. He is listed in the temple and his Buddhist name is Wen Zai. Is County Earl Hu looking for this master Wen Zai?" Li Wangyu nodded. "That's right, I am looking for him. Little master, please lead the way." Niu Wu was puzzled. When did his Lang Jun know a monk? Of course, he did not know that the monk Li Wangyu accidentally saw was the same monk who had used a colorful rope dipped in brine to trick the greedy elders of the Li family of Hu County into giving him 200 taels of gold back in the county seat of Hu County. When Li Wangyu passed by the Jianfu Temple, he accidentally saw the monk Wen Zai enter the temple. At first, Li Wangyu only thought that the monk looked familiar. But when he saw the Buddhist beads the size of a baby's fist hanging in front of the monk's chest, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the monk who had swindled people in Hu County? The thing that looked like Buddhist beads was actually some kind of pill made from ginseng and other medicinal herbs. It was the size of a walnut, and eating one would guarantee that one would not need to eat for a day. Li Wangyu still remembered that day when the monk drifted away. He told the Li clan leader that his Buddhist name was Zhang Dao and that he was a monk from the Xinghua Temple in Duke Town in Chong'an County. But obviously, it was all a lie. Li Wangyu was very interested in the monk named Wen Zai. He didn't want to catch him and bring him to the authorities, but he was curious that the monk also knew how to swindle people, and how skillful he was. What piqued Li Wangyu's interest even more was where the metal sodium he used to cause the Qingshui explosion had come from. Although Li Wangyu was a bad student, he roughly knew that sodium was produced by electrolysis. This was simply a fantasy in the Tang Dynasty. Or perhaps he had guessed wrongly and the monk had used some other method. Ba. County Count Huxian. Please follow me. Master Wen Zai is currently living in the monk's quarters in the back courtyard. The monk in charge of receiving guests did not dare to tarry. He led Li Wangyu and the others into the temple. As a large temple, the Jianghu temple occupied a large area and had an elegant environment. In the Tang Dynasty, these temples and Taoist temples were not only used to worship Buddha, but also many scholars and literati liked to come here for sightseeing. With the Jianghu temple as an example, the courtyard was elegant and ancient trees were awe-inspiring. Famous flowers and rare herbs were planted in the courtyard, especially peonies. The elegant Jianghu temple naturally attracted countless literati and literati to come here for sightseeing, meeting friends, admiring flowers, reciting poems, drinking incense, and staying. It was very lively. It was Li Wangyu's first time in the temple, so he wasn't in a hurry to find the monk. He followed the monk to walk around and have a look, which was quite interesting. Speaking of which, the Jianghu temple was also a famous temple. Li Wangyu remembered that among the poems he had memorized, there were several about the Jianghu temple, including Wang Wei's poems for the temple. At this time, the evening drum in Chong'an City was beating, and the literati young masters and noble ladies who were sightseeing in the temple had all left. It was time for the monks to do their evening classes in the Jianghu temple, so it was very quiet. The monk led Li Wangyu and the others to a row of monks' quarters and gently knocked on the door of one of them. Ba, Master Wen Zai, a distinguished guest is here. The door of the monks' quarters opened quickly with a squeak. The monk who opened the door was the one who cheated the Li clan elder in the county seat of Hu County. The monk, whose Buddhist name was Wen Zai, bowed to the monk with one hand and said, Ba, thank you, young master. May I know who the distinguished guest is? Wen Zai naturally saw Li Wangyu and the others behind the monk, but he didn't know them, so he could only ask the monk. Master Wen Zai, this is the County Earl of Hu County. He is looking for you. The monk hurriedly introduced him. Wen Zai felt a little strange. He didn't know this young county earl, so why was he looking for him? Ba, poor monk is here to see County Earl Wen Zai. May I ask why the distinguished guest is looking for poor monk? Although Wen Zai didn't know Li Wangyu, since he was the county earl of the founding county, he naturally couldn't be rude. He could only bow to Li Wangyu with one hand and ask. That day when he cheated in Hu County, Wen Zai naturally didn't notice Li Wangyu in the crowd. How could he have known that the county earl who founded the country was looking for him because of that matter? Li Wangyu said, I have met the master once, but the master doesn't know me. There's such a thing? Forgive poor monk for being slow-witted, but may I know when the distinguished guest has met poor monk? Wen Zai asked. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and said, Master Wen Zai, don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea? This isn't the place to talk. At this moment, everyone was still standing at the door of the monk's residence. It was indeed not a place to receive guests. Wen Zai had no choice but to whisper a Buddhist chant and invite Li Wangyu and the others into the monk's residence. This row of monks' residences were for the traveling monks of Jianghu Temple. The conditions were naturally very simple, but it was still considered spacious. Fortunately, in the Tang Dynasty, whether it was a monk's residence or a commoner's residence, everyone was used to sitting on the ground. There was no need to worry about not having enough chairs. Niu Wu arranged for a few troops to guard outside while he followed Li Wangyu into the monk's residence. As a traveling monk, Wen Zai naturally didn't have the tools to drink tea. However, the monk in charge of receiving guests was discerning. He quickly ran to another place and brought back a full set of tea sets. Only then did he consciously leave. In the Tang Dynasty, the popularity of tea began in the temples. Because it was easy to fall asleep while meditating, so tea was the only thing allowed in meditation. When Buddhism was prevalent, there must be tea in the temple, tea in the religion, and tea in the meditation. In the Tang Dynasty, there was almost a trend of temples growing tea, and there were no monks who didn't drink tea. Li Wangyu actually wasn't interested in the tea ceremony of the Tang Dynasty temples. After all, the dark tea ceremony, that required all kinds of seasonings, was really unacceptable to him. The so-called tea ceremony was just an excuse to talk to Wen Zai. When the tea was ready, Wen Zai personally poured the tea for Li Wangyu. Only then did he open his mouth and ask, Ba, as the distinguished guest said before, you've met poor monk before, but may I know where? Poor monk doesn't have any impression of him at all. I'm really ashamed. Li Wangyu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a dispute outside the monk's residence. Chapter 677. Li Wangyu heard that his troops were arguing with someone. He looked at Niu Wu and indicated for him to go see what was going on outside. Niu Wu stood up and opened the door to the monk's room. He saw that his troops were blocking a person, not allowing him to enter and disturb his master. You? Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? I am Master Wen Zai's lay disciple. Why are you surrounding Master Wen Zai? The person blocked outside by Li Wangyu's troops was a young man with a strong body. His face was filled with worry. Wen Zai heard the commotion outside and quickly said to Li Wangyu, Noble sir, the person outside is indeed poor monk's lay disciple. I ask that noble sir's troops not make things difficult for him. Hearing Wen Zai say this, Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand at Niu Wu, indicating that it was fine and that the person could enter. The person's face was filled with worry. He entered the monk's room and bowed to Wen Zai, asking, Master, are you all right? Wen Zai bowed to him and then said to Li Wangyu, Ba, I've shown noble sir a joke. This is poor monk's lay disciple. His surname is Lin and his name is Daniu. Daniu, come and greet noble sir. This is the current county count of Hu. Lin Daniu was somewhat reserved and bowed to Li Wangyu. Disciple greets county count Wen Zai. When Li Wangyu heard Wen Zai introduce this person, his eyes darted around. He scanned Lin Daniu several times before saying, Lin Daniu, from your accent, you're from Hu County, right? Lin Daniu didn't expect Li Wangyu to ask such a question. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, before I followed master, my home was in Hu. Li Wangyu nodded and took a sip of the dark tea. He suddenly asked, Is Lin Chanhua your sister? His words caused Lin Daniu's body to tremble. He looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief and was speechless for a long time. The reason Li Wangyu asked this question was naturally because he remembered that a year ago, this monk Wen Zai had swindled people in Hu County. That day, he and Yang Quan had analyzed that it should have happened after the servant girl, Hua Shang, whose original name was Lin Chanhua, was forced to commit suicide by the Li clan leader of Hu County. That monk, out of some reason or righteous indignation, decided to take revenge by setting up that scam and swindling Li clan out of 200 taels of gold. Li Wangyu vaguely remembered that Li Zhang of the village where the Lin family lived said that the servant girl who died in the well had an elder brother named Lin Daniu. Seeing Lin Daniu in monk Wen Zai's residence, Li Wangyu naturally recalled this matter. He also roughly understood why monk Wen Zai had set a trap for the Li clan. Li Wangyu smiled and glanced at Lin Daniu, who was at a loss. He then looked at monk Wen Zai and said with a smile, Master, didn't you ask me where I met you before? Speaking of which, it was a coincidence that I met you at the crossroads of Hu County. Haha, Grandmaster's actions that day really opened my eyes. When Wen Zai and Lin Daniu heard his words, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. Even though monk Wen Zai had cultivated for many years, he couldn't help but tremble. He then silently chanted Buddha's name and lowered his head in silence. Lin Daniu's reaction was even more intense. He suddenly pounced at Li Wangyu and shouted, Master, leave quickly. Disciple will stop them. Before he could finish his words, before he could reach Li Wangyu's side, Niu Wu reached out and grabbed him, pressing him to the ground. Although Lin Daniu had a strong body, he was only an ordinary person. How could he be Niu Wu's opponent? Although he still wanted to struggle, he was firmly pressed to the ground by Niu Wu and couldn't move at all. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand at Niu Wu. Niu Wu, let him go. He then turned his head to look at Wen Zai.
Master, don't worry. I don't have any bad intentions. Lin Daniu's sister met with misfortune. I also despise the despicable and shameless behavior of the Hu County Li clan. I also don't think that it was wrong for you to cheat them of 200 gold taels. Speaking of which, I still think that you asked for too little. Li Wangyu saw that Monk Wenzai was still silent and his eyes were full of vigilance. He smiled and said, Master, you might not know, but I was originally from the Hu County Li clan. However, because the clan leader and elders were insatiably greedy, they expelled me from the clan. I don't have the slightest good impression of that group of vampires. He thought for a moment and joked. Speaking of which, when Master cheated the Hu County Li clan out of 200 gold taels, 170 gold taels were extorted from me by the Li clan. Haha, in the end, they were cheated away by Master's clever tricks. How satisfying. It's a pity that Master didn't see the faces of the Hu County Li clan elders when they found out the truth. It was truly satisfying. Hearing this, Monk Wenzai and Lin Daniu couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't seem to believe Li Wangyu's words. Seeing that the two were still skeptical, Li Wangyu laughed loudly and said, Master Mo Fei, are you afraid that I'm cheating you? If I had the intention to harm you too, I would have directly sent you to the Wanyan County Yamen. Why would I waste my breath with you too? Or does Master think that there's something worth scheming against? Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Monk Wenzai finally relaxed. He bowed to Li Wangyu with some shame. Ba, poor monk wouldn't dare. Noble Master is right. That day in Hu County, the one who cheated the Li clan of Hu County was poor monk. I wonder why Noble Master has exposed this matter today? Haha, it's nothing. I'm just curious. How did Master get to know Lin Daniu? Why did you scheme to cheat the Li clan? How would Master know how to cheat people? Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He only asked about the ins and outs of the matter first. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Monk Wenzai could only sigh and recount the matter. It turned out that Monk Wenzai wasn't a good person in the past. When he was young, his parents died. Wenzai wandered the streets and hung out with ruffians. He learned many tricks to cheat people of their money. Later on, when he was cheated in Luoyang, he was seen through and was almost beaten to death. In the end, an old monk from the White Horse Temple, who was Wenzai's master, appeared and saved him, bringing him back to the White Horse Temple. Wenzai repented and took the old monk as his master. He shaved his head and became a monk. Afterwards, Wenzai followed the old monk to cultivate in the White Horse Temple. It wasn't until the end of the Sui dynasty that Wenzai's master passed away that he left the White Horse Temple and traveled around to cultivate. Because of his experiences in his youth, Wenzai became fond of fighting for justice and upholding justice. Only in recent years did he slowly become more peaceful as he grew older. When he passed by Hu County, he met Lin Daniu. Lin Daniu went out to do business with his apprentice. Unexpectedly, when he returned home, he found out that his parents had died of illness and that his only sister had been sold to the Li clan leader. He cried bitterly as he paid his respects to his parents and found his sister. He took out all the savings he had accumulated over the years and prepared to redeem his sister. Unexpectedly, the Li clan leader was insatiably greedy. After accepting the 20 strings of coins, he turned his back on him and even wanted to sell Lin Chunhua, forcing Lin Daniu's only sister to her death. When Lin Daniu heard the news of his sister's death, his eyes turned red. He prepared his saber and planned to find an opportunity to kill the Li clan leader to avenge his sister. However, at this time, he met Monk Wenzai, who was traveling to Hu County. Wenzai naturally couldn't bear to see Lin Daniu ruin his own life. If he went to fight the Li clan leader, he might be able to kill the Li clan leader, but he himself wouldn't be able to escape. However, Lin Chunhua was a servant girl who sold herself to the Li family. Even if he went to the county office to complain, it would be useless. Wenzai could only repeatedly advise Lin Daniu not to do anything stupid. At the same time, he promised that he would teach the Li clan leader a lesson and make them compensate Lin Daniu with money. Lin Daniu was finally convinced by Monk Wenzai and promised not to do anything stupid. Afterwards, the scene that Li Wangyu saw at the crossroads of Hu County happened. Lin Daniu didn't take the 200 taels of gold. Disheartened, he donated all the gold to the charity hall. Afterwards, he became Monk Wenzai's disciple and served by his side. The two traveled all the way and returned to Chang'an at the end of the year. They settled down at Jianfu Temple. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he could only sigh.
That Li clan leader was indeed insatiably greedy and deserved to die. Chapter 678. In fact, Li Wangyu did not have any other intentions when he came looking for monk Wenzai. It was just that when he suddenly saw this person, he recalled the incident and came to ask about it out of curiosity. After knowing the whole story, Li Wangyu shook his head and sighed. He then recalled the explosion of the clear water and asked curiously, "Master, how did you make the clear water explode that day?" "I've always been very curious." Monk Wenzai said, "Ba. I'm ashamed to say it, but it was just a smoke screen. I only did something to the bucket and placed a medicine made of sulfur, realgar, and saltpeter." When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned. It was not sodium metal, but gunpowder? However, this was not strange. After all, gunpowder had been recorded in the spring and autumn warring states period. It was just that it was not announced to the public. Although there were no firecrackers in the Tang Dynasty, it was not strange that these alchemists and monks knew about gunpowder. It turned out that he was wrong. He thought that there was someone in the Tang Dynasty who could make sodium metal. This made him feel strange. After figuring out the cause of the bucket explosion, Li Wangyu no longer had any interest. He chatted with Wenzai for a while more before intending to take his leave. Just as he was about to get up, he stopped. He looked at Wenzai and Lin Daniu and suddenly grinned. Li Wangyu's inexplicable smile made Wenzai and Lin Daniu feel strange. They did not understand what this young noble meant. The two of them did not know that Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the plan he had with his beautiful boss a few days ago. Weren't the two in front of him the perfect candidates to carry out their plan? "Master, what plans do the two of you have for the future? Do you plan to return to Luoyang's White Horse Temple or continue to wander the world?" Li Wangyu asked with a smile. Wenzai pondered for a moment and said something that gave Li Wangyu a fright. "Poor monk plans to follow in Master Xuanzang's footsteps and go to India. He will travel west to seek the Dharma and go straight to the source code." "Xuanzang? Travel west? Journey to the west? Master, you know Master Xuanzang?" Li Wangyu asked carefully. Wenzai nodded. In the 7th year of Wuda, poor monk and Master Xuanzang met in Xianghu to discuss Buddhism. Due to the different theories of Dharma between the two schools of thought, Master Xuanzang wanted to go to India to seek Maitreya's opinion. Initially, poor monk wanted to set off with Master Xuanzang, but he was delayed by some matters. Poor monk plans to set off soon to catch up with Master Xuanzang in the western region. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. However, in history, he had never heard of this monk who was known as Wenzai. Xuanzang did not have monk Wenzai on his journey to the west. Naturally, he did not have son Wukong, Zhu Beiji, monk Sha, or the white dragon horse to accompany him. This unknown monk, Wenzai, might have met with some mishap while chasing after Xuanzang. This was a very normal thing. In the first year of Zhenguan, Master Xuanzang presented a request to Pai Lupi to allow him to travel west to seek Dharma, but was rejected by Pai Lupi. However, Xuanzang had already made up his mind. Hence, he went to India in the 2nd year of Zhenguan. He planned to pass through the western region and take a detour to India. In history, although Xuanzang's journey to the west was not as difficult as the 81 hardships in Journey to the West, it was still very dangerous. It took 17 years and covered more than 13,800 miles. It was extremely difficult. When Xuanzang set off from the Gaochang state in the western region, he already had many followers. The large group passed through Ajni state, Tsuji state, and Baruja state. Even so, 30 to 40% of his followers died of cold or hunger. They passed through the Hushi Corridor, Starry Gorge, Turpan Basin, Darim Basin, Pamir Plateau, Suya City, Sasa State, Central Asia's grassland, Xingdu, Kushi Mountain, and Daban State. It was not easy to fight against the power of heaven and earth with one's flesh and blood. This monk, Wenzai, must have met with a mishap on his journey to the west. Hence, he did not leave his mark in history. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but want to advise Wenzai not to go to the west. The journey to the west must be a path of no return for this monk. "Master, do you really have to go to the west? I'm afraid it won't be easy." Li Wangyu persuaded. Ba. Poor monk has already made a great wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Xuanzang. Even if it is not easy, I have no regrets. Li Wangyu was speechless. He did not know how to persuade this monk. Should he tell him not to go, that he did not read about him in the history books, and that he was dead meat? Not to mention that he could not say such words. If he really did say it, he might be treated as a lunatic. Looking at the determined monk Wen Zai, Li Wangyu was rather impressed by such a strong-willed person. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and said to Wen Zai, "Since that is the case, I can do you a favor. I know a Chotzi merchant. He will return to the west at the end of summer. Master, why don't you travel with him? After you reach Chotzi, you can continue your journey to the west. This will save you a lot of time. As for the document for leaving the west, I can also help you prepare it." Wen Zai was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly bowed to Li Wangyu and said, "Amitba, if this is really possible, poor monk will be very grateful. Thank you for your help. Following the caravan to the west would save a lot of time and it would be safer." The reason why Xuanzang could not follow the caravan was because he did not have the document for leaving the west. In other words, Xuanzang had smuggled himself out of seclusion. Naturally, he could only sneak his way to the western regions. He could not openly travel with the caravan. Of course, it was even more dangerous. Li Wangyu said, "There are still a few months before the caravan departs. I wonder if you can do me a favor before you leave?" Wen Zai had a favor to ask, so he could only ask, "What does master need the help of poor monk?" "This poor monk is only a traveling monk. I wonder how I can help you." Li Wangyu didn't mention what the matter was. He only asked, "Dare I ask Grandmaster, if there were people like that Li Shi from Hu County, committing crimes and acting recklessly, would Grandmaster be willing to punish them?" "There is such a person? Which noble family in Chang'an City is Master talking about? Even Master can't do anything about them?" Wen Zai did not answer directly, but his expression showed that he was interested. Li Wangyu said, "Master, do you know the 5 surnames and 7 hopes?" His words stunned monk Wen Zai. Then he chanted Buddha's name, "Amitba, isn't your joke a little too much?" "Haha, I am not joking with Master. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes are called aristocratic families, but they are actually thieves and prostitutes, causing disaster. Has Master not heard of their misdeeds? Zhang Konghua of the Zhang clan of Xingyang, Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, and others. Has Master not heard of their scandals in Chang'an City?" Wen Zai was silent, but Lin Danio could not help but say, "County Count Hu, don't joke with us. What kind of people are the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? How can Master be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Even a noble like you can't afford to offend them, right?" Li Wangyu laughed. "Of course I'm not asking Master to pick up a knife and risk his life against those aristocratic families. Haha, it's actually similar to what Master did in Huxian." Wen Zai finally opened his mouth. "Amitba. That kind of little trick can deceive greedy people like the Li family who haven't seen much of the world, but it's too difficult to deceive those aristocratic families. What's more, since Master is targeting those aristocratic families, I presume you are after something big. How can poor monk have that kind of ability?" Li Wangyu was not worried about Wen Zai's refusal. He had some confidence in persuading Wen Zai to help. Chapter 679. Li Wangyu could tell that although Wen Zai was a Buddhist, he wasn't a pedantic person. Otherwise, why would he cheat people in Hu County? Just now, when he said that someone was doing evil, Wen Zai's face was filled with righteous indignation. Furthermore, if Wen Zai wanted to get the document to go to the western regions, he had to ask him for help. Xuanzang and the other monks couldn't get the document, but such a thing wasn't difficult for Li Wangyu. As long as Li Wangyu was willing to step out, be it Pai Lupi or Feng Xianling, they would give him some face. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and treated it as a casual conversation. He slowly recounted everything that had happened between him and the 5 clans and 7 hopes over the past year. As they listened, Wen Zai and Lin Danio's faces became more and more solemn. When he heard that the aristocratic families actually dared to collude with the palace maids and secretly replace the empress's son with a baby girl, even monk Wen Zai couldn't help but heavily slap the table, causing the teacups to clatter. How arrogant! How dare these aristocratic families do that? What beasts! To the Tang people, especially Wen Zai, who had experienced the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, even if he was a monk, he still respected the Tang dynasty and the royal family of the Li Tang. This was also the respect that China had for the royal family for thousands of years. The Li Tang dynasty had only been established for 10-odd years, but today, no one cared about the benefits of the Sui dynasty. Among the scholars, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty abused the power of the people, indulged in extravagance, and was obviously filled with disgust. What replaced it was loyalty and submission to the Li Tang dynasty. As such, when Wen Zai heard that the aristocratic families dared to mess with the palace, he was furious and couldn't hold back his anger. Monk Wen Zai calmed down a little and silently chanted a Buddhist mantra before looking at Li Wangyu seriously.
I believe Noble Sir already has a plan, but I wonder what Noble Sir wants poor Monk to do?
Seeing that Wen Zai was willing to help, Li Wangyu naturally revealed a smile on his face. He indicated for Niu Wu to stand guard outside and not let unrelated people near the monk's residence. Only then did he lower his voice and whisper instructions to Wen Zai and his disciple Lin Dainiu. Not long after Li Wangyu and Wen Zai had a secret conversation, the two of them left Jianfu Temple and disappeared without a trace. No one felt anything strange about this matter. After all, he was just a wandering monk and no one cared about him. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of the 2nd month of the 3rd year of Zhenguan. On this day, Li Wangyu was summoned to the palace by Pai Lupi. Zio, the Minister of Agriculture, reported that the leaves of the potatoes have begun to turn yellow and wither. According to what you said before, this means that the potatoes are already ripe and ready to be harvested? In fact, Pai Lupi had long forgotten about the potatoes. Today, when he heard the report from the Minister of Agriculture, he remembered this matter and ordered someone to summon Li Wangyu to the palace to inquire. Recently, Li Wangyu had been busy with other things. If Pai Lupi hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about the potatoes. Counting the days, it should be almost time for the potatoes to be ripe. Uncle, this is a good thing. If the potatoes can be cultivated, the Tang dynasty will no longer have a shortage of food in the future. Thinking that he would soon be able to taste potato stewed beef, French fries, potato chips, and other delicacies, Li Wangyu's saliva almost dripped down. Pai Lupi smiled and said, "If the potatoes can really produce 10 dan per mu as you said, it will be a blessing in the world." Although he said so, his expression clearly revealed that he didn't believe it. It was not Pai Lupi's fault. After all, before high-yield crops such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes were introduced to Wuxia, Wuxia had only produced about 1 dan per mu since ancient times. No one would believe that there was a crop that could produce 10 dan per mu. Although Li Wangyu even swore that the potatoes could produce 10 dan per mu, whether it was Pai Lupi or Cheng Yaojin, in fact, they were only half believing and half doubting. "Uncle, it seems that you still don't believe what I said before." Fortunately, the potatoes are now ripe. We will know when we dig them out." Li Wangyu didn't explain much. This kind of thing was to see and believe, so it was useless to say more. Li Wangyu also thought that in the future, if he wanted to promote the potatoes, he would need the support of Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. So he took this opportunity to call these big shots to the Minister of Agriculture to see with their own eyes. "Uncle, why don't we invite Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du? Let everyone see the output of the potatoes? By the way, Uncle Cheng should also be invited." Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, "Zio, are you really that confident?" Li Wangyu nodded with certainty. What a joke. This was potatoes. In the Tang dynasty, potatoes were almost related to the lives of the people in the world, so it was not excessive to pay attention to them. Moreover, potatoes didn't need to be harvested, threshed, or ground. Potatoes harvested from the ground could be directly thrown into the fire to be eaten, which was really too convenient. Li Wangyu also knew that potatoes not only contained high-quality starch, which could provide rich calories for the human body, but also contained protein, vitamin B, and vitamin C. It was indeed a treasure. Li Wangyu even estimated that after potatoes were popularized in Wuxia, people would not have to worry about famine for at least hundreds of years. As for the long-term future, it was not something he could control. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so confident, Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and asked Mitua to summon Fang Xianling and the others directly to the Xianxia Temple. The Shanglin department of the Xianxia Temple was in charge of the garden pond of the Imperial Garden, responsible for planting fruits and vegetables, and in winter, responsible for storing ice for the imperial family to enjoy in summer. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were summoned by Mitua to the Xianxia Temple, were confused at this time. "Your Majesty, why did you summon us to the Xianxia Temple today?" Fang Xianling asked. Pai Lupi pointed at Li Wangyu and said, "Master Fang, you ask this boy." Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know about potatoes, so they didn't understand what the uncle and nephew were up to. They could only look at Li Wangyu again. Cheng Yaojin suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, did you think that the potatoes that Zhio said were ripe?" Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Uncle Cheng is right, the potatoes are ripe and can be harvested. So today I asked Uncle to invite all of you here to see the potato crop." Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and asked in confusion, "Zio, what potato?" Li Wangyu quickly told the ins and outs of this matter. When Feng Xianling learned that there was a crop that could produce 10 stones per mu, and that it could grow 2 crops a year, he was stunned. "Zio, are you talking nonsense? How is this possible? How can there be such a crop in the world? If so, there will be no famine in the world?" Feng Xuanling's eyes were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief. Du Ruhui also kept shaking his head. "This old man has never heard of this, nor have I seen any records of such a magical crop in any ancient books." "Zio, how did you know?" Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and told the story of what he said to Pai Lupi and Chang Yaojin. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui could only shake their heads and say nothing. "Haha, uncle, all of you, regardless of whether you believe it or not, you can see it with your own eyes today, right? How could this little nephew deceive all of you?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, all of them could only nod. Under the guidance of the Si Nongxi temple official, they walked to the place where Lin Shu planted fruits and vegetables. Chapter 680. Li Wangyu got a total of 5 pots of potatoes from Qiqi Zhongxi, a merchant from Swanli, and planted 1 in each pot. Back then, when she begged Zhongxi's concubine, she merely planted it as a flower. Fortunately, the flower pot she used was big enough. After Li Wangyu found these potatoes, he didn't order the Agriculture Bureau to transplant the potatoes out of the flower pot because he was worried that the roots of the precious potatoes would be damaged by moving the flower pot. He had to be careful. After all, there were only 5 pots of potatoes in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu still didn't understand how the damn potatoes were brought back from America by the Yuxias. If Li Wangyu hadn't traveled to the Tang Dynasty, the 5 pots of potatoes would have disappeared with the death of Qiqi Zhongxi's concubine. Fortunately, the heavens were on his side, and Li Wangyu unintentionally discovered these potatoes. Because of Pai Lupi's order, the Sidong temple was very careful about taking care of the 3 pots of potatoes. They not only put them in a sunny place in the Shanglin department, but also arranged for someone to take care of them. Li Wangyu walked to the 3 pots of potatoes and looked at them carefully. Sure enough, the leaves of the potatoes had begun to wither slowly, and the roots had turned grayish-brown. It was time to harvest them. "Zio, how do we harvest these potatoes? Do we dig them up by the roots?" Cheng Yaojin shouted. Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Uncle Cheng, don't bother. These 3 pots are useless anyway. Just smash them and dig the potatoes out of the soil." He was also afraid of digging the potatoes with a shovel. If some of the potatoes were accidentally damaged, he would be distressed. These potatoes were very precious now, and they had to be kept as seeds. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me do it." After that, he didn't wait for Pai Lupi to say anything. He directly picked up a pot of potatoes and smashed it down. His action also startled Li Wangyu. How could this old hooligan be so rude? With a clang, the flower pot was smashed to the ground by Cheng Yaojin, directly breaking into pieces. Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only step forward and peel the potatoes. When the round potatoes were dug out by Li Wangyu one by one, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. Li Wangyu was ecstatic. To be honest, before he saw these potatoes with his own eyes, his heart was in a mess. Although he was very sure that these plants were definitely potatoes, Li Wangyu was still a little nervous before he dug them out. What if he was mistaken? What if these potatoes didn't bear fruit? What if he didn't take good care of them? What if the roots rotted? These were all possibilities. If that was the case, he would have been happy for nothing. Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief when he personally dug out these unremarkable and even somewhat ugly potatoes from the soil. The potato that he had been longing for was finally in his hands. "Ziyu, the round lumps on the roots of this crop are the potatoes you were talking about? This is too much." Pai Lupi couldn't help but click his tongue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the potato that Li Wangyu dug out had 7 or 8 potatoes hanging on the roots. The big ones were about the size of a fist, and the small ones were about the size of an egg. They looked very heavy. Feng Xianling didn't care about the dirt. She leaned over and reached out to take a potato. She carefully looked at it and said, "Ziyu, are these the potatoes you were talking about? Are they all edible?" "Hee, Minister Feng is right. These are potatoes." Li Wangyu was also very happy at this time. "How do you eat them?" Feng Xianling asked again. "Do you need to threshing or processing them?" Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Minister Feng, these potatoes don't need to be threshed like grains. They can be eaten directly after being roasted or boiled. Of course, they taste better when made into dishes." "What? Ziyu, don't lie to this old man. These potatoes are so big. Can they all be eaten? How is this possible?" Not only Feng Xianling was stunned, but Pai Lupi and the others were also stunned. In comparison, the harvest of rice or wheat added together was not as much as an egg-sized potato. Moreover, it needed to be dried and threshed. After becoming edible grains, the yield would be even lower. But Li Wangyu actually said that all the lumps on the potato in front of them were all edible. This shocked Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others. Du Ruhui suddenly turned his head and shouted to the agriculture minister, "Quickly, go and get the scale. This old man wants to see how much of this crop is produced." Yes, quickly get the scale." Pai Lupi also hurriedly ordered. Since Li Wangyu said that those lumps were edible, then naturally they were all harvests. It was hard to imagine how much of a harvest such a heavy bunch of potatoes could produce. The scale was quickly brought over. After removing the soil from the potatoes were carefully placed on the scale. "Your Majesty, a total of 2 caddies and 6 taels." The agriculture minister personally weighed the potatoes. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. The yield was really not high. He remembered that when he planted potatoes with his grandfather in the future, a potato plant could produce at least 5 to 6 caddies. Sometimes it could even produce more than 10 caddies. In comparison, the yield of this potato plant was only 2 caddies. It was really not worth mentioning. However, when Pai Lupi and the other officials heard the words of the agriculture minister, Feng Xianling, who was stroking his beard, trembled and almost pulled out his beard. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and asked, "Ziyu, how many potatoes can be planted in 1 mu of field?" Li Wangyu looked at Feng Xuanling's muddy palm with disgust. His clothes were ruined. He pondered for a moment and replied, "1,000 is not a problem." When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others gasped. They could still do simple math. A potato plant was 2 caddies and 6 taels. Let's just say 2 caddies. 1,000 potatoes was 2 caddies. 20 dan of grain. This was twice as much as the 10 dan of grain that Li Wangyu said 1 mu of field could produce. Li Er suddenly looked at the other 2 pots of potatoes. "Quick, smash those 2 pots for me as well. Carefully dig out those potatoes and weigh them for me." Soon, the remaining 2 pots of potatoes were taken out. Similarly, there was a heavy harvest. The results of the weighing were roughly the same. They were 2 caddies and 2 caddies and 4 caddies. In total, more than 20 potatoes of different sizes were harvested from the 3 potato plants. A total of 3 caddies and 3 caddies of potatoes were harvested. Li Wangyu looked at these potatoes and was so happy that his eyes narrowed. After this potato sprouted and cut into pieces, it could at least grow 3 or 4 more potatoes. In other words, when the next harvest came, these 20 potatoes could become 400 or 500. In less than a year, they could eat as many potatoes as they wanted. Looking at the ground full of potatoes, Pai Lupi's face was still full of disbelief. "Zio, are these things really edible? All of them? How is this possible?" It was no wonder that Pai Lupi was so surprised. It was really hard to imagine how spectacular it would be to produce 20 dan of grain per mu of field. Not only did Pai Lupi not believe it, Chang Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui and the others also looked at these potatoes in disbelief. These round lumps dug out from the soil could be eaten. Li Wangyu laughed. "Uncle, everyone, I still have 2 pots of potatoes in my residence. Why don't you move to Hu County? I will harvest those 2 pots of potatoes and take some to taste. Let's see if these potatoes are edible and how they taste. What do you think?" "Good. That's right." Pai Lupi agreed without hesitation. Chapter 681. The most important thing for Pai Lupi now was to test whether the potatoes could really be eaten. Compared to this matter, the other national affairs were not worth mentioning. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were naturally the same. Compared to being able to produce 20 dan of grain per mu, other matters were nothing. Pai Lupi immediately ordered the palace guards to carefully send the harvested potatoes back to the palace and arrange for someone to guard them. After a little arrangement, Pai Lupi led the palace guards and Li Wangyu to Dingzhou village in Hu County. They were all riding fine horses. From Chang'an City to Dingzhou village, it took them less than an hour to travel 100 miles. Because no one knew beforehand that Li Wangyu would come with Pai Lupi and the other big shots, the old housekeeper Li Heng was startled and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Li Wangyu pulled him aside and whispered a few words, but Li Heng frowned and shook his head. Lang Jun, I'm afraid this won't work. This is a saint coming in person. How can it be eaten? Li Heng repeatedly waved his hand. Li Wangyu glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Just do what I tell you. Tell Niu Wu to go to Hu County and find Yang Quan. Yang Quan will give you this little face. Seeing that his Lang Jun was so insistent, Li Heng could only nod and agree helplessly. He went to make the arrangements. The Li family's 2 pots of potatoes were the same as the ones in the Xianxia temple. In total, they produced about 5 caddies of potatoes. Such a stable output made Pai Lupi and the others finally believe that the potatoes were indeed high-yielding. Now, the only doubt was, could the potatoes really be eaten? Li Wangyu was actually reluctant to eat potatoes. His family had harvested 5 caddies of potatoes, and there were less than 20 of them in total. If he kept them for planting, he would be able to harvest more than 100 caddies of potatoes in the next season. However, Li Wangyu also knew that if he didn't let Pai Lupi and the others personally taste the potatoes and confirm that they were edible and delicious, they wouldn't vigorously promote it. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was reluctant, he still decided to take out half of the potatoes to let Pai Lupi and the others taste the delicious taste of potatoes. Of course, he would never admit that he was greedy. When the beautiful boss heard that he wanted to eat potatoes, she volunteered to cook. She also couldn't bear to let the kitchen maids in the residence take care of such precious potatoes. If they were wasted, then it would really be a sin. For Li Wangyu, even his beautiful superior felt that it was a great waste to take a few potatoes to roast and cook. However, in order to let Pai Lupi and the others see the edible value of potatoes, this must be done. Li Wangyu could only endure the heartache, carefully selected 4 smaller potatoes, and let them cook. In the reception room of Lai Hot, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were drinking tea, anxiously waiting for Li Wangyu to present the potatoes. Even though Li Wangyu repeatedly assured that the potatoes were edible, not only delicious, but also filling, they didn't see it with their own eyes, and they didn't personally taste it, so they didn't believe it in their hearts. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw Li Wangyu carefully walk in with a tray. Hey, uncle, everyone, you must be waiting anxiously. The dishes made with potatoes are still in the process of cooking, and it will take some time. However, this nephew ordered people to roast a few potatoes, and they can be eaten directly. Uncle and everyone, you can first see the taste of the potatoes. On the tray, there were a total of 4 egg-sized potatoes. Pai Lupi and the others could naturally see that these were the potatoes that were dug out from the soil before, but they were roasted after being cleaned. Zio, is it really so easy to eat potatoes? Just throw them into a pot and steam them? Pai Lupi still didn't believe it. After all, whether it was rice or wheat, it wasn't so easy to eat. Hey, of course, uncle, you will know when you taste it. Of course, potatoes taste better when used to make dishes. These potatoes are really good things. Not only can they be eaten directly, but they can also be used to make dishes. They are very delicious. Cheng Yaojin, however, was dissatisfied and shouted, Zio, how can you be so stingy? How can these 4 potatoes be enough to eat? Aren't they just filling the gaps between the teeth? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Uncle Cheng, this nephew is distressed with just these 4. You know, if these potatoes are planted, these 4 potatoes can become 70 or 80. If it weren't for the fact that I want to make you believe that potatoes are really edible food, this nephew wouldn't even be willing to give up these 4. Pai Lupi laughed. Zio is right. These potatoes are very precious now. If they can really be used as food, we will have sinned today. Fang Xianling looked at the 4 potatoes and asked curiously, Zio, how did you cook these potatoes? Li Wangyu said, Master Fang, this can't be considered cooking. It's just simple roasting and boiling. These 2 are directly thrown into the firewood and roasted, and these two are placed in the pot and boiled. They can be eaten directly, so it's very simple. He then pointed to a small cup of salt on the tray. Uncle, you can dip the potatoes in some salt and eat them. They will be more delicious. After Li Wangyu finished explaining, he picked up a knife and cut the 4 potatoes into several small pieces, and then invited Pai Lupi and the others to taste. Feng Xianling and the others were still carefully looking at the cut potatoes when they saw Cheng Yaojin impatiently grabbing a piece of potato and throwing it into his mouth. This old guy chewed a few times and his eyes lit up. Delicious! This potato is soft and fragrant. It's very delicious. Hearing this, Pai Lupi and the others didn't continue to study it. They each picked up a piece of potato with their chopsticks and chewed carefully. Not bad. This potato really tastes good. It's very delicious. Soft, smooth, and there is no smell at all. Your Majesty, this thing is really edible, and it's very delicious. Feng Xianling sighed again. I never thought that even the skin of this potato could be eaten. There is no waste at all. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. He deliberately didn't peel the potatoes, and the officials of the Tang Dynasty, including Pai Lupi, ate them directly together with the skin. Of course, the skin of the potato was not inedible, but the taste was slightly worse. Du Ruhui suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, it's really amazing. If this potato can really produce 20 dan per mu, how grand will it be? The Tang Dynasty will no longer have to worry about food, and the people will no longer have to starve. This subject congratulates Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Feng Xianling and Cheng Yaojin also immediately stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi to congratulate him. Pai Lupi also laughed happily. Haha, dear officials, please rise. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to Zio. I never thought that there would really be 20 dan per mu of grain in this world. Zio, tell me, how should I reward you? Cheng Yaojin also laughed. Your Majesty, Zio has made many contributions. If you ask me, it's not too much to give him the title of Duke. Feng Gonggong, Du Gonggong, don't you think so? Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui naturally laughed and nodded to show that they agreed with Cheng Yaojin's words. In fact, it was not too much to give this young man in front of them the title of Duke. Pai Lupi nodded slightly. Your words are reasonable. I have said before that I want to reward Zio. Now that Zio has contributed crops like potatoes, it is reasonable to give him the title of Duke. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. What Duke? If he was really given the title of Duke by Pai Lupi, how could he marry his beautiful superior? When Empress Zhang's son wanted to talk about marriage for him, Li Wangyu realized that it was not a good thing for him to have a high title before marrying his beautiful superior. If it was just taking a concubine, no one would gossip. But if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, it would be really troublesome. He was already very satisfied with the title of Duke. If Pai Lupi gave him the title of Duke now, he was afraid that Li Wangyu could only cry. Uncle, I am still young. Please don't give me any more titles. Li Wangyu hurriedly declined. If Uncle must give me a title, why don't you give me some fields? Chapter 682. Li Wangyu was originally not interested in how much land he owned. After all, compared with the industries he started, the output of the land was pitifully small. Moreover, it was troublesome to hire a large number of tenants to farm. The officials and nobles of the Tang Dynasty, and even the bureaucrats and gentry of later generations, all aimed to own more land. But in fact, these people just did not have other ways to make money. Ever since the Li clan had become one of the nobility of the Great Tang and had accumulated so much gold and copper coins in their treasury that it was almost impossible to store them, the old steward Li Hang had been incessantly urging Li Wangyu to buy farmland. In the old man's opinion, it would be best if Li Wangyu could buy all the land in Hu County and Guanzhong Road. Neither Li Wangyu nor Su Chongqing had any interest in this. The output of 1,000 mu of land in a year was probably less than the output of a winery in a day. They would not buy land if they had nothing better to do. However, things were different now. The reason why Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for land was because he had other plans in mind. Li Wangyu's words surprised Pai Lupi. Zio, have you thought it through? Do you really only want some land as a reward? Yes, uncle. You can just reward me with some of the land in this county, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Pai Lupi looked at Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui inquisitively. He wanted to see what they would say. Du Ruhui thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, since Zio said so, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Zio is still young. It is not a good thing to give him the title of Duke at the age of 17. Why don't we do as Zio said and give him 10,000 mu of land in Hu County as compensation? Your Majesty, Kuming's words are reasonable. I am close friends with Duke Li of Zio's family. Given Duke Li's cautious personality, he might not want his son to be conferred the title of Duke at such a young age. Why don't Your Majesty do as Ziyu requested and grant him 10,000 mu of land? Hearing Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui's persuasion, Pai Lupi could only shake his head regretfully. All right, since Grandpa Feng and Grandpa Du have said so, then so be it. Ziyu, I will bestow upon you 10,000 mu of fertile land as a reward. Li Wangyu laughed again and said, Uncle, we don't need fertile land. We don't need fertile land. Why don't Uncle bestow this nephew with the land on both sides of the Gan River beside Dingzhou village? When Pai Lupi heard this, he was even more surprised. Zio, what are you planning? Hee, Uncle, it's actually nothing much. It's just that I see the beautiful environment around Dingzhou village, so I plan to build some houses here and sell them to the officials in Chong, and to make some money. Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling looked at each other speechlessly. What was this kid up to now? Or was he out of his mind? Dingzhou village was located at the foot of Qinling Mountain and had the Gan River flowing through it. The environment was indeed good. However, it was 100 miles away from Chong'an. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. But as he said, how could it be possible to build houses and sell them to the officials and nobles? What's more, even if someone bought it as a vacation house, what profit could it bring? After all, there was no real estate industry in the Tang Dynasty. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they didn't think that there would be any profit from selling houses. Li Wangyu didn't explain. It was better to make a fortune in silence. Who would be stupid enough to shout about it? Seeing Li Wangyu so determined, Pai Lupi could only nod and agree. After returning to the palace, he would issue an imperial edict to bestow the 10,000 mu of land on both sides of the Gan River to Li Wangyu. After these idle chatter, the beautiful boss smiled and invited Pai Lupi and the other officials to eat. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Gentlemen, let's go. Today we are eating a big meal. Let's have a good taste and see how delicious the potatoes will be. Li Wangyu said, It will definitely satisfy Uncle and you. Pai Lupi just smiled and didn't say anything. The potatoes did taste good, but in his opinion, it was just not bad. As food, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't necessarily delicious. Potatoes naturally had to be vigorously promoted. Even without mentioning the taste, the yield of 20 dan per mu was enough to move Pai Lupi. However, Pai Lupi felt that Li Wangyou's words that potatoes could be used to make dishes and even described as delicious were exaggerated. Not only Pai Lupi thought so, but Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui also thought so, but they didn't mention it. But Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, didn't care about face and directly shouted, Boy, the taste of potatoes is not bad. It can be used to make food. But if you say that potatoes can be used to make dishes, it is a joke. You have already tasted the potatoes. Let your cook cook some dishes like Wangyou's elbow. The hot pot we ate last time was also good. Keep the potatoes and don't waste them. Hey, Uncle Chung, you are too late. Those potatoes have already been used to make dishes. Uncle Chung can taste it first. If it is not to your taste, this nephew will ask the cook to change it for Uncle Cheng. Li Wangyu was also used to this old hooligan's face and didn't care at all. Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Chang Yaojin nodded with satisfaction. That's it, Your Majesty. Then let's go and see what this boy will do. Pai Lupi nodded and went to the Lai Hot Castle's dining hall with the help of the old housekeeper Li Hang. As for the maid-servants of the Li residence, they began to deliver wine and delicacies like flowers. Li Wangyu explained to everyone, Uncle, this is hot and sour shredded potato, which is made by cutting potatoes into shreds and frying them. This is mashed potato, which is made by boiling potatoes and pounding them into mud. This is fried small potatoes, and this is potato roast chicken, which is very delicious. When these dishes were served, Chang Yaojin was dissatisfied again. Son of a bitch. You are really stingy. Why don't I see meat when you treat us to a meal? Li Wangyu wanted to point at this old man's nose and scold him. Are you blind? Isn't this potato roast chicken meat? However, he couldn't scold him. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but that chicken meat really wasn't considered meat in the Tang dynasty. In the eyes of the Tang people, only the meat of animals was considered meat, and birds were not meat. Therefore, chicken meat was generally very cheap in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people also used chicken meat to entertain guests. In history, Pai Lupi ordered that the imperial censors were forbidden to eat meat, which meant that the imperial censors were not allowed to eat meat when they were on a business trip. However, Ma Zhou liked to eat chicken, so he was impeached when he ate chicken during a business trip. In the end, Pai Lupi replied, I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat. I was afraid that the prefectures and counties would pay a lot of money. What I meant was that I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat when they were on a business trip because I was afraid that they would be extravagant and wasteful. How could eating chicken be considered as eating meat? Therefore, it was common knowledge in the Tang dynasty that chicken meat wasn't meat, which was why Xianxia Jin said this. Li Wangyu cursed the old hooligan's shamelessness in his heart. He ate and drank for free, yet he was still so picky. On the other hand, he had to smile apologetically and say, There is meat, there is meat. Uncle Cheng, please wait a moment. There are more dishes later, and they will be served soon. As he said this, the maids in the residence brought in a large plate of delicacies. Li Wangyu looked at it and said with a smile, Uncle everyone, the meat is here. This is potato roast beef. It is delicious. Uncle, quickly try it and see if it is delicious. When he said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Chapter 683. When Pai Lupi heard that it was stewed beef with potatoes, he couldn't help but stare at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also had a strange look on their faces. Chang Yaojin, the old guy, fanned the flames. Wah boy, you are really bold. You actually dare to eat beef with us in front of His Majesty. TSK, you are really bold. The reason why everyone had such an expression was because eating beef in the Tang dynasty was illegal. In fact, not only in the Tang dynasty, eating beef was also illegal in other dynasties. Don't look at the Wuxia novels or the TV series of later generations. When those heroes entered a restaurant, they would say, Waiter, 5 pounds of beef and 10 jars of good wine. It was very bold and unrestrained. However, no matter which dynasty it was, if someone dared to shout so loudly, the first thing the shopkeeper would do was send someone to report to the yamen. Then, they would capture this brazen person who wanted to eat beef and beat him with a paddle and serve him as a laborer. In an agricultural society, cattle represented productivity. Every dynasty also listed cattle as a specially protected animal and absolutely could not be killed. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a clear regulation. Whoever kills a horse or cow will be a prisoner for a year. It meant that if the owner killed his own horse or cow, he would be forced to do hard labor for a year. Even if the cow was raised by Li Wangyu, he would still be caught and forced to do hard labor. Of course, he was a noble, so he would not be forced to do hard labor, but at least he would be punished. In the Tang dynasty, even the old, weak, sick, and disabled cows could not be killed. Only the cows that died of natural causes could be slaughtered and eaten. Therefore, wasn't Li Wangyu knowingly breaking the law by serving a dish of stewed beef and potato to everyone in such a grand manner? How could it make Pai Lupi happy? When Li Wangyu saw everyone's expression, he hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile. Uncle, everyone, I didn't kill this bull. It was one of the bulls in my residence that accidentally fell off the cliff and died. Yang Mingfu can testify for me. I have a certificate issued by the county government. As he spoke, he took out an official document from his bosom. On it was a certificate issued by the Huxian County Yamen, proving that the Lai Hot's cow had fallen to its death and was butchered by itself. Seeing the document issued by the county government, Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling nodded. They didn't care whether there was something fishy about the document or not. They each picked up a piece of beef with their chopsticks and threw it into their mouths. After all, even Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling rarely got to eat beef. How could they not like it? And this beef, of course, didn't die from falling off a cliff. It was a fake certificate that Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan to get in through the back door. What he had instructed the old butler, Li Hang, to do was to kill the cow. He had even asked Niu Wu to make a trip to the county to find Yang Quan to prove it. Since there were potatoes, how could there not be potato stewed beef? Wouldn't that be a great waste? What's more, in fact, Li Wangyu had been craving beef for a long time, but he couldn't find an excuse. Today, after killing the cow, he could eat to his heart's content. Beef hot pot, beef offal stew, boiled beef, fried steak, sirloin beef, beef jerky. Thinking of it, Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't stop drooling. Zio, this shredded potato is very good. It's sour and spicy, very appetizing. Zio, this mashed potato is very soft and smooth. It's very delicious. Your Majesty, I thought this potato stewed beef was the most delicious. Zio was right. I didn't expect that potatoes could be made into such a delicacy. Pai Lupi and others were full of praise for the potato feast. Now, they finally understood the value of potatoes. After almost all the food on the table, Li Wangyu ordered the maidservants to remove the banquet and replace it with tea. Then they began to talk about how to grow potatoes. Feng Xianling couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, we are really guilty today. These potatoes have been wasted. We should have kept them as seeds. Such a precious crop was only used to satisfy our appetite. It really makes me sad. Du Ruhui also had the same attitude. Alas, if I had known that potatoes had so many benefits, I really shouldn't have eaten them today. Pai Lupi nodded and glared at Li Wangyu. Zio, you bastard, why didn't you say it earlier? Wasting so many potatoes, won't you delay the important matter? Li Wangyu almost vomited blood because of Pai Lupi's words. You, who couldn't stop eating just now. Most of Noda's potato stewed beef went into the stomachs of Pai Lupi and Xianxia. At this time, he had the nerve to scold him. Did he have any shame? Li Wangyu could only secretly criticize him. At this moment, he could only reply submissively. Yes, I was rash. Originally, I just wanted to let Uncle and the officials taste the potatoes, but I didn't expect to eat such a precious seed. I won't do it again. Pai Lupi was so thick-skinned that he nodded. It's good that you know. Don't be so rash in the future. Li Wangyu couldn't help but raise his middle finger under his robe and continued. The potatoes can be sowed in spring in April and autumn in November. After 2 seasons, Uncle can eat as many potatoes as you want. The Tang Dynasty will no longer have to worry about food shortage in the future. Really? Zio, how do we breed potatoes? Feng Xianling asked curiously. No one had any experience in growing potatoes. It's very simple. Put the potatoes until they germinate, and then cut them. Make sure that there are 2 or 3 sprouts on each potato. Then, plant them in the soil. That is to say, one potato can grow at least 3 or 4 potato plants. It's very convenient, Li Wangyu explained. He was also glad that he grew up in the countryside. Otherwise, in the Tang Dynasty where there was no Baidu, if he was a white-collar elite like his beautiful boss who couldn't distinguish grains, even if he saw potatoes, he would be at a loss. Li Wangyu estimated that now more than 20 potatoes had been planted in the Sidong Temple, and there were still 7 or 8 left in his mansion. By April, more than 100 potato seedlings could be sowed. By the time the harvest came, there would be 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes. By next year, the 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes would become 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. At that time, the planting of potatoes could begin to be promoted in a county, and in another year, it could be promoted to a whole province. In a few years, potatoes could be planted in the whole Tang Dynasty. With such a high yield, there would be no famine in the Tang Dynasty soon. Even if there was a disaster, the government would have enough food to relieve the disaster and save the people. These things would naturally be taken care of by Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other big shots in the imperial court. After discussing how to promote the planting of potatoes, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He directly treated Li Wangyu's mansion as his temporary residence, and directly invited the officials to take a bath with him. Anyway, it was already late, and the emperor and the officials had to stay in Li Wangyu's mansion for the night. How could Li Wangyu refuse? He could only reluctantly accompany the group of rough men to the hot spring. In the Lai Hot, Pai Lupi and the other big shots liked the bath made by Li Wangyu the most. Soaking in the hot spring, Pai Lupi felt very comfortable, and casually called the Lai Hot maid to give him a bath. Li Wangyu still had something to discuss with Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin, so he simply drove the maid away and picked up a towel to help Pai Lupi wipe his back. Uncle, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Pai Lupi was comfortably soaking in the hot spring, and he was too lazy to open his eyes. He asked lazily, Zio, what do you want to say? Just say it. Yes, Uncle. Do you still remember that a few days ago, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, wronged me? When Pai Lupi heard him mention this, he couldn't help but open his eyes, and his dissatisfaction was obvious. Chapter 684. When Pai Lupi mentioned the aristocratic families, he became angry. Humph! Do those aristocratic families really think that I don't know what they did? But me too, that trash. The 100 Horsemen Department has been investigating for a long time, but they still haven't found anything. Zio, you don't need to worry about this matter. Sooner or later, I will settle accounts with them and give you an explanation. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, his status was very noble, but he couldn't do anything to those aristocratic families. How could the ambitious Pai Lupi not be annoyed? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, I have an idea to deal with those aristocratic families, but I don't know if Uncle is interested? His words naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Chang Yaojin. Feng Xianling couldn't help but frown and said, Zio, what do you want to do? These aristocratic families are not so easy to deal with. If something goes wrong, the foundation of the country will be shaken. You know, their foundation is in the local area. If your Majesty pushes them too hard, I'm afraid it will lead to a backlash from the aristocratic families. If something happens at that time, it won't be easy to deal with it. Feng Xuanling's words were naturally out of good intentions. He was also worried that Li Wangyu would come up with a random idea. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Master Feng, I don't intend to fight with those aristocratic families to the death. I just want to vent my anger. Pai Lupi asked curiously, Boy, what kind of evil idea do you have? Tell me first. Hey, it's like this. I plan to. Even though there was no one else in the bathroom of the Lai Hot, Li Wangyu still lowered his voice and told his plan. Pai Lupi and the other big shots had strange expressions on their faces. Chang Yaojin bared his teeth and said, Zio, I found that you are really bad. In the future, I will let my 3 stupid sons stay away from you, so that they won't be cheated by you and lose money for you. Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell is this old hooligan talking about? Unexpectedly, Du Ruhui also agreed. You know that your words are reasonable. This old man also has to make my 2 sons stay away from Ion Worry. Ha! Pai Lupi laughed even louder. Everyone, do you now know how cunning this brat is? Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with a few big shots teasing. He could only ask, Uncle everyone, what do you think? Pai Lupi glanced at him. Since you've already started, why are you still asking me? Hee, Uncle, if it weren't for you and the other officials, I'm afraid those aristocratic families wouldn't have been fooled. Li Wangyu laughed. Pai Lupi nodded and waved his hand in front of Li Wangyu. I can participate, but I want this much. Li Wangyu was speechless. This motherfasterous cur was too greedy. He actually asked for 50% of the profits? He didn't hold back and directly bargained. Uncle, 20% at most. You can't let me and the other officials work for free, right? There are 5 of them, so 20% from each family should be fine, right? Pai Lupi looked at Feng Xianling and the others. What do you think? Feng Xianling said, Haha, I can participate in this fun. Anyway, even if Zio's plan doesn't work, there's no loss, right? You're right, Mr. Feng. I'll join in the fun. Du Ruhui also twirled his beard and smiled. Cheng Yaojin also laughed. What AB*TCH? I'm looking forward to the success of Zio's plan. It'll be very interesting. Seeing that no one objected, Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone. In that case, we'll follow Zio's plan. Haha, I'm actually looking forward to it too. Come, everyone, cheers. Cheers! The big bathroom of Lai Hot was filled with the laughter of several old men. Under the rule of Chang'an County, something happened in Duku County, which was 60 miles south of Chang'an City. Xinghua Temple, which was located 30 miles away from Duku County, had a new abbot recently. The abbot's Buddhist name was Zhang Dao, and he had a lay disciple with him. Originally, there was nothing strange about this matter, because Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple with only an old presiding monk. After the old abbot passed away, there was no monk in Xinghua Temple. If the villagers of Xiaohou village didn't take care of Xinghua Temple from time to time, the temple would have been abandoned. Xinghua Temple was also a small temple with only 3 halls. Even the most important Mahavira hall in the temple looked dilapidated. Even the clay statue of the Buddha had not only fallen off, but the clay statue itself had also been damaged a long time ago. However, Xinghua Temple didn't have a lot of incense, and the surrounding villagers didn't have much money, so it became more and more decayed, and no monk was willing to take over this temple. However, the Zhangdao monk went to the county government of Duku County a few days ago with the certificate and documents issued by the Zongjing Temple to handle the handover procedures of the temple. Not everyone could be the abbot of a temple in the Tang Dynasty. The abbot had to be approved by the Zongjing Temple and be issued with a certificate and documents before he could take over the temple. The Zongjing Temple not only managed the royal family, but also the monks and Taoists in the world. Every temple had its own property. The government didn't collect taxes or exploit the property of the temple. All in all, this was not a small amount of wealth. However, Xinghua Temple was different, because it was too poor and didn't have a lot of incense. There were no fields, no tenants, and no money. The only thing that belonged to the temple was a broken stone mountain behind the temple that even birds didn't want to shit there. Because Xinghua Temple was too poor, no monk was willing to be the abbot of this temple. When the county magistrate of Duku County learned that a monk had taken over Xinghua Temple, he didn't bother to ask more. He just asked the scribe in the county government to handle the formalities for the monk, and then the dilapidated Xinghua Temple belonged to the monk whose Buddhist name was Zhangdao. Half a month after the Zhangdao took over Xinghua Temple, they suddenly began to recruit craftsmen in Chang'an City to renovate the temple and said that they would remake the golden body of Buddha. As a result, the originally inconspicuous Xinghua Temple became lively. Craftsmen went in and out every day, and carriages carried various building materials. This matter naturally began to be discussed in Xiaohu village, and then it soon spread to the county. Everyone in Duku County was talking about why the dilapidated Xinghua Temple suddenly had money and could spend a lot of copper coins to renovate the temple. Some pilgrims who went to offer incense asked the abbot of Zhangdao curiously, but the abbot just smiled and said nothing, which made people talk about it even more. As a result, all kinds of rumors spread. Some people said that there were originally treasures in Xinghua Temple, which were hidden by Li Mi's army when the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, but now they were discovered by the new abbot. There were even rumors that there was a hiding cave of Li Mi's army in the stone mountain, and the treasures were hidden there. Some people also said that the Zhangdao had received financial support from the nobles in Chang'an City, so they had the copper coins to renovate the temple. There were even people who said that treasures were found in the stone mountain near the temple, and that the abbot was selling those treasures to earn money. Of course, no one believed the last one. After all, although the stone mountain was not small, it was a barren place where even birds didn't shit. Of course, no one believed that there would be any treasures in such a place. But soon the people in Duku County found that they were wrong. It turned out that there were really treasures in the stone mountain. Chapter 685. In the eastern and western markets of Chang'an, the owners of the largest gold and silverware shops were the aristocratic families of the imperial court. Even the officials and nobles couldn't get involved in them. This was normal. After all, the aristocratic families had existed for thousands of years and had accumulated a lot of wealth, including gold and silver. In addition to selling gold and silver ornaments and utensils, these gold and silverware shops also had an important function, which was to exchange for copper coins. After all, although gold was the legal currency of the Tang Dynasty, it was usually used for large transactions. Therefore, when there was a need, one had to go to these gold and silverware shops to exchange gold for copper coins. In addition, they also collected broken gold and silver and smelted it again, casting it into gold and silver ingots or forging gold and silver utensils. Of course, whether it was exchange or purchase, these gold and silverware shops had to charge a certain amount of money to make a profit. On this day, a young man wearing silk clothes came to the Jinyuan gold and silverware shop in the East City. After looking around, he stopped a shop assistant and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if your shop accepts gold?" "Of course we do. Does the customer want to sell loose gold?" Seeing a customer, the shop assistant was naturally full of smiles and politely replied. The man cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to find your shopkeeper. I have a business deal to discuss with him." "What kind of business does the customer want to discuss? Please tell me about it first." The shop assistant naturally had to find out. If it was just some loose gold and silver, there was no way he would trouble the shopkeeper. Hearing this, the man hesitated and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a small piece of gold from his waist and waved it at the shop assistant. "I want to sell this piece of gold. I wonder if your shop is interested?" When the shop assistant saw the piece of gold, his eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief.
Could the customer let me take a closer look at this piece of gold?
The man ignored him and put the piece of gold back at his waist.
Hee, I'm afraid you can't make the decision for this business. Ask your shopkeeper to come.
Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to wait in the VIP room for a moment.
I'll immediately ask the shopkeeper. The shop assistant's attitude became even more polite.
After inviting the man to a seat in the VIP room, he immediately ran to ask for the shopkeeper. Not long after, the VIP room door was pushed open and the shopkeeper of the gold and silverware shop walked in with a smile. He bowed to the man and said, "Esteemed customer, I heard from the shop assistant that you have a piece of gold you want to sell?"
Yes, that's right. Esteemed customer, please let me take a look at the gold.
The man nodded. He took the gold and silver and silver ingots of the gold and silver. Gold of the gold and silverware of the gold and silverware, the gold and silver and gold and silver and gold and silverware and golds were both. The shopkeeper reached out to pick up the gold and carefully examined it for a long time before putting it down. He said in a casual tone, "Esteemed customer, the quality of your gold is not pure. However, since our esteemed guest trusts our Golden Origin Gold and Silver Tool Shop, we naturally cannot disappoint our esteemed guest. Gold will be sold at the rate of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. Our shop will take it." His words made the man laugh coldly. He reached out and grabbed the gold nugget, stuffing it back into his belt. He didn't forget to mock, "Since when is this nugget worth 1 tael of 6 strings?
Shopkeeper, how much do you have? I'll take all of it." The shopkeeper couldn't help but blush when he heard this.
He thought to himself that this man actually knew his stuff. The shopkeeper could only cough dryly to hide his embarrassment when his little scheme was exposed.
"Humph, I originally thought that your gold and silverware shop was trustworthy. Now it seems that you're just Ozo.
Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell." The man stood up and was about to leave when the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped him. The man couldn't help but angrily glare at the shopkeeper.
"What? Does your gold and silverware shop need to rob? Esteemed customer. What are you saying? I was only joking with you just now. Is there a need to doubt the reputation of our gold and silverware shop? Esteemed customer, do you know who the owner of this shop is?
It's the Zheng family of Xingyang, one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches."
The shopkeeper laughed, but his tone was full of pride.
Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the man hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be afraid of the name Zheng family of Xingyang. After a long time, he murmured, "Zheng family of Xingyang can't be taken by force.
I'm a dog's head gold. Gold tael. Shopkeeper, how can you say the price of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins?"
As I said, I was only joking with you." The shopkeeper seemed unconcerned. "Esteemed customer, our shop will take this gold tael. The price is negotiable." Negotiable. When the man took out that piece of gold, the shopkeeper and the worker from before naturally saw that it was a rare dog head gold. Gold tael was a naturally formed gold nugget. Because it was rare, its price was very high.
Gold tael could only be found by chance. Once it was found, it would be kept as a treasure. Its price naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary gold.
In the future, ordinary gold was more than 200 per gram, but the price of natural gold tael was more than 10,000 per gram.
The difference was huge.
In the Tang Dynasty, ordinary gold was worth 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. If it was changed to gold tael, the price would be at least 200 strings of copper coins. Even so, it was still priceless. Anyone who had gold tael would keep it at home and treat it as a family heirloom. The gold tael that the man took out to sell was the size of an egg and weighed about 5 taels. According to the market price, it was worth at least 1,000 strings of copper coins. If it met a suitable buyer, it would be normal to sell it for 1,500 strings of copper coins. Previously, the shopkeeper wanted to bully the man because he didn't know the business and tried to buy it at the price of ordinary gold.
The price difference was huge.
Now that the man knew the price of the gold tael, the shopkeeper naturally didn't want to take advantage of him. He directly said, "Esteemed customer, how about we sell this gold tael for 200 strings of copper coins?" The man thought for a while and counteroffered, 230 strings of copper coins. The shopkeeper shook his head. Esteemed customer, no one in Chang'an will accept this price. You should know that our gold and silver shop also needs to make money. How about 210 strings of copper coins? Our Zhang family of Xingyang won't let you suffer a loss. The shopkeeper's words always mentioned the Zhang family of Xingyang. Naturally, he wanted to let the man know the background of his gold and silver shop and put pressure on him. The man hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. The shopkeeper immediately called the shop assistant in to weigh it. The gold tael weighed 5 taels and was sold for 1,113 strings of copper coins. Both sides wrote down the sales documents and found someone to be a witness. They pressed their fingerprints and the transaction was completed. As for the 1,000 strings of copper coins, the man naturally couldn't take it with him. He asked the shopkeeper to help him exchange 1,000 strings of copper coins into gold ingots. He also asked the shop assistant to call a carriage for him from Shun Feng Carriage Shop in the East Market and carry the remaining 100 strings of copper coins. After the carriage left with the copper coins, the shopkeeper suddenly pulled the shop assistant and said, "Go, ride a horse and follow the carriage. See where the man is staying." The shop assistant didn't dare to hesitate. He nodded and took out a horse from the shop and followed the carriage from a distance. Chapter 686. In the mansion of the Zhang family in Xingyang, Zhang Yuanshou was sitting in the central room and drinking tea. Behind him, several maids were carefully massaging his shoulders and legs. On the table in front of him was the gold nugget sold by the man before. On the other side, the shopkeeper of the Jinyuan gold and silverware shop knelt down in fear and trepidation and answered carefully. "Lang Jun, after the man sold the gold nugget, I ordered people to follow him to see where he came from. The shop assistant followed him all the way and finally found that the man went to a small temple called Xinghua Temple, 30 miles away from Duke County." The shopkeeper looked up at Zhang Yuanshou and continued. The shop assistant was clever and inquired about it in the surrounding villages. The abbot of Xinghua Temple is called Zhang Dao. He took over the temple not long ago with the certificate of Zongjing Temple. The man is a disciple of the Zhang Dao monk, named Lin Yang. I also sent people to Duku County to inquire about the Zhangming house. I learned that Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple. Except for the stone mountain behind the temple, there was no other temple property and no incense offerings. But after the Zhang Dao monk took over the temple, he recruited craftsmen in Chong and city recently, bought a lot of building materials, and began to renovate the temple. I also heard that there were many rumors about this in Duku County. The shopkeeper's words finally made Zhang Yuanshou a little interested. He slightly raised his eyelids and asked, "What rumors?" "It is said that the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple used to be Li Mi's hiding cave at the end of the Sui Dynasty. There were various treasures hidden in it. Now it was discovered by the Zhang Dao monk." "But..." Zhang Yuanshou glanced at him. "But what?" "But I think that the rumors are not true. I estimate that there is a gold mine vein hidden in the stone mountain." The shopkeeper replied. "Why do you say so?" Zhang Yuanshou became more interested. The shopkeeper pointed to the gold nugget on the table and said, "Lang Jun, there are many rumors among the people that this gold nugget is formed by meteorites falling from the sky. In fact, it is not. I know that this gold nugget is produced from gold mines. I have been in the business of gold and silverware for many years, so I know a lot about gold mines. Wherever nugget gold was found, there was bound to be a gold mine. Therefore, nugget gold was also known as mother of gold. I'm guessing that there is an 80% chance that this dog-head gold was dug out by the Righteous Path monk from the stone mountain." Zhang Yuanshou reached out and picked up the gold nugget. After rubbing it for a while, he asked, "Isn't it possible that the monk dug it up somewhere else and sold it to repair the temple?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Lang Jun, this gold dog's head was only sent to be sold today, but that righteous monk had already started recruiting craftsmen to repair the temple half a month ago. Your humble servant went to Duku County's government office to inquire about it. That day when the monk went to receive the temple, he did not have any valuables with him, and his layman disciple's clothes were very shabby. But today, when I saw Lin Yang, he was wearing brand new silk clothes, which are very expensive. Obviously, he bought them recently. In other words, that righteous monk and his disciple suddenly became rich half a month ago." Zhang Yuanshou nodded. "Yes, what you said makes sense. This is interesting. It was rare to find a gold mine in the property of a small temple. In your opinion, what is the output of the gold mine in the stone mountain? Is it a big mine or a small mine?" "Lang Jun, since there is a gold nugget, the output must be not small. The gold mines in Poyang, Lishui, Bonan, and other places are all famous in the world. But when these gold mines were first excavated, they all found gold nugget. The shopkeeper's words were naturally not nonsense. Any gold mine that could find gold nugget was a famous big mine in the world. Once the gold nugget was confirmed, it was a big deal for gold mining. Zhang Yuanshou nodded his head. In that case, we have to make a good plan. Hee. I'm afraid that a small Xinghua temple won't have the fortune to hold a gold mine. Lang Jun is right, but that stone mountain is the property of Xinghua temple. I'm afraid it's not easy. The shopkeeper carefully replied. The property of the temple was not taxed, nor was it managed by the government. Even if the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 families and 7 watchful families, it was not easy for them to seize the property of the temple. If the news was leaked, they would be attacked by all the monks in the world. Even the Zhang family of Xingyang would not be able to bear it. Zhang Yuanshou did not comment on this and just smiled lightly. It's just a monk. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own decision. You did a good job. Go back to the public account and get 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. You can leave now. The shopkeeper naturally did not dare to say more. After thanking him 1,000 times, he left. Zhang Yuanshou pondered for a moment and then asked someone to invite his cousin, Zhang Xianxia. The 2 leaders of the Zhang family whispered to each other for a long time in the central room. Then, they summoned a few more troops and gave them some instructions. After that, the troops left to carry out their orders. In the next few days, more information was reported to Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia. The troops of the Zhang family had secretly searched the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple and found a hidden tunnel. It was obvious that the tunnel had been excavated for a long time. There was a tunnel of more than 100 meters in the stone mountain, and there were many scattered ores and mining tools in the tunnel. When they entered the tunnel with torches, they could see the golden reflections on the walls of the tunnel. The troops of the Zhang family did not disturb the monk and his disciple in Xinghua Temple, but secretly took away 2 ores from the tunnel. After being identified by the craftsmen of the Zhang family, they confirmed that the 2 shiny ores brought back from the tunnel were gold ores. Gold ores were usually divided into mountain gold and placer gold. Mountain gold referred to the gold vein in the mountain. Placer gold was divided into water gold that was panned in the water and placer gold that was dug on the ground. Mountain gold was the rarest gold mine in the mountain range. Usually, the gold produced from mountain gold was lumps. Whether it was mining or smelting, it was much easier than placer gold. The craftsman who identified the ores said that the gold content in these 2 ores was very high. He estimated that this was a rich gold mine and the gold reserves in it would be very large. Since ancient times, when gold was extracted from ores in Wuxia, the gold ores were crushed into the size of soybeans and then ground into powder with a stone mill. Then, the ground stone powder was put on a hanging board and washed with water. Because the proportion of gold was large, it would be left on the hanging board. Finally, the collected gold sand was smelted and cast into gold ingots. The craftsmen of the Zhang family extracted nearly 3 to 4 grams of gold from the 2 fist-sized gold ores that weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms. The content was very shocking. It should be known that an ordinary gold mine might not be able to extract 1 tael of gold from 1 ton of ores. In the craftsman's words, only a few rich gold mines controlled by the imperial court could produce gold ores of such quality. It was very rare. After hearing the news, Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianghua's eyes were full of greed. Sure enough, there was a rich gold vein in the back mountain of Xinghua Temple. This news was really amazing. Zhang Yuanshou could not help laughing and said, "Cousin, God really helps me. If the monk's disciple didn't happen to come to our shop to sell this nugget gold, I'm afraid we wouldn't know about it." Haha, yes. That monk is also an idiot. How dare he show such a treasure to others? It seems that God really helps our Zheng family. Last time, we were cheated by that little bastard surnamed Li and lost hundreds of thousands of copper coins. We almost couldn't continue in our hometown in Xingyang. Fortunately, we used our private money to pay for the gambling. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a good new year. Yuanshou, this gold mine must be in our hands. The 2 looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. In their opinion, it was easy to catch a monk. The gold mine belonged to their Zhang family. Chapter 687. In Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianghua's opinion, how could a little monk dare to fight against the Zheng family of Xingyang? If the monk knew what was good for him, the Zheng family of Xingyang would naturally repair the Xinghua temple and give the monk some money. At least, the monk and his disciple could be rich. But if the monk was not sensible and did not want to give the gold mine to them, it was simple. They would send someone to kill him and burn the temple. When the stone mountain became ownerless, the Zheng family would buy it and excavate it. However, the latter would easily attract others' attention. Wang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia did not want to make more trouble. It was more appropriate to let the monk know the difficulties and give the gold mine to them. In their opinion, with the Zheng family's power and influence, forcing a monk with no background to bow his head was simply a matter of lifting one's hand and capturing him. The next day happened to be a rest day. Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia were worried that a long night might cause trouble. So early in the morning, they led the people of the mansion and rode to the Xinghua Temple in Duke County. But when they arrived at the Xinghua Temple, Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia could not help but feel shocked. At this time, there were already many people outside the Xinghua Temple, which was under construction. They had surrounded the Xinghua Temple and prohibited unauthorized people from entering. Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia both recognized the people who surrounded the Xinghua Temple. They were the troops of Duke Lu's mansion. The troops of Duke Lu's mansion did not seem to expect that they would meet the Zheng family of Xingyang here. Immediately, someone ran into the temple, but the others did not know whether they should stop Zhang Yuanshou and others. They seemed to be at a loss for a moment. Those troops of the Cheng family hesitated for a while, but someone still came forward to salute Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. May I know what brings you to the Xinghua Temple today?" "Haha, I'm here to offer incense and worship Buddha. But I don't know what your duke is doing here today." Zhang Yuanshou forced a smile. "Mr. Zhang, my Lang Jun is also here to worship Buddha today." The words of the troops of Duke Lu's mansion made Zhang Yuanshou sneer in his heart. It was impossible for the old man Cheng Jijia to come here to worship Buddha. Moreover, if they wanted to worship Buddha, there were many big temples in Chong and city. No one would believe that they would come to this shabby temple in the remote countryside to worship Buddha. He and his cousin, Zhang Xianxia, looked at each other, and both of them knew that something was wrong. There was an 80% chance that Cheng Jijia had somehow found out about the gold mine. He probably came here today for the same purpose as them. Zhang Yuanshou didn't say much. He and Zhang Xianxia were about to walk into the temple. The troops of Marquis Lu's mansion wanted to stop them, but they couldn't find a reason to do so. However, they still blocked the gate of Xinghua Temple and refused to give way. Wang Yuanshou angrily said, "What? Do you dare to stop this old man? Did Xinghua Temple become the property of Marquis Lu's mansion? Otherwise, don't blame this old man for denouncing High Duke Lu." At this time, they heard Chang Yaojin's laughter coming from the temple gate. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang. Why do you argue with my troops?" Chang Yaojin separated the troops and strode out of the temple. After greeting Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Xianxia casually, he asked, "Mr. Zhang, why are you not in Chong'an City today? What are you doing in Xinghua Temple?" "Haha, I wonder what Mr. Lu is doing here?" Wang Yuanshou didn't answer but asked. "I'm here to eat vegetarian food and pray Buddha. Can't I?" Chang Yaojin glared at him. Zhang Yuanshou didn't buy it. "Haha, what a coincidence. My brother and I are also here to eat vegetarian food and pray Buddha." Chang Yaojin looked at Zhang Yuanshou and then at Zhang Xianxia. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, it seems that Mr. Zhang also knows the news? I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. To tell you the truth, you are late. The monks of Xinghua Temple have sold the stone mountain to me. Mr. Zhang, please go back." Zhang Yuanshou didn't believe him at all. He looked at Chang Yaojin with a faint smile. "Mr. Lu, do you have the transaction document? Why didn't I hear about it from the Ming House in Duku County?" "Mr. Zhang, Ming House. Do you know about this matter that Mr. Lu mentioned?" Behind them, a man in a light green official uniform stood out. He was the county magistrate of Duku County. He smiled and greeted Cheng Yaojin before saying, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. Did Xinghua Temple sell the stone mountain to you? Why don't I know about it?" In the Tang Dynasty, people who wanted to buy and sell land and forests needed to go to the county government to get a document. The county magistrate of Duku County happened to be a member of the Zhang family in Xingyang. Today, Zhang Yuanshou came to threaten the Orthodox monks, so he naturally asked the county magistrate of Duku County to come with him. Cheng Yaojin was thick-skinned enough. He didn't panic when his lie was exposed. "I have reached an agreement with the monk. I will go to the county government to go through the formalities. Zhang Yuanshou said with a smile. Haha, since you haven't gone through the formalities, it doesn't count. Mr. Liu, since my cousin and I are here, I'm afraid you don't want to eat it alone, do you? Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help glaring at Zhang Yuanshou. When the two sides didn't give in to each other, another person came out of the temple. It was Li Wangyu. Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Shangua were even more unhappy when they saw Li Wangyu here. They thought they could monopolize the high-yield gold mine. Why did this thing become known to everyone? What the hell? Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang. Haha, you are in such a good mood today that you came to Duke County for sightseeing. Li Wangyu was polite and greeted them. When Zhang Yuanshou saw the situation, he decided to lay it all out on the table. I didn't expect to meet Minister Liu and County Count Hu today. In this case, I won't hide it. You can't monopolize the gold mine. The Zheng family in Xinjiang must have a share. Since the matter had been leaked, Zhang Yuanshou knew that it was impossible to monopolize it. However, the Zheng family would never let go of this high-yield gold mine. At this time, Zhang Yuanshou's bottom line was to take at least 1/3 of it. After all, whether it was Cheng Yaojin or Li Wangyu, the Zheng family in Xinjiang couldn't rely on their power to suppress them. Thus, cooperation became the only option. Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu looked at each other. Li Wangyu nodded silently, indicating that he agreed with Zhang Yuanshou. The Zheng family in Xinjiang couldn't drive Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu away. On the other hand, they couldn't drive them away. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed. He made an inviting gesture to Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Shangua. If that's the case, please come in. We'll have a good discussion. Haha, that monk! Before Cheng Yaojin could finish his words, the sound of horse hooves came from not far away. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. This time, everyone's face darkened. Chapter 688. The ones riding the horses were none other than the patriarchs of the other 6 families. Apart from the Zhang clan of Xinjiang, the Cui clan of Boling, the Cui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Longxi, the Li clan of Zhao County, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were all present. When Wang Renyu saw Li Wangyu, Cheng Yaojin, and the others in front of the Xinghua temple, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed and said, I was going to worship the Buddha in the Xinghua temple today, but I didn't expect to meet Master Cui, Master Liu, and Master Li on the way. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuanshou's face became more and more ugly. He originally thought that this matter was only known by Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu. A big cake was going to be divided into 3 parts. Unexpectedly, Wang Renyu and the others had also come. How were they going to divide the pie? As for Wang Renyu's claim that he came to Xinghua temple to worship Buddha, Zhang Yuanshou didn't believe it at all. Although the 5 families and 7 great families were of the same breath and branch, in the face of the temptation of gold, how could they not have their own little schemes? Xianxia, the clan master of the Cui clan in Qinghe River, also stroked his beard and said with a smile, Xinghua temple is so lively today. I didn't expect to meet all of you here. Everyone began to exchange pleasantries. However, Cheng Yaojin snorted coldly and said, Gentlemen, don't talk nonsense about coming here to pay respects to Buddha. This daddy will say it clearly. Since all of you are here for the gold mine, then let's discuss it together. But I'll say this first. Don't even think about giving me my share. Cheng Yaojin's words were very rude, but Wang Renyu, Xianxia, and the others pretended not to hear. They chatted and laughed as they walked into the temple. Zhang Yuanshou and Zhang Shangua looked at each other and both felt that there was something strange about this matter. It was such a secret matter, and their Zhang family of Xinjiang had only discovered the gold mine by accident. How could it cause such an uproar and almost everyone in the city knew about it? After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuanshou pulled Wang Renyu and asked in a low voice, Lord Wang, how did you know that there is a gold mine in Xinghua temple? Wang Renyu looked at him meaningfully. How did eunuch Zheng know? At this point, Zhang Yuanshou did not hide it from him and told him the truth. It was a disciple of a monk from Xinghua temple who went to the Zhang family's gold and silverware shop to sell nugget, which made the shopkeeper notice something strange. After investigating it, he found the gold mine. When Wang Renyu heard that, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, To be honest, Duke Zheng, that monk has also sold gold at my Wang family's gold and silverware shop. Although it wasn't nugget gold, it was a bag of gold powder. My Wang clan's shopkeeper is naturally not someone to be trifled with. With a single glance, he recognized that this is gold powder collected from a gold mine. As long as it is smelted, it will become top-grade gold. Of course, I had to order someone to investigate it, so I noticed the existence of Xinghua Temple. After meeting Cui Gong and the others, I naturally asked them about the reason, and they gave me the same answer. It's ridiculous that the monk actually used such a method. He didn't expect that most of the gold and silver shops in Chang'an City were owned by our aristocratic families. Wang Runyo's words made Zhang Yuanshou somewhat understand. In order to deceive others, the monk and his disciple of Xinghua Temple deliberately changed several gold and silverware shops to sell nugget gold, gold powder, and other things. However, they did not expect that behind these gold and silverware shops, there were aristocratic families. The gold they sold was like prey falling into the sea. The smell of blood attracted the aristocratic families, and these sharks swarmed over, wanting to swallow this piece of fat meat. However, Zhang Yuanshou immediately frowned and said, "No, Duke Lu and the guy surnamed Li don't run a gold and silverware shop." How did they know this? Wang Renyu could not help frowning when he heard that. After thinking for a while, he replied, "You'll know when you ask." "Duke Sheng, are you still worried that there is a trap?" "Haha, it's better to be careful." At this time, Zhang Yuanshou already had some doubts in his heart. There seemed to be something wrong with this gold mine. Wang Renyu nodded. He did not expect that everyone knew what he thought he could eat alone, which really made Wang Renyu depressed. However, if the gold mine really existed, the Taiyuan Wangs would take a bite of it anyway. In response to Zhang Yuanshou's and Wang Renyu's doubts, Cheng Yaojin laughed and pointed at Li Wangyu, saying, "I didn't notice it. It was this guy who noticed it." Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands to Zhang Yuanshou and others, saying, "Duke, the monk and his disciple of Xinghua Temple have found many carriages to transport copper coins from Shun Feng carriage shop in the past few days. They all moved copper coins from various gold and silverware shops in Chang'an City. It would be strange if I still didn't guess that there was something wrong with it. I asked Uncle Cheng to find someone to investigate this matter. Naturally, it's clear." Hearing Li Wangyu's explanation, Zhang Yuanshou and others suddenly understood, and at the same time, they secretly scolded the monk for being an idiot. When selling gold, he knew to go to various gold and silverware shops to sell it. Why didn't he change the carriage shop? Of course, Zhang Yuanshou and others also knew that in Noda's Chang'an City, there was no other four-wheeled carriage shop except for Shun Feng carriage shop. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. They all knew that it was impossible to monopolize the gold mine. Now, they just needed to find a way to distribute the benefits. As for the authenticity of the gold mine, this group of old foxes naturally doubted in their hearts. They were afraid that there was something fishy. Could it be that the monk was so bold that he used a trick to deceive them and wanted to cheat a large sum of money? In the great Buddha's hall of Xinghua Temple, several troops of Duke Lu's mansion had already detained a monk. Beside him was a man, who was obviously Lin Yang, the disciple of the orthodox monk. As soon as he saw Cheng Yaojin return with a large group of people behind him, the monk frowned and saluted with one hand, saying, "Amitba. Poor monk greets Duke Lu, County Earl Hu, and all of you. Duke Lu, poor monk has already said that there is a gold mine in the back mountain of our temple. Poor monk will not hide this from you. But poor monk will not sell the gold mine. Please forgive me, Duke Lu." Cheng Yaojin suddenly became furious, saying, "Damn you, you bald donkey, how dare you? I am willing to buy your gold mine with real money. Why don't you sell it? Do you think my knife is not fast enough?" The monk silently chanted the name of Buddha again, and his expression became calm, saying, "Amitba. Buddhism has a saying, if I don't enter hell, who will? If killing this penniless monk can relieve the anger in Lu Guogong's heart, then this penniless monk is willing to give up this stinky body. However, this penniless monk definitely cannot sell this gold mine to Lu Guogong." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin became even more furious. With a clang, he pulled out his knife from his waist and glared at the monk, saying, "You bald donkey, how dare you? So what if I kill you today? After killing you, this temple will be ownerless. Are you afraid that I can't get the gold mine?" "Amitba, Duke Lu is wrong." The monk lowered his head, saying, "Poor monk has written a letter about the discovery of the gold mine in Xinghua Temple and informed the abbots of Great Mercy Temple, Shiming Temple, Xingshan Temple, Xiangji Temple, and Jianfu Temple in Chang'an. Poor monk has made it clear to these abbots that if poor monk dies, the property of Xinghua Temple will belong to these big temples. If Duke Lu is sure that you can take the gold mine from these big temples in Chang'an, then just kill poor monk. When the righteous path monk said this, everyone in the Hall of Great Strength was dumbfounded. Chapter 689. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families and Chang Yaojin looked at each other in dismay. They had been busy for a long time, but it turned out to be useless. If things were as the monk said, even the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs would not be able to get any benefits from it. After all, compared to the Buddhism sect that had believers all over the Tang Empire, the noble Duke of Lu or the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs would not be able to snatch food from the mouth of the Buddhism sect. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshou and others no longer doubted the authenticity of the gold mine, but they felt more and more uncomfortable. Such a big piece of fat meat was in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. It was really strange. Chang Yaojin was even more furious because of the monk, and he directly put the Shao knife in his hand on the monk's neck. Bald donkey! How dare you bully me? Do you think my knife is not fast enough? The monk directly closed his eyes, silently recited sutras, and did not answer at all. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, Cui Xin, and others looked at each other. They were unwilling, but they could do nothing. They really didn't know what to do when they met a monk who was not afraid of death. It was easy to kill the monk and his disciple, but in this way, the temple property of Xinghua Temple would be jointly owned by several big temples in Chang'an City, and they could not get any benefits from it. Li Wangyu, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Uncle Cheng, calm down. Don't frighten the master." Li Wangyu stepped forward to pull Cheng Yaojin away, and then bowed to the monk. "Master, you don't know these Langjuns, right? Let me introduce them to you. Except for High Duke Lu, these Langjuns are the Cui clan of Bowling, the Cui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Longxi, the Li clan of Zhao County, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, and the Zheng clan of Xingyang." Li Wangyu pointed to Zhang Yuanshou and others, and continued to persuade, "Master, you are a monk. Why do you have to offend High Duke Lu, High Duke Zhang, and High Duke Cui for these useless things? Did the master think that he could live a good life by guarding this gold mine? Why do you have to offend so many people for the sake of worldly things?" The monk looked up at Li Wangyu and opened his mouth. However, he only chanted a Buddhist mantra and remained silent. Zhang Yuanshou and company turned anxious when they saw this. They cursed the monk inwardly. He was like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. Li Wangyu's face also showed a bit of impatience. "Master, I respect you as a monk. That's why I'm persuading you in such a pleasant manner. Could it be that the great master was willing to sacrifice his life for money? For the sake of some gold, he was willing to disregard his own life and that of his disciple? Buddhists should abstain from greed. But why was the master so greedy? This is not something a monk would do." Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, the monk sighed and said, "Amitba, it's not that I'm greedy for the gold. You may not know that poor monk used to be a monk in Xinghua Temple. After that, he wandered around to cultivate and only wanted a bowl of porridge. Money and poor monk were just fleeting clouds. Neither this poor monk nor the old abbot has ever thought of touching a single cent of the gold mine." Cheng Yaojin spat and said, "Bah, don't talk nonsense. If you're not greedy, why did you and your disciple begin to excavate the gold mine as soon as you took over Xinghua Temple? I've checked it clearly. In the past half-month, you've sold at least 2,000 strings of gold in Chang'an City. You call this not being greedy?" Zhang Yuanshou, Zhang Shanghua, Cui Xin, Wang Renyu, and other big shots from aristocratic families were even more stimulated when they heard this. The output of the gold mine was far more than they had expected. Only the monk and his disciple had produced more than 2,000 strings of gold in half a month. Even if the gold nugget sold to the Zhang family was excluded, at least 100 taels of gold had been produced. How terrifying was that? If there were enough craftsmen, wouldn't it be easy for this gold mine to produce thousands of taels of gold a month? The crowd looked at the monk with even more unfriendly eyes. Zhang Yuanshou couldn't help threatening him. "Master, are you really not afraid of death? But you don't know that there are many things in this world that are more terrible than death." He also thought so in his heart. If the monk really refused to sell, he could only arrest him and torture him. He didn't believe that the monk would refuse to sign and sell the gold mine under the threat of torture. However, the monk was not moved at all. "Amitba. Poor monk said that if you want this stinky body, you can take it." Poor monk and his disciple excavated the gold mine not for greed, but just to raise gold to repair Xinghua Temple and recast the golden body of Buddha. Hearing what the monk said, Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Monk, it's simple. If it's true, you can sell the gold mine to me. I'll pay for it and help you recast the golden body of Buddha. A gold-plated Buddha statue is nothing. When Monk Vindication heard this, he lowered his eyes slightly and said, Amitabha, my noble lady, I made a great vow in front of Gautama Buddha to reforge Gautama Buddha's golden body. However, it's not a gold-plated Buddha statue, but a pure golden body of Gautama Buddha. When he said this, it gave everyone a fright. Damn! A golden body of Buddha made of pure gold? Li Wangyu and the others couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the slightly dilapidated clay statue of Buddha in the great Buddha's hall. They each estimated in their hearts how much gold such a golden body of Buddha would cost. At least 1,000,000 taels of gold and 100,000 kilograms. That was the rough estimate in everyone's hearts. The number shocked everyone. It was an unimaginably huge number. Even with the accumulation of thousands of years of aristocratic families, taking out 100,000 taels of gold would empty their pockets, let alone 1,000,000 taels of gold. In fact, Wuxia had a lot of gold reserves since ancient times. It was recorded in history that Emperor Wu of Han rewarded General Wei Qing with 200,000 kilograms of gold. When Wang Mang married the empress in his later years, he used 30,000 kilograms of gold. During Wang Mang's time, the palace alone had more than 700,000 kilograms of gold. However, Wuxia had the habit of burying people in extravagant burials since ancient times. According to the Book of Jin, the Emperor of Han was buried in a mausoleum for a year after he ascended the throne. The tribute from the world was divided into 3 parts. One part was for the ancestral temple, one part was for the guests, and the last part was for the mountain mausoleum. 1/3 of the country's treasury was buried in the ground with an emperor. Over thousands of years, countless emperors and scholars had brought a lot of gold into the mausoleum. Therefore, when Wuxia reached the Tang and Song dynasties, there was less and less gold. It wasn't that 1,000,000 taels of gold didn't exist, but it was an extremely huge number. Zhang Yuanshou couldn't help but burst out laughing. Monk, your joke is too funny. Using 1,000,000 taels of gold to build a golden body of Buddha, you really dare to dream. The Righteous Path monk shook his head. This is not impossible. The old abbot and I have already ascertained many years ago that the gold mine reserves behind the temple are astonishing. Even 10,000,000 taels of gold may not be impossible. This poor monk is willing to use 1,000,000 taels of gold to cast a golden body for Buddha. Therefore, this gold mine will definitely not be sold, even if you nobles kill this poor monk. The major temples in Chang'an City will naturally fulfill poor monk's great wish, build a golden body of Buddha and enshrine it in Xinghua Temple. The monk's words immediately stimulated the greed of Zhang Yuanshou and the others. How amazing was the reserves of 10,000,000 taels of gold. Chapter 690. Wang Yuanshou and the others did not doubt what the monk said. After all, the gold ores taken out from the mine in Zhongqiu Prefecture were amazing. Ordinary gold ores might not produce 1 tael of gold, even 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms. The ores behind Xinghua Temple were indeed extremely rare and rich in gold. According to the estimation of the craftsmen they found, 1 tael of gold could be produced from 1,000 kilograms of ores, which was very terrifying. The stone mountain of Xinghua Temple was not small, so it was not strange for it to produce hundreds of millions of tons of gold ores. In this way, they would believe it if it really had a reserve of 10,000,000 taels of gold. But at this moment, facing this righteous monk, the masters of the aristocratic families did not know how to deal with him. For a moment, there was a deadlock in the great Buddha's hall. No one was willing to give up just like that. However, if they wanted to continue seizing this gold mine, they didn't know how to do it in such a short period of time. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and asked, Master, even if we leave today, have you ever thought about how long it will take you and your disciple to mine this gold slowly? How long will it take for you and your disciple to gather enough gold to cast a golden body for Buddha? Even if you two work hard, can you mine 500 kilograms of gold in a year? 100,000 kilograms of gold. Haha, I'm afraid you can't get so much gold even if you mine until you die, right? Well. Hearing this, the monk hesitated. It seemed that he did not expect Li Wangyu to say this and did not know how to answer. Chang Yaojin stared at him and said, You bald donkey, didn't you just say that you only want to build a golden body for Buddha? Why are you so hesitant now? Amitabha. The monk murmured the name of Buddha in a low voice. Well, If you are willing to pay for the renovation of Xinghua Temple and cast a golden body for my Buddha, I can sell the gold mine to you. The monk's words stunned Zhang Yuanshou and the others. 100,000 kilograms of gold in exchange for the gold mine? If the gold mine really had a reserve of 10 million taels of gold, it seemed that it was not impossible to exchange it for 1 million taels of gold. Although none of them could take out so much gold, it didn't seem impossible if they pooled their resources together. However, Zhang Yuanshou, the old fox, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He carefully thought about the process of this matter and felt that there was something fishy about it. There were too many coincidences. How could it be so coincidental that they all discovered the existence of the gold mine? And all of them gathered here today. The more Zhang Yuanshou thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly thought of a possibility. What kind of gold mine was this? Could it be fake? Did the monk's disciples sell nugget gold and golden sand just to lure them to Xinghua Temple? Then Li Wangyu, the bastard, Chang Yaojin, and the monk put on a show for them with the purpose of cheating 100,000 kilograms of gold from their aristocratic families? The more Zhang Yuanshou thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He felt that he had seen through everything, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Interesting, they actually deceived the aristocratic families. Hee hee, Grandmaster, don't joke around. Even if we empty out all of our assets, we still wouldn't be able to gather that much gold. Moreover, what gold mine? Can it be worth 100,000 kilograms of gold? Zhang Yuanshou felt that he had seen through the conspiracy, so he couldn't help but sneer. Did this Li brat really think that the aristocratic families were fools to be fooled? 100,000 kilograms of gold. What a big appetite. Wasn't he afraid of choking himself to death? Zhang Yuanshou's words fell into the ears of Cui Xin, Wang Renyu, and the others. These old foxes thought about it and all felt that there was something fishy about it. Casting a golden body for Buddha? What kind of bullshit reason was this? Who in the world had ever heard of casting a Buddha statue with 100,000 kilograms of gold? Haha, Mr. Zhang is right. Even if this gold mine is real, it's too outrageous to buy 100,000 kilograms of gold. Who in the world can afford it? Monk, have you lost your mind? A gold mine for 100,000 kilograms of gold? Tut tut, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Zhang Yuanshou and others said sarcastically, but they unconsciously looked at Li Wangyu and Chang Yaojin with the corners of their eyes. Everyone was smiling, thinking that they had seen through the conspiracy of Li Wangyu, the bastard, and wanted to see what else they could say. But what Zhang Yuanshou did not expect was that Li Wangyu and Chang Yaojin's performance was completely different from what they imagined. Chang Yaojin directly opened his mouth and scolded. You bald donkey, what kind of daydream are you having? 100,000 kilograms of gold. Why don't you go rob someone? Li Wangyu also laughed out loud. Master, are you still dreaming? 100,000 kilograms of gold. You really dare to say it? Do you know how much 100,000 kilograms of gold is? Besides, even if everyone is willing, who can take out so much gold? What's more, taking out so much gold to exchange for a gold mine that can produce an unknown amount of gold. Do you think we are all idiots? Li Wangyu and Chang Yaojin's words made Zhang Yuanshou and others stunned. Why was it different from what they thought? This little bastard surnamed Li actually directly said everyone's doubts. Could it be that this matter really has nothing to do with him? Everyone couldn't help but look at the righteous monk again, wanting to see what he would say. The monk hesitated for a long time, seeming to be thinking about the pros and cons, but he didn't speak. The disciple of the righteous monk, the man named Lin Yang, suddenly spoke. Master, the gold mine can't be sold. This is the temple property left by the old abbot. How can it be sold? The monk sighed and said, Alas, how can I not know? But Count Huxian is also right. With just the two of us, master and disciple, when will we be able to gather enough gold to cast Buddha's golden body? Lin Yang said, Master, you can borrow gold from Lu Guogong, Count Huxian, and other nobles. The gold mine will be excavated by the nobles. The gold they excavate will belong to them, which is the capital. After the nobles dig out 100,000 kilograms of gold and return the capital, the nobles will take 60% of the remaining gold as the interest of the gold they borrowed, and 40% will go to the temple. Isn't that enough? In this way, the gold mine will be the property of our Xinghua temple, and the nobles will also benefit. Master, your great wish can also be realized. Isn't that a happy ending? His words were unexpected to Zhang Yuanshou and others, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Li Wangyu, who was on the side, suddenly asked, "Borrow gold? Even if the temple borrows the fragrant kitchen, there must be something as collateral, right? Master, what can you use as collateral for this 100,000 kilograms of gold?" "Haha, I'm afraid that even if you sell this Xingua temple, it won't be worth 1,000 taels of gold, right? Master, don't talk about the gold mine. Who knows how much gold will be produced from the gold mine in the future? If it's not enough, won't we lose everything?" Li Wangyou's words made Zhang Yuanshou and others nod their heads. It was true. However, Lin Yong couldn't help laughing and said, "You nobles are confused. Isn't the gold you lent to my master as collateral? The gold will be cast into a golden body of Buddha and placed in the great Buddha's hall. How can a Buddha statue weighing 100,000 kilograms grow legs and run away? If there is no gold in the gold mine, you can move the Buddha statue back and smelt it again. Then you can take the gold back, right?" Lin Yang's words made Zhang Yuanshou and others' eyes brighten. It seemed that it was true. Chapter 691. Zhang Yuanshou thought that the monk's disciples' words were very reasonable. If their aristocratic family spent 100,000 kilograms of gold to buy the gold mine, they would be spendthrifts. Who could guarantee how much gold could be produced from the gold mine? But if they lent the gold to the monk and cast the Buddha statues, the gold would still belong to their aristocratic families. It was fine if the gold mine could produce a large amount of gold. On the contrary, they could dismantle the Buddha statues made of pure gold at any time and melt them into gold ingots. At most, they would consume some fire. Wang Renyu twisted his beard and said with a smile, "This is a good idea. But if you want to borrow the gold, we want 80% of the gold produced by the gold mine. Xingua Temple can only take 20% at most." If it weren't for the fact that the monk was stinky and stubborn and had the support of Buddhism, Wang Renyu wouldn't even want to give him 20%. Before the monk spoke, Li Wangyu said, "Lord Wang, you are wrong. We have to lend the gold and be responsible for recruiting people to open the mine. 20% is too much. In my opinion, 10% is enough." Zhang Yuanshou and others looked at each other and felt that Li Wangyu was really more evil than them. The gold mine belonged to Xingua Temple, but they only gave others 10% of the profit. Evil, it was really evil. However, Li Wangyou's words were what everyone was thinking. They nodded in agreement and said, "What you said is reasonable. 20% is too much. Mining also costs a lot. It's enough for Xingua Temple to take 10% of the gold." Lin Yong was also dumbfounded. It was reasonable for him to propose 40% and 60%. However, these nobles were greedy and only wanted to give Xingua Temple 10% of the profit. They were really shameless. He still wanted to argue, but he heard the monk of the orthodox sect recite the name of Buddha, Amitabha. "Lin Yong, don't say any more. I don't care whether the gold is gold or not. As long as it can cast a golden body for our Buddha, 10% is fine." The monk looked at the crowd again, bowed and said, "As you said, as long as you lend the gold to poor monk, the gold Buddha statues will be used as collateral after they are cast. If there is not enough gold in the gold mine, the gold Buddha statues will be returned to you." Zhang Yuanshou and others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Anyway, there was no risk in this deal. They just needed to transport the gold to Xingua Temple first. Moreover, with so much gold, they would definitely send their family to guard the Xingua Temple closely to prevent the monks from stealing or swapping the gold. Therefore, it made no difference whether the gold was kept in Xingua Temple or in the treasury at home. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others were naturally willing to do this in exchange for a high-yield gold mine. Zhang Yuanshou smiled and said, "Since everyone has no objections, then let's talk about how everyone will invest in the gold and how the profits will be distributed. Let this old man make a suggestion first. We have a total of 9 families here. Why don't we divide the gold into 9 portions? Each family will take out 110,000 taels of gold. The production of this gold mine will also be divided equally." Li Wangyu shook his head. "I can't take out 110,000 gold taels. I'm afraid that Uncle Chung can't take out that much gold either, right? Haha, even if it is the Zhugong, can they really take out so much gold?" Wang Renyu and the others looked at each other and made their own plans. If one were to talk about 110,000 gold taels, it would be really difficult for them to come up with such a sum. They would have to take out all of their trump cards to be able to come up with that amount. Thinking of moving the 1,000-year accumulation of the aristocratic families to Xinghua Temple, Zhang Yuanshou and the others were a little hesitant. When everyone was hesitating, they heard a noise outside the Mahavira Hall again. Zhang Yuanshou couldn't help frowning. The Xinghua Temple had been tightly surrounded by the troops of their families, and even the craftsmen who repaired the temple had been driven out. Why was there a noise at this time? Everyone turned their heads and looked outside. They found that a group of people had entered the temple and was heading for the Mahavira Hall despite the troops' obstruction. When they saw the person clearly, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Then they bowed to the person helplessly and said, "Your Majesty." It was Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, who could enter the Xinghua Temple without the troops' obstruction. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui were beside him. When the orthodox monks heard that the bearded man who entered the hall was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. As for his disciple Lin Yang, he was so scared that he directly knelt down. Pai Lupi strode into the Mahavira Hall and laughed loudly. "Haha, you are in such a good mood today that you all gather in the Xinghua Temple. I wonder if you are here to worship Buddha or to have fun." Zhang Yuanshou and the others didn't know how to answer Pai Lupi's words and cursed in their hearts. Did the sage also know about the gold mine in Xinghua Temple? Zhang Yuanshou was even more uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. When he left Chang'an City this morning, he and his cousin Zhang Shanghua were very proud and thought that they could take a bite of the fat meat without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Now even Pai Lupi had shown up. How many benefits could their aristocratic families get from it? When everyone was thinking about this, Pai Lupi stopped smiling and said in a cold voice, "Feng Xianling, I remember that salt and iron in the world are monopolized by the imperial court. Is that true?" Feng Xianling twisted his beard and said with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty, that's right." "What about the gold mine?" "Your Majesty, it should be monopolized by the imperial court." Feng Xianling certainly understood what Pai Lupi meant and echoed. The conversation between the emperor and the minister was like a bomb in the ears of the aristocratic families. It seemed that the sage came here today to snatch the gold mine. Wang Renyu immediately retorted, "Your Majesty, the law of the Tang Dynasty does not stipulate that gold mines should be handed over to the imperial court, but the monopoly of salt and iron does not involve copper, gold and other materials." What he said was naturally the truth. Before the Han Dynasty, iron smelting was a private business and countless people started their business by smelting iron. For example, it was recorded in the history books that Guozhong of Handan built his business by smelting iron and became rich together with the king. In the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty suggested that salt, iron, and wine should be monopolized by the state so as to prevent local feudal lords and tyrants from seizing power. Since then, salt and iron had been monopolized by the imperial court for generations. But at least in the Tang Dynasty, copper and gold were not restricted. The aristocratic families also had their own copper mines, and the imperial court just collected taxes from them. After being refuted by Wang Renyu, Pai Lupi was not annoyed. He just looked at Zhang Yuanshou and others with a faint smile and said casually, "In that case I won't force you. But since I know about the gold mine, sell it to me." "Is this a righteous master? How much is the gold mine of Xinghua Temple?" "I'll buy it." The righteous master hesitated and bowed again. "Your Majesty, this gold mine is produced by Xinghua Temple. Poor monk won't sell it. Just now, poor monk has reached an agreement with the nobles. Poor monk will borrow 50,000 kilograms of gold from the nobles to cast a golden body for Buddha. He will repay the principal and interest with the gold produced by the gold mine." Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned and looked at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Li Wangyu. "Zio, tell me what's going on." Li Wangyu smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. Ignoring the extremely ugly expressions of Zhang Yuanshou and the others, he recounted what had happened in detail and the result of their discussion with the monk just now. After hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help laughing and said, "Well, in that case, I'll lend the gold to you. I think I can still take out 50,000 kilograms of gold. You don't have to borrow money from the nobles." Zhang Yuanshou and others were even more annoyed. Pai Lupi was so ruthless that he wanted to swallow the income of the gold mine. How could they, the aristocratic families, be willing? Chapter 692. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others only had one thought at this time, which was to stop Pai Lupi from snatching the profits from them. Even if Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, so what? The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were not to be trifled with. Your Majesty, the master has already reached an agreement with us. How can you go back on your word? Your Majesty is rich. How can you compete with the people? Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, Cui Xin, and the others spoke one after another. What they meant was that they didn't want Pai Lupi to get involved. Pai Lupi frowned slightly and snorted discontentedly. You didn't sign the agreement with the master. Why can't I participate? What's the reason? Zhang Yuanshou and the others were speechless, but Li Wangyu persuaded him. Uncle, it's true that the masters and the masters have made an agreement first. Why don't we all take a step back? Uncle, you also have a share in it? How about lending some gold to the master? Zhang Yuanshou and the others looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they could only nod helplessly. Everyone knew that if Pai Lupi contributed another share, they would be able to get less gold from the gold mine in the future. Li Er nodded slightly and then said, Since that is the case, we will not force you. We will only take a share of this matter. However, Master Feng and Master Du will naturally each take a share of this matter. Well, let's count it as 12 shares. Each of you will take out 80,000 taels of gold. What do you think, my dear ministers? Although Zhang Yuanshou and the others were unwilling to accept Pai Lupi's golden words, they could only nod helplessly and agree. They could take out 80,000 taels of gold and didn't need to raise money everywhere. However, the profit of the gold mine in the future would be much less, which made Zhang Yuanshou and the others feel the most uncomfortable. However, it was useless to say more since it had come to this. Zhang Yuanshou and the others were afraid of causing more trouble. If the officials and nobles knew about it later, they would really be caught unprepared. Therefore, in the great Buddha's hall of Xinghua Temple, Pai Lupi and the others wrote down the document of lending the gold with the county magistrate of Duku County as the witness. They stamped the document and officially confirmed the matter. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, was led by the monk to the tunnel behind the temple to witness it with their own eyes. Just like what Zhong Chu had reported, the nearly 100-meter-long tunnel, under the illumination of the torches, the 4 walls were filled with all kinds of dazzling golden light. Obviously, these were all gold ores. After seeing the mine with their own eyes, they no longer had any doubts. Master, we will send the gold to Xinghua Temple in 3 days. However, this old man has to say this first. This gold must always be under the supervision of our prefecture's central Song sect. Even if we cast the golden Buddha in the future, the use of gold must be supervised by our prefecture's central Song sect. Master, you don't have any objections, right? Zhang Yuanshou instructed the good faction monk. The monk bowed and replied, Amitba. Poor monk naturally has no objections. This is the safest way. Poor monk is also worried that so much gold piled up in the temple will attract the attention of thieves. It can't be better if you send people to guard it. Very good. Then we won't disturb your cultivation. 3 days later, the gold will be sent here. Zhang Yuanshou and the others looked at each other, bowed to Pai Lupi, and then left. Today's trip to Xinghua Temple was really beyond the expectations of these aristocratic families, and they felt a little speechless. They originally thought that they could easily take away a gold mine, but they didn't expect that they would have to lend the gold in exchange for the profit of the gold mine. However, the reason why Zhang Yuanshou and the others agreed to this was that, on the one hand, they were reluctant to give up the huge profit that the gold mine might bring. On the other hand, they also felt that the so-called lending of gold was just changing a place to store the gold, and there was no risk. If the monk of Xinghua Temple could steal the gold from many troops of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and the imperial guard sent by His Majesty, it would be strange. Although the cost was not small, Zhang Yuanshou and the others were still very satisfied with the result that they didn't come here in vain. After all, if the gold mine could produce enough gold every year in the future, it would be enough for the aristocratic families to make a lot of money. After the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs left, Pai Lupi suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, as you expected, these people really fell into the trap. Tut tut. 80,000 taels of gold. If Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang knew the truth, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood, right? Cheng Yaojin also laughed and said, Wow, ha ha ha, my acting for a long time was not in vain. Even if the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs lost 80,000 taels of gold, I'm afraid that they would lose a layer of skin. In the Hall of Great Strength, everyone was laughing. Even the righteous monk and his disciple Lin Yang were the same. Obviously, The so-called gold mine and the borrowing of gold were just a trap set against the aristocratic families. Of course, the gold mine was not real. It was just a scam that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss figured out together that day in order to revenge the aristocratic families. The orthodox monk was obviously Monk Wenzai, who Li Wangyu found in the Jianghu temple that day, and Lin Yang was naturally Lin Daniu. When Monk Wenzai cheated the Li clan of 200 taels of gold in Hu County, he disguised himself as an orthodox monk. Xinghua Temple was indeed the place where Monk Wenzai used to cultivate. It was also Monk Wenzai's suggestion to create all kinds of illusions in Xinghua Temple. Naturally, there was no gold mine in the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple. That tunnel was just a hiding place dug by the monks of Xinghua Temple in order to avoid the disaster of war when the country was in chaos in the previous dynasty. The reason why the stone wall sparkled under the light of the torches and looked like gold ores when they entered just now was that Li Wangyu and others smeared gold powder on the stone wall. As for the mining tools and the scattered ores in the cave, they were all deliberately placed there to trick the aristocratic families into taking the bait. The gold ores were naturally real gold ores. However, Li Er had ordered people to carefully select them from the gold mines of the imperial court. They were the best ores. As for the nugget gold and gold sand that were sold in the gold and silver shops, they were produced by other gold mines for the same reason. Pai Lupi ordered people to secretly send them to Monk Wenzai and his disciples as bait to attract the aristocratic families. Their purpose was to cheat the so-called loaned gold from the aristocratic families. This was the plan that Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui discussed in the bathroom of Lai Hot that day. Pai Lupi did not hesitate to agree to this kind of thing that could make the aristocratic families suffer a big loss and make a lot of gold at the same time. Cheng Yaojin and Feng Xianling followed Pai Lupi's lead. Anyway, even if the plan failed and the aristocratic families saw through the trick, they would not lose anything. Why not? When everyone was laughing, Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Uncle, don't be happy too early. It is unknown whether the aristocratic families will really send the gold 3 days later." Pai Lupi waved his hand and said, "Zio, don't worry. As long as Jijia and I send the gold, these aristocratic families will definitely be fooled. Humph, don't I know them well? They are just a group of idiots. How can they let go of such an opportunity? I can't wait to see how those aristocratic families will behave when the gold disappears in the future." When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter again. Chapter 693. The scheme that Li Wangyu set up for the aristocratic families was, in fact, borrowed the concept of the most famous Ponzi scheme of the later generations. Ponzi scheme was the name of investment fraud in the financial field. In short, it was to use the money of new investors to pay interest and short-term returns to the old investors to create the illusion of making money and then cheat more investment. In the end, it was just using people's greed. Of course, because Li Wangyu only wanted to target the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, the long-term method of cheating money like the Ponzi scheme was not feasible. First of all, this scam was to arrange for Monk Wenzai and Lin Daniu to continuously go to the gold and silver shops of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs to sell dog-head gold and gold sand. If it was a scammer from the Tang Dynasty, after the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were hooked, most of them would use the gold mine as an excuse to cheat money. But how could this trick the old foxes of the aristocratic families? After Monk Wenzai said the huge number of 100,000 jin of gold, Zhang Yuanshou and others, who were originally blinded by greed, immediately became alert. But the wonderful thing was that Li Wangyu borrowed Lin Daniu's mouth to say those words. Turning the business relationship into a loan. Turning the gold mine into an investment product, this made the aristocratic families waver. And the gold was under the supervision of the aristocratic families. Naturally, there was no risk to speak of. Compared with the possible benefits, the aristocratic families would naturally be tempted. And Pai Lupi's intervention was the last straw that pressed the aristocratic families. Everyone has a blind heart. No matter how smart the aristocratic families were, how could they think that Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, these dukes and dukes would personally come to support them. Therefore it was normal for them to be fooled. Pai Lupi and his ministers would follow Li Wangyu's nonsense, naturally, not because they coveted the aristocratic family's gold. Even Li Wangyu's annual income was almost 70,000 to 80,000 taels of gold. Of course, it was not to cheat some gold from the aristocratic families. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, or Du Ruhui, none of them were that bored. The gold was just an addition to the plan of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. 3 days later, just as Pai Lupi had expected, when the carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company began to transport the gold from Taiji Palace, Marquis Lu's mansion, Marquis Zheng's mansion, and Marquis Lai's mansion, the doors of these aristocratic families also opened and began to transport the gold to Xinghua Temple. In the Tang Dynasty, one tael was equivalent to 37 grams in modern times. 80,000 taels of gold weighed almost 3 tons. Today's four-wheeled carriages could easily carry a ton each. Therefore, the transportation of 3 tons of gold was only a matter of 3 carriages, which was not very eye-catching. However, regardless of whether it was Pai Lupi transporting the gold from the palace or the noble families of the 5 surnames and 7 watches, they all sent out large numbers of palace guards to be responsible for escorting the gold. With the consent of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin also released a large number of imperial guards of the Jianghu guards to escort the carriages to Duke County. The gold from Li Wangyou's mansion was transported from Hu County, and it was also escorted by Niu Yong and Niu Wu, who led a large group of troops. With the protection of such a powerful force, the gold was naturally sent to the Xinghua Temple without any trouble along the way. Monk Wenzai had already been waiting in front of a side hall beside the Grand Hall. Seeing the carriages escorting the gold arrive, Wenzai hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the officials who came with the gold carriages. Ba. Poor monk greets your majesty and all the noble people. Pai Lupi got off the horse and motioned the monk to dispense with the formalities. Master, please dispense with the formalities. Is the warehouse for storing the gold ready? Yes, your majesty. Please have a look. It's this side hall. Do you think it's suitable? Wenzai said. Everyone entered the side hall together and checked it out. They felt it was suitable. The original Buddha statue in the side hall had been removed. There was no other way out except for a door and a round window on the high gable wall. The round window was more than 3 meters high from the ground and less than 1 foot in diameter. Normal adults couldn't get through it. Li Wangyu suddenly said, "Uncle, this place is suitable. It's easy to guard the gold stored here. I suggest that after the gold is stored in this side hall, the door of the side hall should be completely closed. Without the consent of all of us, it can't be opened. However, the window of the side hall shouldn't be closed. Instead, a wooden platform should be built outside the gable wall. In this way, it'll be convenient for everyone to climb up the wooden platform at any time and check the condition of the gold in the side hall through the window to prevent the gold from being lost." Hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed. They felt that Li Wangyou's idea was quite good. Since the door of the side hall was closed, no one could enter. If the window on the gable wall was left open, it would allow the guards outside to check the situation at any time. It would also prevent them from coming into contact with the gold, so it was naturally very safe. After Pai Lupi and the other big shots all nodded in agreement, they began to arrange for the guards to move the gold into the side hall. More than 30 carriages of gold were transported for 4 to 6 hours before they were all transported into the side hall and placed neatly. After all the gold was transported into the side hall, the door of the side hall closed with a creak and a large bronze lock was hung on it. Li Wangyu smiled and said to everyone, "Uncle, everyone, we have so many guards, so we don't need to guard here at the same time, right? There are too many people and it's inconvenient to give orders. How about we split up the guards? With 10 days as the boundary, Uncle's imperial guards, Uncle Cheng, Duke Feng, Duke Du, and my estate's troops will guard the palace for 10 days first. Then, I'll hand it over to Zheng Gong, Wang Gong, and your estate's troops to guard the palace for 10 days. Pai Lupi and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuanshou and the others discussed with each other and also felt that this was the best way. Anyway, they couldn't share the same pot with Cheng Yaojin and the others. If they all gathered together, it would be easy to cause trouble. Wang Yuanshou nodded in agreement. What Count Hu said is reasonable. However, when the two sides hand over the gold, they need to go in and check the amount of gold, in case the amount doesn't match. It will be hard to explain. Of course. Then check the amount of gold every 10 days. Li Wangyu nodded. After arranging the storage of the gold, Zhang Yuanshou bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, since the gold has been transported to Xinghua Temple, should we start mining the gold mine? Your Majesty, please give a decree to the supervisor and the Ministry of Works to dispatch craftsmen here." Hearing this, Pai Lupi gently shook his head and said, "This is my private property. How can I let the Ministry of Works dispatch craftsmen here? If the goat-nosed Duke knows about it, won't I be spat to death by his saliva? It's not appropriate. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, It's better for you to recruit craftsmen. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanshou couldn't help but be stunned. He knew that Pai Lupi was right. The gold mine in Xinghua Temple was not owned by the imperial court. If the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works were mobilized, Wei Zhang, the censor, would probably lose his temper again. If you mobilize craftsmen from my family, the mining of the gold mine will have to wait for a few days. After all, it will take a long time to mobilize craftsmen from Xinjiang or Taiyuan. Zhang Yuanshou was a little helpless. He naturally hoped that the gold mine could be started immediately. Pai Lupi casually waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The gold mine can't grow legs and run away. It doesn't matter if it's delayed for a month or so." There was nothing in the stone mountain of Xinghua Temple. Once the gold mine was officially mined, everything would be exposed. If they wanted to continue this scam, they naturally had to find an excuse to delay time. This was also the plan of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Seeing this, the big shots of the 5 surnames and 7 looks had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 694. 10 days passed in a hurry. According to the previous agreement, today was the day when Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the 5 families and 7 families. After the city gate of Chang'an opened, Zhang Yuanshou led the troops of each mansion, together with Li Wangyu, Chang Yaojin, and others, and rode to Xinghua Temple. In order to protect the gold, each mansion of the 5 families and 7 families sent 20 troops. There were millions of taels of gold in Xinghua Temple, so Zhang Yuanshou had to pay attention to it. They checked the seal on the door of the side hall. After confirming that there was no mistake, they took off the seal and opened the door. In the side hall, millions of taels of gold were naturally intact. After the stewards of the aristocratic families carefully checked the amount of gold, the door of the side hall was closed again. The troops of each family who had been guarding here also withdrew from Xinghua Temple and handed over the task of guarding the gold to the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu and the others waited for Zhang Yuanshou and the others to sign the agreement before they left with the troops. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Ranyu, Cui Xian, and other masters of aristocratic families led the troops to carefully inspect the temple. After confirming that there was no problem, they repeatedly urged everyone to work hard. When they were about to leave, they heard various knocking sounds coming from the great Buddha's hall. They reached out to monk Wenzai and asked him the reason. "Master, why is it so noisy in the great Buddha's hall?" Monk Wenzai said with a smile. "Amitabha, they are dismantling the original Buddha statue. At the same time, poor monk has recruited craftsmen from Chang'an City and is ready to start casting the Buddha statue in the hall." Hearing monk Wenzai's explanation, Zhang Yuanshou and others did not think too much. It was not easy to cast such a large pure gold Buddha statue in the Tang Dynasty. The usual method was to cast it with the lost wax method. That was to first mold the inner layer of the clay sculpture, wrap the clay sculpture with beeswax, carve it into a casting model, and fill the clay core with other refractory materials to form the outer layer. After that, it was heated and baked with fire. The wax film melted and the whole casting model became an empty shell, and then melted gold or bronze could be poured into it. In the history of Wuxia, the largest bronze Buddha statue was the 1,000-hand guanyin made in the Song dynasty. The 21-meter-tall Buddha statue took 3,000 craftsmen from the military and took 4 years to complete. The Buddha statue that Xinghua Temple planned to cast was not so tall, so it naturally did not require so many craftsmen and so much time. However, he still needed to recruit craftsmen to work in the palace. It would take at least a few months to complete the construction. In this way, the clanking sounds of construction were normal. Of course, these were only the thoughts of Zhang Yuanshou and the others. Since the so-called gold mine was a scam, monk Wenzai naturally wouldn't be so free as to really recruit craftsmen to forge some golden Buddha statues. This was just for the sake of Li Wangyu's plan, to deceive others. Zhang Yuanshou and the others entered the Hall of Great Strength and looked around. Sure enough, many craftsmen were busy here. The original clay Buddha statue was being dismantled, and there was still a lot of yellow mud piled up in the hall. It seemed that they were preparing to use it to rebuild the clay Buddha statue. After looking around, they took their leave and returned to Chang'an City. Every day, the troops of each mansion would return to their mansions to report the situation in Xinghua Temple in detail. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the side hall where the gold was stored. 140 troops from aristocratic families surrounded the side hall. Every half an hour, some troops would climb up the wooden platform and check the condition of the gold in the side hall through the windows on the gable wall. The only problem was that the troops felt that the craftsmen in the Mahavira Hall were too noisy while they were working. Wang Yuanshou and the others naturally didn't bother to pay attention to such a trivial matter. They just told them to keep an eye on the side hall and ignore other things. After another 10 days, it was time for the aristocratic families to change their guard with Chang Yaojin and the others. Outside the Mingda Gate, Li Wangyu and Chang Yaojin had already been waiting here with a large group of troops. When they saw Zhang Yuanshou and Wang Renyu, they greeted each other politely. Even though they could be considered enemies, they still had to do this to save face. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart. Now that he was hypocritical, he didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Zhang Yuanshou and the others, so he just drove his horse forward. They were silent all the way. When they arrived at Xiahou village outside Duke County, Niuwu suddenly pulled the rein and looked in the direction of Xinghua Temple in astonishment. Lang Jun, look, is Xinghua Temple on fire? Not only Li Wangyu heard Niuwu's loud voice, but also Cheng Yaojin, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, Cui Xian, and the others. They all looked up in the direction of Xinghua Temple, only to see that the temple not far away was emitting thick smoke at this moment. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others were a little flustered. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they knew it was not good. Oh no, Xinghua Temple is on fire. Hurry, hurry. Let's go and see what happened. Li Wangyu looked anxious and rushed out of Xinghua Temple. Only then did the people behind him come to their senses. They hurriedly urged their horses to rush to the temple. They rushed to the temple in a panic, only to see that the troops of the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Lu family, the Li family, and the Cui family were in a mess at this moment. Some were busy looking for buckets to get water to put out the fire, some were running around looking for tools to put out the fire, and some were shouting to call for help. The fire was in the great Buddha's hall and the side hall where the gold was stored. Li Wangyu and Cheng Yaojin were also shocked and hurriedly asked the troops of the mansion to help put out the fire. However, the main hall in the temple was all made of wood, and there was no water bag to put out the fire. The troops only carried water from the well with buckets, so how could they put out the fire that was getting bigger and bigger? Zhang Yuanshou's legs suddenly became weak. If it were not for the support of the servant beside him, he would have sat on the ground. Gold! My gold! Hurry, hurry! Put out the fire, put out the fire. Chang Yaojin also jumped up and scolded the troops of the Wu family and Qi Wang mansion angrily. Damn you! You are trash. You are worse than dogs. I asked you to guard the temple. Why did it catch fire? If something happened to my gold, you should be careful of your dog heads. Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh and consoled. Sigh, this fire can't be extinguished in a short time. Uncle Cheng, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, true gold is not afraid of fire. This broken temple can be burned down, but no matter how much it burns, it won't destroy the gold. Even if some of it is melted by the fire, it won't be a big problem. It can be smelted again. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu and the others were originally ashen-faced, but when they heard Li Wangyu's words, they were slightly relieved. It was indeed so. Gold was not wood, so it didn't matter if it was burned. Once the fire was put out, the gold would not grow legs and run away. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanshou's face eased a little. He reached out and called the troop leader over. What happened? Why did it catch fire all of a sudden? Is the gold still there? The troop leader immediately knelt down and answered in fear and trepidation. Lang Jun, I don't know why it caught fire. Previously, I saw the good faction monk and his disciples enter the Hall of Great Strength. Not long after, the Hall of Great Strength was set on fire and the fire spread rapidly. I was about to put out the fire, but the fire spread quickly and directly ignited the side hall. The gold should be fine. Before it caught fire, I and the troops of the Wang, Cui, Lu and Li families checked on the wooden platform. That's good, that's good. Zhang Yuanshou heard this and was slightly relieved. Quickly get someone to put out the fire. Go and find that righteous path monk for me. This old man wants to ask what's going on with this fire. Yes. The troops of the Zhang family received the order and left. On the other side, the troop leaders of the Cui, Lu, Li and Wang families also reported the whole story to their respective Langjuns. Everyone had the same story, which made Zhang Yuanshou and Wang Renyu feel relieved. Since the gold was still there, today's incident was not a big deal. However, very quickly, a troop from the government reported that they could not find any trace of the monk in the temple. Chapter 695. Hearing that they couldn't find the trace of the orthodox monk and his disciple Lin Yang, Zhang Yuanshou and others couldn't help but feel gloomy. Many troops reported that before the main hall was on fire, many people saw the monk enter the grand hall with his disciple. Many people even guessed that this inexplicable fire was set by the monk himself. Many troops saw this with their own eyes. After all, the side hall where the gold was stored was right next to the grand hall. The monk entered and left the grand hall under the eyes of these troops. Moreover, there was only one entrance and exit in the grand hall, and no one saw the monk run out after the fire. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshou and others had no time to care whether the fire was set by the monk or not. They could only desperately urge the troops to put out the fire. Although Li Wangyu and Cheng Yaojin brought nearly 100 troops to help today, due to the lack of fire extinguishing tools, it took them 2 hours to put out the fire. The grand hall and the side hall where the gold was stored in the Xinghua temple were almost burned to the ground, leaving only a few broken walls smoking. Those troops were anxious to put out the fire, so their faces were blackened by the smoke. Their clothes were torn by the sparks, and many people's hair was burned. At this time, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and other masters of aristocratic families didn't care whether their troops were injured or not. They repeatedly urged the troops to move away the still smoking ruins and carry out the gold in the ruins of the side hall. Li Wangyu also asked his troops to help clean up the ruins and dig out the gold. Fortunately, there were more than 200 troops in the Xinghua temple at this time, so the speed of cleaning up the ruins was not slow. Soon, all kinds of broken pillars, bricks, and tiles were still smoking, and the floor tiles of the side hall were exposed. However, to everyone's surprise, the gold ingot of 1 million taels of gold was nowhere to be seen. After receiving the report from the troops, all the big shots of the aristocratic families seemed to have gone mad. They didn't care about the filth and all rushed over like a swarm of bees. The floor tiles of the side hall had been cleared, but there was nothing. Not to mention the piles of gold, they didn't even see a single gold ingot. Wang Renyu shouted angrily, "Where's the gold? Where's my gold? That's impossible. Keep digging for me. If you can't dig out any gold, you better watch your heads carefully." Zhang Yuanshou angrily waved the horsewhip in his hand and fiercely whipped his own troop leader. "Where's the gold? Tell me the truth." The leader of the Zheng family's troops didn't care about the filth on the ground. He knelt down and replied with a sad face, "Lang Jun, I don't know. Before I went into the water, I looked through the window and saw that the gold was all in the side hall. If you don't believe me, you can summon the subordinates of the Wang, Li, Cui, and Lu families for questioning. Even if I ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to do anything. I'm really wronged." Cui Xian, Wang Renyu, and the others all had extremely gloomy expressions. They summoned their own troops for questioning, and sure enough, their answers were the same. Cheng Yaojin was furious. He pointed at Zhang Yuanshou and the others and scolded, "Zhang Yuanshou, how dare you? Don't spout such nonsense. If the gold was still there, would it have been burned by the fire? How dare you do such a thing? I'd like to see how you dare to lose the sage's gold. How can you explain it to me?" Zhang Yuanshou realized that the gold that had disappeared was not only from their aristocratic families, but also 400,000 taels of gold from Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Li Wangyu. Now the gold had disappeared under the protection of the troops of aristocratic families. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Zhang Yuanshou couldn't help blacking out and fainting directly. Zhang Yuanshou's fainting naturally caused a commotion. The servants of the Zhang family hurried to rescue him. At this moment, Wang Renyu, Cui Xian, and the others all became red-eyed and breathed heavily. They had no time to check on Zhang Yuanshou's condition and roared at their own troops, "Continue to move. Remove all the bricks and wood in this side hall. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find the gold for me. Send people to search around Xinghua Temple. I don't believe that the gold can run away by itself." Facing their Lang Jun, who was furious, the troops didn't dare to say anything. They immediately began to clean up and move the ruins of the burned side hall. Zhang Yuanshou was finally woken up by his own troops, and his face was full of defeat. At this time, there was a dense sound of horse hooves outside Xinghua Temple. It was Pai Lupi who had received the news, leading Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a large number of imperial guards to come here. Pai Lupi strode into the temple and asked angrily, "Gentlemen, what's going on? Why would there be a fire in the temple for no reason? Is the gold safe?" Zhang Yuanshou and others looked at each other, but didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu said with a wry smile, "Uncle, the side hall where the gold was stored was all burned down. After the fire was put out, the troops were cleaning up the fire, but now there is no trace of the gold." Pai Lupi seemed to be stunned, and then said angrily, "How is this possible? The gold is not wood. How can it be burned away? Keep digging. I'd like to see who is playing tricks in it." Zhang Yuanshou and others naturally didn't dare to say anything, and could only continue to urge their troops to clean up the fire. 2 hours later, the small ruins of the side hall were finally cleaned up, revealing the original cyan floor tiles in the side hall. Although the floor tiles were also burned black by the fire, there was no trace of gold on them. Cheng Yaojin said angrily, "Bastard, don't tell me that all this gold will be burned and flow down to the ground? Dig down. I don't believe that the gold can have legs." Pai Lupi's face became more and more livid. Hundreds of troops and imperial guards found tools and began to dig 3 feet into the ground according to Pai Lupi's order. But it was still a futile effort. Of course, it was impossible for so much gold to be burned and flow to the ground. The floor of the side hall was dug a few feet deep, but there was still no trace of gold. Pai Lupi glared at Zhang Yuanshou and others, and said with a cold tone, "Everyone, give me an explanation. Where did the gold go? I'll die 10,000 deaths." Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and others looked at each other and didn't explain. They directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. "Don't talk about dying 10,000 deaths. I'll ask you, where did the gold go?" "I really don't know. I've asked the officials in the residence, and they all said that before the fire, they confirmed that the gold was in the side hall." Zhang Yuanshou couldn't continue. Even he didn't believe his own words. Unless they really saw a ghost, how could the gold disappear because of a fire? That was 1,000,000 taels of gold, more than 30 tons of gold. How could it mysteriously disappear without a trace? Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and others didn't know how to explain, but they saw another troop come to inform them. After the fire in the Hall of Great Strength was extinguished, they went in to investigate and found 2 charred corpses. They should be the Righteous Path monk and his disciple. Chapter 696. Pai Lupi looked livid and issued several orders in succession. Ask people to surround the Xinghua temple and don't let anyone go. Then go to the Ministry of Justice immediately and ask Li Daozong, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, to send all the experienced criminal cases to me. Today, we must find out where the gold is. Immediately, the palace guards took the order and rushed to Chang'an City. Today's matter was really too big. There was actually someone who was so audacious as to take away 1,000,000 taels of gold, including the saint's gold. It was really a shocking case that could scare people to death. At this moment, the more than 100 troops of different families were all removed their weapons by the palace guards brought by Pai Lupi. They were escorted to an empty place in the Xinghua temple and knelt down, waiting for their punishment. As for Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, Cui Xian and the other masters of the 7 aristocratic families, they were also confused and uneasy. At this moment, they were also confused and didn't know what had happened. They didn't believe that the troops of the 7 families were all attracted by the gold, so they colluded to hide the gold and then set fire to try to destroy the evidence. There was so much gold, and there were troops from the 7 families standing guard here. There were dozens of fully armed troops guarding the side hall 24 hours a day. How did the gold disappear? Back then, they had used more than 30 carriages to transport it over. Then how did the missing gold get out of the Xinghua temple? Moreover, Du Chu of their mansion said with certainty that before the fire, the gold was still in the side hall. What was going on? Zhang Yuanshou and the other masters couldn't figure out the reason. Knowing that such a shocking case happened in the Xinghua temple in Duke County, Li Daozong, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, was also shocked. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly gathered people and led the Ministry of Justice here. After seeing Li Daozong, Pai Lupi immediately ordered him to interrogate the troops of the aristocratic families and check the scene. They must get to the bottom of the matter and find out the whereabouts of the gold. Daozong, you can send people to interrogate anyone in this case. Remember, anyone. I don't care what method you use, but you must find the gold for me. Yes, this subject obeys. Li Daozong braced himself and replied. Li Daozong had roughly learned about the case, and he also felt that it was strange. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect Pai Lupi's order. After nodding, He immediately commanded those experienced criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice to take over everything in Xinghua Temple and begin to investigate the case. The Ministry of Justice's experienced criminal cases separated the aristocratic family troops and interrogated them separately. They took their confessions and investigated the fire in the side hall. However, because Zhang Yuanshou and the others had ordered the troops to move away all the wreckage in the side hall, and Pai Lupi had ordered people to dig 3 feet into the ground, they could not find any valuable clues in the wreckage of the side hall. As for the 2 charred corpses in the Hall of Great Strength, the coroner of the Ministry of Justice made a discovery after careful examination. Reporting to Your Majesty, after the coroner examined the 2 corpses, he found that they were not burned to death, but were killed by a sword. That is to say, they were killed and then burned by fire.
Li Daozong came to report.
Pai Lupi frowned and said, "This is strange." The troops of the Zhang family and the Wang family said that they saw the Orthodox master and his disciples enter the Hall of Great Strength before the fire started. Since the person had already been killed, then who set the fire? Who killed the great master?
I don't know. I think someone must be lying. Li Daozong did not believe what those troops said.
He had repeatedly confirmed that when the aristocratic families came to take over Xinghua Temple 10 days ago, the gold was indeed in the side hall. Moreover, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others also saw it with their own eyes. The steward of the aristocratic families also entered the side hall to check the amount of gold. In the next 10 days, in addition to the troops of the aristocratic families, there were only the Orthodox master and his disciples in Xinghua Temple, as well as the craftsmen who were recruited by the Orthodox monks to cast the gold Buddha statues in the temple.
Those craftsmen only came to work in the temple during the day.
Moreover, they worked in the Hall of Great Strength and were supervised and searched by the troops of the aristocratic families. It was absolutely impossible for them to touch the gold. These craftsmen were also questioned by the Ministry of Justice, and confirmed that it was impossible for them to steal the gold under the eyes of more than 100 troops of the aristocratic families. What was more bizarre was that no matter how the experienced criminal officers of the Ministry of Justice interrogated them, the troops of the aristocratic families insisted that before the fire in the side hall, they had confirmed with their own eyes that the gold was in the hall through the window on the gable wall. The more the officials of the Ministry of Justice interrogated them, the more confused they felt about this case. They could not understand it at all. There was no other possibility except that the troops of the aristocratic families colluded with each other to steal the gold. Therefore, with the consent of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Justice directly tortured the troops of the aristocratic families. Suddenly, the Xinghua Temple was filled with the miserable howls of the troops of the aristocratic families. After beating several leaders of the troops of the aristocratic families into a bloody mess, the confessions they got were still the same.
Those troops insisted that they knew nothing about it.
Even if some people could not stand the torture and admitted that they had stolen the gold, they could not tell where the gold was.
Obviously, they were just talking nonsense.
Zhang Yuanshou and the others became more and more embarrassed because the troops of their own mansion were tortured by the Ministry of Justice. However, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and Cui Xian all remained silent at this moment. Now not only the gold of the aristocratic families disappeared, but also the gold of Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and others had disappeared.
How could they say anything at this moment?
The sun was very good today, but in the warm sunshine of March, the faces of the masters of the aristocratic families became paler and paler. They were silent, and no one knew what they were thinking.
Pai Lupi turned to look at Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what do you think? This case is really strange."
Li Wangyu just shook his head silently, but the uncle and nephew secretly exchanged a look when others were not paying attention. Even though Pai Lupi looked solemn, the corners of his eyes were full of excitement. Obviously, today's situation was another trap set by him, Li Wangyu, Chang Yaojin, and others. However, Zhang Yuanshou and the other masters of the aristocratic families jumped into the trap without noticing it, like the beasts in the forest.
How could Pai Lupi not feel happy about this?
Summoning the Ministry of Justice to inspect the scene, investigate the suspects, and trace the gold was just a show for the aristocratic families. In short, as long as the gold could not be found, the aristocratic families would have to take the blame for the loss of the gold. Whether they were willing or not, there was no excuse for it. In fact, the million taels of gold were still in the Xinghua Temple at this time.
Chapter 697.
The Ministry of Justice had investigated the gold theft case in Xinghua Temple for more than half a month, but they still had no clue. The case soon became known to almost everyone in Chang'an City. This incredible case immediately became the hottest topic in Chang'an City, a huge city with a population of millions. Both the officials and the people on the street were extremely excited and gossipy after hearing this shocking case. After all, it involved millions of taels of gold, which made people yearn for it. However, just like the opinion of those experienced criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice, no one could find any other suspects except for the more than 100 aristocratic families' troops who were responsible for guarding the Xianxia temple at that time. Unless there was really a ghost, how could millions of taels of gold disappear into thin air? And the monk and his disciple, who were killed by swords and knives after entering the great Buddha's hall, were their bodies burned? Did they become ghosts and set the fire? Under the guidance of various evidence, even Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and others believed that the gold was really hidden by the 7 aristocratic family troops who colluded with each other. Even all kinds of rumors in the street directly pointed to the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Without the instructions of the masters of aristocratic families, how could so many aristocratic family troops dare to do such a horrible thing? But no matter how the Ministry of Justice tortured them, and even beat several aristocratic family troops to death, they did not get any useful confessions. The 140 aristocratic family troops who were arrested and sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice either talked nonsense or insisted that they did not know anything. Li Daozong, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, was at his wits' end. If these troops were the ones who had hidden the gold, how was it possible that no one had revealed the truth after half a month of torture? And it was obvious that many tortured troops had broken down mentally and confessed all the ugly things they had done, but they could not tell the whereabouts of the gold. Fortunately, Pai Lupi did not limit the time for the Ministry of Justice to solve the case, which made Li Daozong secretly relieved. Now he really had no confidence to solve this case. Even many times, Li Daozong was guessing whether there was really a powerful person who transported the gold away with the supreme magic. However, something that shocked all of the officials happened during the court session. An imperial censor stepped out and impeached the 7 aristocratic family heads, but the accusation was very unreasonable. He accused the 7 aristocratic family heads of being greedy. He did not mention how much he had embezzled or where he had embezzled from. On the other hand, Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other heads of aristocratic families did not make a single sound to defend themselves. It could be said that they had tacitly agreed to the censor's accusation. All the civil and military officials in Taiji Palace immediately understood that there was no such thing as greed. After all, everyone knew the extent of the aristocratic family's wealth. Even if they wanted to be greedy, it wouldn't be up to the 7 aristocratic families' patriarchs to personally stretch out their hands. Obviously, there was only one reason why Zhang Yuanshou and others were impeached. That was the gold theft that happened in Xianxia Temple half a month ago. 1 million taels of gold had disappeared without a trace, and there were still 400,000 taels of gold, including the saint's gold. Since they couldn't find the real culprit in such a big case, someone had to take the blame. The gold was stolen under the watch of the 5 aristocratic families and 7 aristocratic families. Whether Zhang Yuanshou and others were willing to take the blame or not, they could only take it silently. They naturally knew this in their hearts. Pai Lupi stood up from the throne and looked around at the officials in the hall. Finally he looked at Wei Zhang, the imperial censor, and said, "What do you think of this matter, Mr. Wei?" Wei Zhang stepped out and said, "Although Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, and other officials are noble, the law of the Tang Empire cannot be abolished. Since they are involved in corruption, they should naturally be handed over to the imperial censor for a strict investigation, and the law of the country shall be enforced." Hearing this, Pai Lupi sighed deeply and said, "Alas, you have worked hard for the court for many years. How can I be so heartless? Don't look into this matter further. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Cui, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Li, you may resign. Although you are the trusted officials of the Tang Dynasty and I am very reluctant to let you go, it is inconvenient for me to show favoritism in the face of the law of the Tang Empire. Therefore, I ask you all to resign to show the friendship between us as monarch and subject." Pai Lupi's words fell into the ears of Zhang Yuanshou and the others. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The sage actually asked them to resign? The faces of the 7 clan heads instantly lost their color and became as pale as paper. They were angry in their hearts, but they had nothing to say. After a long time, the 7 clan heads, including Zhang Yuanshou, Cui Xian, and Wang Renyu, finally bowed to Pai Lupi with great difficulty and squeezed out a hoarse voice from between their teeth. "This official thanks your majesty for your grace. This official is too old and begs for bones." Of course, The clan heads could afford to pay for the 400,000 taels of gold that they lost. Although they also suffered heavy losses, it was not a big problem for them to gather another 400,000 taels of gold. But now, Pai Lupi did not mention the gold at all and instructed the imperial censor to impeach them for corruption. Obviously, he meant to use 400,000 taels of gold to buy the 7 of them to resign. Even if Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others were unwilling, what could they do? Even if the 5 families and 7 hopes were the clan heads, whose poems and books had been passed down for thousands of years, and had unparalleled influence in the scholarly circles, what could they do? Even if Zhang Yuanshou and the others had faintly realized that they had been cheated, and the culprit behind the scenes might be a sage above the imperial level, what could they do? As long as the clan heads could not find the missing gold, they could not wash away the suspicion on them. Was it wrong to use 400,000 taels of gold to buy the 7 of them to resign? In the Taiji Palace, all the civil and military officials, including more than 100 officials from the clan heads, could not say a word at this moment. All of this was naturally planned by Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. They wanted to take this opportunity to sweep Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, Cui Xian, and the other clan heads of the clan heads out of the imperial court. In fact, the case of the mysterious disappearance of gold in Xinghua Temple was worthless. It was just a simple camouflage. During the 10 days when Li Wangyu and the others guarded the gold, they had already dug out an underground secret chamber under the Grand Buddha's hall, and there was a passage connected to the side hall not far away. The soil that Zhang Yuanshou and the others saw in the Grand Buddha's hall that day was not the soil used to mold clay figurines, but the soil dug out from the ground. Those so-called craftsmen were not real craftsmen, but the trusted subordinates of Pai Lupi transferred from the 100 Cavalry Department to disguise themselves. After Xinghua Temple was handed over to the troops of the clan heads to guard, the men of the 100 Cavalry Department disguised themselves as craftsmen and went to the Grand Buddha's hall to work every day during the day. Under the cover of the noisy construction sounds, they dug through the ground under the side hall and secretly transported all the gold to the secret chamber under the Grand Buddha's hall. After the gold was removed, they filled the bottom of the side hall with the soil piled up in the main hall. Therefore, after the fire that day, Pai Lupi ordered people to dig down, but they found nothing except soil. The only difficulty of this plan was how to hide from the eyes of the troops of the clan heads. However, since it was Li Wangyu who proposed to keep the window on the gable wall for observation, it was naturally a flaw, deliberately left by Li Wangyu in order to confuse the eyes of the troops of the clan heads.